You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos Podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Peace, you're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos Podcast. I'm your humbled host, Herut, and I got the man of the hour, Brother Ra. How you doing?
Oh, brother, never better. Taking it a day at a time. How about yourself, gang?
Same here, man. Just chucking away, trying to, make every day count. Indeed. Whatnot. But before we go any further, I want to remind everybody that this episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprusia Astrology. You can find Push It Forward Media Group at Push It Forward. That's PUSHITFWD on Instagram. And you can also find us on the web at pushitforward.com, spelled just like the Instagram handle. Up there you can find our various video projects, and got some short films coming up. Brother Ra, tell them how to get in contact with you and Caliprusia Astrology.
3 major ways: Caliprusia Astrology at gmail.com. You can also hit me up on Facebook or IG at Shechem Ra. So either one of those would definitely get at me.
Indeed. And, don't forget to follow us, on Instagram at Cosmic Convos. That's COSMIC, CON as in Nancy, V as in Victor, O. Cosmic Convo on Instagram. And hit us up, get in the comments, get in our DMs and, ask questions, and criticize, whatever you want to do. Just, you can do all that there. All right. So, here we are. We're at episode 20. We had a bit of a milestone here, and like I said before, I really got a great, deep respect for all the podcasters out there who are on episode 220, 320, 420. It's a huge commitment. And I'm just glad that, I've been able to, be a part of this, and, we'll keep building on from each episode, from season to season, and keep it moving like that. How you feel about that, Brother Rob?
I have to say it is a notion to do these weekly, consistently and thoroughly. So it is definitely a commitment, and my reward ultimately is, helping individuals, sharpen their toolkit, give them opportunities to find little things that may help open up things in regards to the study of the science. So, and I get feedback from people that really enjoy the show. It's definitely all worth it. So it's going to continue to get better. Next season is going to be a whole nother level. So we are definitely, hopefully when we have this 200th anniversary, the 220 times 10, we'll have a whole different mindset on podcasts, because I didn't even think that it would be such a task to continue it in that manner. But it definitely is something that, if you're at that level, is to be commended. So I'm excited.
Absolutely. So on that note, last episode appeared to get a pretty good response. We had some small challengers come up, on Instagram, I saw one comment that was like, Bill Gates has a Gemini face and body. What do you what's your thoughts on that?
What's a Gemini face and body?
Yeah.
I mean, if you really want to be brass tacks, if I wanted to hit you hard, Bill Gates, his ascendant is Mercury. The ascendant itself would be conjunct Mars.
Mm-hmm.
So remember, the Gemini has a second house face, right? That's just Cancer. So the shape of the head is not the ascendant. The face of the individual is not the ascendant. It's the overall shape and the shape of your head. It's the first house.
Yeah.
So right there alone just bespeaks that that's not the case. If you're looking at someone from a perspective, you're looking at their second house to denote the face, right?
Yeah.
Not the ascendant. Now his physiology, you could say, has a Gemini quality. But if that's the case, he'd be athletic.
Yeah.
Did you ever think about, just little things. He would be athletic.
Michael Jordan, LeBron James, shoot, even Kamala Harris.
Mars conjunct the ascendant Lord will make you adamant, fierce, fiery, direct, aggressive, outspoken. I could go on forever. It's a nice gesture. I appreciate that, but you got to come back to the drawing board. Because if I put Mars with the ascendant, that also Mars aspects the seventh house, which creates what's called a Mongolic. And a Mongolic is where Mars is in the fourth house, right? The seventh house, the eighth house. Right? Doesn't do well there.
Mm-hmm.
And so what it does is it creates a strong tension. So let's look at it from two angles, just to touch on that. Let's say the ascendant is Gemini. Let's give him that Gemini ascendant. Let's place this ascendant Lord in the fourth house. Let's place Mars in the fourth with the ascendant. This means this person's going to have an adamant disposition. They're going to be very fervent in what they believe and feel. They're going to be relentless in how they dispense their information and their communication skills, because Mercury is also the planet of communication. And in the sense that not only is communication, it's the person's personality. So the personality, which Geminis have the knack for expression. Bill Gates is not he's not a high-minded speaker. I've never heard Bill Gates give 2 lectures over 20 minutes. And I'm sure he has, but you've never heard of it. So
yeah, he's not known for that.
No, he's not known to be a speaker. But when you understand astrology, then you know Mars in the fourth house also gives his heart some discontentment. Mercury and Mars are enemy. They're oil and water. Mercury is the rational, consistent, methodical, painstaking planet. It can take shortcuts when it's debilitated or challenged, but when it's strong, it's very methodical. And he still has Mars and Virgo in his chart. But when you look at the person's efforts, the person's determination, the person's general mindset, which is the third house, Mercury is there. And Mercury shows, not only does it cancel the Mongolic, which now the wife becomes, right, substantiated and strong, it removes his athletic disposition because the ascendant Lord is no longer conjunct Mars. So, do you see my point?
Absolutely.
So you have to, go ahead, bro.
No, go ahead. Yeah, you good.
You just have to be very keen. You can't say just one thing. Because his actual physiology doesn't look very wiry to me.
Mm-hmm.
It has a slight tone of saggy or the not robust energy, right? If it's a
Yeah.
Centaurus conjunct Mars, it should be robust. Some muscular factor should be involved. If you're looking at the physiology,
Yeah.
because that's what the ascendant is. So I hear you, and that was a nice try, and I appreciate that because it gives us the ability to talk about things like this, to
Mm-hmm.
really exercise it. Because Bill Gates has been with the same woman for basically the last over 20 plus years.
Yeah.
Mars in that fourth house makes that person discontent, and it aspects the seventh, which then creates the Mongolic. So this person would be fighting with the wife. The wife would be contentious.
Mm-hmm.
That wife is solid as a rock. Seventh Lord, exalted in the fourth. She's close to him, seventh Lord, in the fourth, the heart, the home.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, but you know. Oh yeah, but appreciate that, y'all.
None. Yeah, indeed. We appreciate the, like I said, challenges, questions, whatever. We appreciate it all. you know. So yeah. I guess we'll go ahead and get into today's, today's topic. Which is, one of these kind of fundamental courses, not courses, but fundamental, episodes as far as kind of getting into a little bit of kind of the nuts and bolts of astrology. And I think that, the episodes that precede this have I guess if you've been following, you could hang with what we're going to talk about today. In regards to just the concepts and the different terms and different things like that. I think at this point, our listeners, they've been digging in the books, they've been looking up this and looking up that. So I think that this would be a nice, good, piece to add to your arsenal as far as understanding your chart and understanding astrology better. And the concept that we're going to get into today is the concept of yoga kraka, right? And before we go any further, Brother Rod, could you give a good definition of what a yoga kraka is?
Sure, my brothers. Excellent way to get this party started. So, when I very first started studying many moons ago, I kept on seeing, the word yogas, like yoga. So, are they talking about like yoga like meditation, or are they talking about yoga like as in asanas, or are they talking about yoga as in samadhi? I mean, what is this? And so it was very strange to see that word, but we're accustomed to it in a very Western sense, like yoga, like
Yeah.
like Raja Yoga or Yan Yoga or Bhakti Yoga or just Hatha Yoga, whatever yoga.
Yeah.
Kundalini Yoga, right? Yoga just means to unify or to link, right? It means union. So that's all it means, right? So when we use it in the context, I mean, it's just a word that means union. That's it, right? So when you're using it in the context of a practice, it means to unify, right? But when you're using it in the context of language, it means to unify something with another thing. So a yoga is just a link or a connection.
Yeah.
A karaka is kind of like a representative of something, right? Some of us may have heard of the word significator before. You could say indicator, right? It means that this is connected to a set of things that are affiliated with this particular planet, if you will.
Yeah.
So, for example, right, if I want to look at education in a chart, there's planets that are the karakas, or indicators, or significators of education. If I want to look for marriage in a chart, there are planets that are indicators, significators of marriage, and there's different ones, right? It's not just one. They do have some planets that are just one, but most kind of overlap in some way. So you want to look at several things. So, to give you kind of a real basic understanding, we'll use marriage as a context. Venus is the karaka for marriage. It's the indicator, or that which is significant in manifesting that area of life, or that thing.
Yeah.
Right. For a woman, in the traditional sense of astrology, Jupiter is the karaka for husband, for a woman's chart, not for a man's. So see, karakas can be also specific, gender specific as well.
Yeah.
The karaka, or indicator for father in a chart, is the sun. Right? Many of us have heard of what is called an Atma karaka. Atma is the soul, and the karaka is the indicator. So it's the soul's indicator, right? Or the signification of the soul, or what is significant to the soul.
Yeah.
Right? That's what an Atma karaka is. So, you have different indicators for different things. All kinds of things can be indicated with each planet. So a yoga karaka is a union, right, of indications in a chart. It's how one planet will connect to another to create an outcome. And that's what when we say yogas, that's what we're meaning. So a yoga karaka is just an indicator of a yoga. An indicator of something that connects two things, sometimes three, depends on what you're looking at. So, in other words, another way of saying it is that a yoga karaka is a planet that creates a significant outcome in a chart based on combinations and connections.
Okay. So I think that's a good, I think that's an excellent way to put it, because I think sometimes when we looking at these words, and it's a different language, right, for most of us, right? But if you're able to break it down and just put it together, it makes a ton more sense than what it does just looking at the word on its own,
Indeed, it helps to break it down.
Yeah, indeed. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. Which way you want to go with it?
Well,
how you want to start it?
Let's start off where we left off. Yoga karakas, right? So yoga karakas, there's all kinds of yoga karakas, right? And when we say yoga karakas, sometimes a planet from the 10th house or the 4th house is also called a yoga karaka. In certain aspects of Jyotish. So a planet from the fourth house from a planet is a yoga karaka. Most people don't know about that. That's one aspect. Another one is the 10th house. Planet in the 10th house from another planet is a indicator of a connection. between that planet and the other one. So, right, a little confusing, but let me iron it out for you. So, there are yoga karakas, which again just mean things that are connecting to one another through a link or some type of interaction. There's many ways, right, these things can be produced. I mean, many ways.
Yeah.
Too many to number in this show. Right? But I'm not going to even get into one of them, because one of them would take us down a whole another tangent thought process. But
yeah,
there is a such thing as what is called Raja Yoga Karakas. Right? Raja Yoga Karakas. Raja means king. And that's where a lot of people really know what yoga karakas are, in the sense of a Raja Yoga. Right? Now, what is a Raja Yoga? Well, a kingly yoga, or a yoga that exalts one. Because kings are were in the ancient times they're exalted people, right? I mean, even in Kemet, the Nasut Biti, right? Or some people call the Shechem, some people call or Shechem, or some people call Pharaoh, for lack of better words, was literally an exalted being, right? So the king just means someone that is raised to a high status.
Yeah.
In regards to that particular planetary connection, right? So yoga karakas, right, are general. Anything can be a yoga karaka. It's not something very special, in the sense that the yoga karaka just means that these are connections, right, that have indications that are connected. But a Raja Yoga Karaka is something very special, in that it raises that person up to a high status based on the things that are indicated in that connection. So Raja, right, is based on if a person. So let's talk about houses for a second, and this will help unravel what a Raja Yoga is. And there's many types of Raja Yogas. These are just a few, but these are the basic ones, the main ones that you can look at in a chart to kind of get an understanding about what you're looking at. So there's the houses, right, are kind of like the areas that we're looking at in a chart, the areas of life that we're unraveling. So the first house to the 12th house, each one is an area. Well, there's certain areas that are fundamental to your existence, right? All of them are, because that's why they're all there, but there's certain areas that are fundamental to who you are, as how you were created, in the sense of you, and what makes you and makes you that which sustains you, that which anchors you, is a better way of saying it, right? The houses 1, 4, 7, and 10 are the houses that anchor us. It's the cross that we bear. Or the cross that holds us up. Either way, depending on how you're looking at it, right? Because they're usually connected in the first place. But they're called Vishnu sthanas. Vishnu meaning Vishnu from the triad deity. Triad deities are the three main deities that create the universe out of India: Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Vishnu is the sustaining aspect. So when we say Vishnu sthana, we just mean that those houses that sustain you, right, or preserve you.
Yeah.
The first house is your physical body, right? That's the first house. It's a Kendra house. Kendra houses are 1, 4, 7, and 10. Kendra houses are also called Vishnu sthanas. Sthana, Sthana, means an abode, or a station, right? So the first, fourth, seventh, and 10th are those stations that sustain you. Your body sustains you. Without your body, there's no you here in the physical plane. The fourth house is your mother in the beginning part of it, and your home in the latter, right? Because your home is just the same thing as an extension of your mother. So that fourth house also sustains you. It anchors you. It makes things solid for you in life. Without a home, it's hard to be solid. It's also your cars, your automobiles, all those things that literally sustain you. Is the Vishnu Sthanas, or the Kendra houses. The seventh house, right, and also education as well, fourth house, right, general basic education up to bachelor's degree in America, right, is that house which, right, education sustains you, right. The seventh house is the house of marriage, the house of the partner. The partner sustains you. The partner anchors you. Right? So it's a, right, Vishnu Sthana. The 10th house, right, your overall debt to society. What you are here to do. The thing that your so-called calling, or the thing that pulls you out of, right, your comfort zone. It's also a sustaining thing, and it doesn't seem like it, but everybody's trying to do something.
Yeah.
Even the person that doesn't seem like, even the guy that sleeps in a cardboard box, he's just trying to survive. But everybody's trying to do something. The 10th house is the height of anything, but it's also the goal in mind, right? It represents status, represents your profession, right? That your profession sustains you. So 1, 4, 7, and 10 are these just basic houses that without them, there's no you. Without them, there's no ability to sustain yourself, to really have an impact in the world. Does it make sense?
It does.
Good. So Kendras, 1, 4, 7, and 10, also known as Vishnu Sthanas, are connected to what are called, well, not connected to, but the other type of house, right? And there's many types of houses. We won't be here just breaking all the types of houses down, right? But there's another type of house called Lakshmi Sthanas, right? Now, I know most people think Lakshmi is the goddess of wealth. In the Hindu / really what is called Santana Dharma, Hinduism is not a really proper term, but Santana Dharma. In that tradition out of India, Lakshmi is called the goddess of wealth. Well, it is true, but there's a hidden inner meaning behind why it's the house, or the essence of the goddess of wealth. And Vishnu, by the way, and Lakshmi are married, just like Tahuti and Ma'at are married in the Kemetic tradition. Yeah. Vishnu and Lakshmi are married in the Indus Valley civilization's spiritual system. So when you understand it like that, when you make that comparison, then you understand that Lakshmi only means Laksh, right? Laksh, which is the key word in Lakshmi, means to have a goal in the sense of a higher goal, or a goal that is elevated. So Lakshmi is the goddess of setting goals and accomplishing them, or really literally enacting your karma at a high level.
Yeah.
So it's not the goddess of wealth in the sense of just an inundation of money and material things. It's the literal sense of your gaining of wealth through living truth, or living a higher order of things.
Yeah.
And that's what makes what we're about to say here make even more sense when you have what creates a Raja Yoga, because a Raja Yoga Karaka is just an indicator of a Raja Yoga, right? Or it's the indicator of a kingly connection. The fourth house, not the fourth, the first, fourth, seventh, or 10th houses in a chart have to be connected to the 5th and the 9th house in order to create a Raja Yoga. A general, there's many types, but the general type is when the 1st, 4th, 7th, or 10th houses are connected in some way to the 5th and the 9th houses. Well, how would they be connected? Well, each house has what we call either what's called the dispositor, a ruler, or a lord. They're all the same thing.
Okay.
So
I think we've got that question before.
Okay.
What's the difference between a dispositor and a lord?
Right. I think we did. We sure did. And so that's excellent. Someone asked that because it's now being really illuminated to this show. So when you have a ruler or a lord, I'm using an example, right? Gemini ascendants, right, are ruled, the first house is ruled by Mercury.
Yeah.
Right? So if Mercury is in the 4th house, right, that's a Raja Yoga. How? Because the Lakshmi houses, the first house is a dual house. It's a Kendra house, and it's also a Lakshmi house. Now, Lakshmi houses are 1, 5, 7, and 9. So they're also called the Trikone houses, by the way. So you have Kendras and you have Trikones. Trikones means like the houses that are in the trine to which you're looking. So 1, 5, and 9 are Lakshmi houses or Trikone houses. So another way of saying it is when a lord of a Kendra and a lord of a Trikone combine, there's a Raja Yoga.
Yeah.
So Raja Yoga means that person will be... Now let's say, remember we talking about Bill Gates? Let's say if his ascendant lord was in the 4th house, he would have a Raja Yoga on the 4th because the first lord is also a trine as well. So when it goes, the first lord goes to the 4th, he would have a Raja Yoga and also a Bhadra Yoga, which is another type of kingly yoga. Well, it's a Pancha Mahapurusha Yoga, but that's another topic altogether. But nonetheless, you have all these different types of yogas. There's thousands of yogas. So there's no way to really, one chart can have oodles. It's going to have oodles and oodles and oodles of yogas. But nonetheless, right?
Good and bad.
Good and bad. Because there's Raja yogas and there's other types of yogas, right? But we're talking about the Raja yogas today. And we may even talk about some of those malefic combinations as well, just briefly. But nonetheless, when you have... So let's talk about another type of ascendant. Let's talk about... pick one, brother.
Alternate ascendant?
Yeah, let's
or just
anyone.
Or just another...
Yeah, it's any other ascendant.
Yeah, I'm going to be biased. It's Cancer.
All right. Yeah. You don't go, so Cancer. Okay, so Cancer, right? So there's certain types of signs that have automatic Raja Yoga, Karakas, right? And so Cancer is one of the signs that has one planet ruling or connecting a Vishnu or Kendra house and a Lakshmi or Trikone house. And so the planet that does that for Cancer is Mars. How so? Well, when you look at all the houses that are Kendra houses, you have to find the planet that simultaneously rules either the 5th or the 9th, because we know that the first Kendra house in the second Kendra house in a Cancer ascendant is the 4th house. So we know the 4th is ruled by Mars. we have to see which planet connects to the other houses by way of rulership. So since Mars rules, right, the fourth house, it also has to rule a Trachone house, and it does.
You mean the 10th?
I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. No, you're right. No, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. No, brother. Thank you for correcting me. No. So the fourth house and the 10th house. No. I can't. No. I'm sorry. Fifth house. I'm sorry, brother. The fifth house.
Fifth and the 10th.
My bad. No, the fifth house, which is a Trachone house, and the 10th house, which is a Kendra house, are co-ruled, right, or ruled by a planet, a single planet, which is Mars. So, for example, again, the Cancer's ascendant is ruled by the moon, but the fifth from the moon is Scorpio. Scorpio is ruled by Mars. Well, there's only one other, right? There's two other Kendras, but they're not ruled by the same planet. So the only one left would be the 10th house. So the 5th Lord and the 10th Lord are co-ruled. So that planet gains an extra status and it becomes a Raja Yoga indicator or a Raja Yoga Karaka.
Yeah.
So Mars, here's the funny thing. There's so many complexities to this because you would think Mars would be a challenging planet for Cancer. Why would I say that? Because Mars is debilitated in Cancer itself.
Yeah.
So a planet that the sign debilitates becomes its strength, not a weakness. This is the complexities of reading a chart and the complexities of human nature. See, the Cancer, the crab, has a hard shell. He's hard. Can't penetrate him. And when you try to pick him up, provided he's quick enough, he'll let you know to put him down. Right?
Yeah.
So the planet that does best for it is the planet that says, I'm about defense. I have a hard shell. Right? I'm externally tough. See, we think the Cancers are kind of soft and all that. That's a big mistake.
Oh, yeah.
Cancers are not soft in the sense that they can be fiercely protective. They can be fiercely defensive. And they can be fiercely emotional.
Yeah.
So when you understand those things, then you begin to understand, okay, okay. Now I see. Now there is a softer side when you're on the inside of the crab's world. Because he's soft on the inside. So then on the inside, he doesn't like to disseminate certain things because he's soft. He's, right, mushier around those that he has a connection or affinity to. Right? Staunch when it comes to those that he doesn't know. Very, very much, there's a wall there. But when you get past the wall, the nicest people in the world.
So that's like Muhammad Ali is a good example of that.
Exactly. But very much patriotic and very much loves his people.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm not going to get too deep, right? Because Cancers have that knack because of a certain combination in their chart. It's crazy how it works. But nonetheless, Mars is the Yoga Karaka for Cancer Ascendant. A Raja Yoga Karaka, excuse me. So Mars, right, wherever it's placed in that chart, is going to give some very positive benefits.
Yeah.
Even if it's in the ascendant, believe it or not. Debilitated.
Mm-hmm.
It can still give some very powerful indications and kingly. So the planets in each sign and all these different things. This is how we weigh into a person's inner world to understand how and what's going on. So, perfect example using that Cancer, because Cancer, Mars rules the 5th house of children. A Cancer, like a mother, will hurt you over her children. Like Cancers are very protective of their children. They're very protective. Just naturally so. And they're also very adamant about making a mark in the world. But also the 10th house as well is your profession. So a lot of times Cancer, which is the sign of mothering, right? Their career is their children. Right? Or they have the ability to profess in a way that nurtures others or helps others like children. They can become caretakers in some way. It may not even be a parent, but you'll be helping someone. So that's the Cancer, and that's why the Yoga Karaka is what it is. That Mars has that propensity to be very beneficial because it rules two very powerful houses, the 5th house and the 10th house. So, back to the explanation of the other types of planetary placement. So let's use Aries as an example. I always like using Aries and Scorpio.
Yeah.
Because they have a very strange thing going. They're Mars ruled. This thing is so complex, but it's so profound when you begin to understand it. Right? Mars ruled people are aggressive. They are. Now Aries, let's use Aries as an example. We'll leave Scorpio alone. Aries is a prime example. Aries is the fighter, the warrior, right? Right?
Yeah.
So a warrior has to detach his heart, right? Or his emotions from his mind, right?
Yeah.
So Aries innately, right? Their ascendant is Mars ruled, but the 4th house is ruled by the moon. And the 5th house is ruled by the sun.
Yeah.
So the warrior has to detach the moon, the heart, 4th house from the sun, 5th house, right? Intelligence. They have to separate those two in order to go to war. So there's no connection between the 4th and the 5th house innately. Now, there's a Raja Yoga there's a Raja Yoga that can be created by the interaction of the 4th and the 5th Lord in an Aries ascendant chart. So the 4th house, if it's with, let's say the moon is with the sun in any other house or sign, that's automatically a Yoga Karaka. A Raja Yoga Karaka, a kingly yoga. That house, wherever it's placed, will be very prominent. That area of life will come to life in a major way in that person's life, destiny, right? But the Aries, in order to benefit, the Aries ascendant has to have those two planets connected. Now, there's other type of Raja yogas, because you have the 7th Lord, you have the 9th Lord, you have the 10th Lord, right? And you have the 4th and the 5th. Any one of those can interact with any other one of those. So there's different combinations, again, that can produce different types of Raja Yogas. But one of the easiest ways to find one, or to see how that person is dispositioned in regards to the Aryan type of ascendant, just see how the moon is placed with the sun. If the moon is opposite the sun, meaning if they're in opposite houses, that's still a Raja Yoga right there. Even if they're not together, because they're aspecting one another, they're looking at one another, they're impacting one another, right? So, same thing for Scorpio, but Scorpio is even on a higher octave than Aries. Their 9th and 10th Lord have to interact. 9th house is the supreme being in your life, meaning the influx of higher knowledge what we call netter, your guru, then your netter, the supreme being comes through your spiritual teachers. So spiritual teachers as well, but also the supreme being, God, whatever you want to call it. The ninth house, and it has to have the 10th house, which is the ability to influence the world at large. Those two have to combine in order to make a Raja Yoga out of the sun and moon principle. Meaning that the other side of it is that the Scorpion is also detached. His higher, right, sensibilities and moralistic propensities is detached from his ability to get things done in the world. Another hidden Scorpio understanding. So, you see, that's how it works, is that these little small nuances with each one of these typical type ascendants have all these different underpinnings and possible combinations or yogas.
Yeah.
So, the signs, right, that have the easiest way out is Taurus, right, Cancer, Leo, Libra, Capricorn, and Aquarius. Right. All the reason is because each one of those that I mentioned has a planet that rules two houses that are both that are either one a Kendra and a Tricone. So each one of those that I mentioned has a planet that does very, very well for them above and beyond all the other planets. Right?
Yeah.
Aries is different. He has two planets that have to combine to give the same results as those other signs. Gemini is different. And when you understand why Gemini would be different, because Gemini itself, right, it is a sign that is dualistic, meaning that it has many ways to get something done. There's many ways of combinations that can happen for a Gemini, Virgo, Sag, or Pisces ascendant. Those are the other ones, right? The mutable signs, the movable, the signs that are dualistic in nature. So those signs have different propensities to create, and the same rules apply. When the first, fourth, seventh, or 10th interact with the 5th, 9th, or 1st Lord, that means that those have the propensities. Those houses or lords have the propensities to create Raja Yoga. Still, doesn't change the rules. It just means that the way they go about it is a little different, and the rules for finding them is a little different. But they're usually still there. Most people have some type of Raja Yoga in their chart. This is not something that's uncommon. But the more Raja Yogas you have, the stronger the chart is, and the more propensity the person is going to have an impact in their life overall. So when you look at someone's destiny, you see all these different Raja strong yogas, and you look at the person in life, you see they're making their way. It doesn't mean they're literally a king. It means they just have influence.
Yeah.
Right. But as above, so below, right? Everything, the pendulum swings both ways. So in a chart, there's planets that also they're not Raja Yoga Karakas, but they're still indicators of combinations. And so, for example, Libra ascendant, right? His yoga or her yoga Karaka, the best planet for Libra ascendant is Saturn. And it makes sense because Saturn is actually exalted in Libra, but it also, Saturn rules the 4th house, which is a Kendra, and the 5th house, which is a Tricone.
Yeah.
So it's Saturn, which rules the 4th and 5th, is the best planet for any Libra ascendant. In fact, Saturn really doesn't do that much harm to Libra ascendants. Whereas for the Cancer ascendant, it's one of the worst planets. So it's not, each ascendant has its own affinity with each of one of the planets. Now
you say just real quick, you said that for Cancer Saturn is because it rules that 7th house, which is, they refer to it as the killer in the 8th house, right?
Well, not right, exactly, true, yes, absolutely. But 7th house is also the least pious of the Kendra houses. The 4th house is the most pious of the Kendra houses. Pious meaning upright.
Yeah.
So you're right. Thank you for bringing that up, because that's exactly where we were. Is that each sign, ascendant is what I'm saying, not just sign, but each ascendant has an affinity with planets that are very beneficial, and planets that are very detrimental or challenging is what I'm trying to say, in regards to the person's ability to exact their karmic lessons.
Yeah.
Some certain lessons are harder. That's just what it is. And we interpret that as bad, right, or negative, but it's just certain lessons are harder in life. So for Cancer, the hardest lessons in life are through marriage.
Yeah.
Right? For Libras, right, the hardest lesson, one of the harder lessons, right, is through the self-expression and the need to problem solve. Right? Libras like to solve problems. They like to make everyone balanced and happy. The 3rd house and the 6th house are both ruled by Jupiter. So Jupiter for the Libra ascendant now becomes a challenging planet. So Saturn is the best. Saturn is the best planet. Jupiter is one of the most challenging planets. So and that's what I was going to say, that each one of these ascendants that we have has a planet that is very challenging to it as well. Not only just beneficial, but definitely challenging.
Yeah.
Right? For Sagittarius ascendants, for example, right? The planet that doesn't do so well for them makes sense. It's Venus. Right? And Sagittarius is known as the teacher, God, guru, but that's also the preacher. Right?
Yeah. I know where you're going.
Right. And Venus is one of the worst planets for the preacher. Right? The guru too. Right?
Yeah.
You know, Ron Nephron men, Shechem, Dwao, Shepsu for that manifestation of walking and talking on this earth. Said, yeah, you got your gurus out there in the Himalayas and all that, but put them on 125th Street. He said, Keisha will break him down real quick. You see how much you meditate then. But, for the guru, right, the teacher, Venus can be a challenge.
Yeah.
Right. Just in what we're talking about, right? Just in general, just having fun with it. But in reality, right, Venus rules the 6th house of enemies. Right? And it rules the 11th house, strangely enough, of friends and gains. But the enemies can become friends, and the friends can become enemies.
Yeah.
So there's a challenging planet that presents a big challenge just in general, just to that ascendant. So you see what I mean? These things are very, very complex when it comes to understanding the underpinnings of how people function and operate. But it rings so true every time. Yeah. Cancers should marry late. Cancer ascendant should not be marrying at 21. Sorry. Unless you have a very strong strong Saturn in your chart, go for it. Then you're good. Because then Saturn's giving you the ability to learn those lessons in an easy way or a less challenging way. But if Saturn's hammered, wait till your first Saturn return. sometimes even after 36. And that's kind of hard because you're like, I got what, 12 years to really kind of build a family?
Yeah.
And you would think that Cancer would be the one that would be the easiest to marry. But life ain't so, right? This is the complexities, right? Because I like to hear people say, it tickles me when they say, oh, he's a Cancer, he must be this. I just laugh because it's not even closest to the truth at all.
Yeah.
These things are complex. You would think Libra would be the best sign for marriage, right? Theoretically. But the 7th house is Mars.
Yeah.
It's ruled by Mars. You see what I mean? It's not always... it's not picturesque like it's portrayed. It's very complex. Yeah. But it can be made simple when you break down what it is that you're looking at to understand why those planets rule and do the things that they do. Each one of the ascendants has these different propensities, these different planetary specialities. And that is when we begin to have different outcomes. So, you can have a Taurus psychologist that's bad, and you can have a Piscean psychologist that's bad. They both can be psychologists. Either one of them. It's just the way the planets are positioned.
Yeah.
And their filter in that reality, right, is then specialized to them based on that matrix, that the chart is. But for the most part, it's the planetary positions and their connections with the other houses is what makes all the differences. And those karakas, which are indicators of yogas, then can specialize and really harmonize those placements and understanding. Now I see the Malvaya yoga in Bill Gates' chart. He doesn't have a Vajra yoga. And people say, oh, well, he's a computer guy. He is a computer guy. Mars is in the 3rd house in Virgo. Yeah. With hands. Not heart, hands. Not emotions, hands. Not the need to cheat, to teach, but the need to create with your hands. See, this is when we don't understand the houses. The 3rd house is what you do with your hands. The 4th house is what you do with your heart. Your inner world. You profess, you come out, you teach, you give knowledge. Because then Mercury would be aspect in the 10th house, which would be able to teach. See, it's a little, you gotta, when you start to understand it, like, now I get it. So he has a Malvaya, what's called a Malvaya yoga, and he has a Raja yoga, a strong one in the 4th house.
Yeah.
So, you get to, then that's what we're talking about when we're talking about Raja yoga karakas or yoga karakas. It's just indicators of planetary combinations. That's all it is. And then there's royal ones, or ones that literally can lift you up beyond the status quo of the average person sitting next to you, but they may have Raja yogas. So then they can be exalted in certain areas as well. I mean, this is the 21st century, beyond and beyond, so it's not far-fetched that everyone wants to be a king anyway.
Yeah.
But, bar none, there are certain charts that give rise to prominence. It's just in a faster way. And also a downfall, right, from prominence, right, in just as a prominent way. That's how we begin to time certain things. We say, okay, oh yeah, he's in the Lord of the 4th. He's in that 4th house Lord's Dasha period. Oh yeah. So, okay, so this is what he's going to be doing. Oh, it's a Raja Yoga. Okay, so in that area, he's going to be lifted up.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And then you just fine-tune it. Oh, okay, yeah, see that. Okay, well, this is where that's going, so these two areas will connect. And then that's when you begin to try to unravel the inner secrets of what it is that's being revealed. So, with that being said,
Indeed.
right, I hope that illuminates some of those things. We'd be here for a while, right, trying to iron out the way to do it as far as the application of it. But this is just a general information so that you can go look at it for yourself and look at what a Raja Yoga Karaka is, or what a Yoga Karaka is, right, or what a Karaka is, right, or what a yoga is. So, when you can begin to research and say, okay, do I have any Raja Yogas in my chart? Just look and see if 1, 4, 7, or 10, those lords or houses connect to the 5th and the 9th, or even sometimes the 1st house. Then you say, oh yeah, so I got that in my 6th house. You can have a Raja Yoga in your 6th, so that means you might do very well with debt. You might be a very hard worker. You might have good co-workers that support you, or subordinates that help you. You might have the ability to stave off disease. You might be athletic in some way. All these are 6th house things. You might fight crime, right? You might be a master criminal. Believe it or not, just because it says Raja, it doesn't mean it can't do things that are can create harm. It just means you have the power to use this.
Oh yeah.
So we might unpack Hitler's chart and talk about some of those negative people with Raja Yogas. When I say negative, I mean people that did major harm to many people. And he's one of them. Regardless of your religious, racial, whatever purviews, however many people he harmed, it was innately negative in the sense that it wasn't balancing in the universe in the right way, right? Because everybody has, what if quote unquote God used Hitler and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. We have a will that allows us to be free, period. And so when you understand those inner workings of how the spirit works, then you understand the man did things that were atrocious to society. And those were done through some of the negative, challenging yogas and some of the positive yogas, even still in his chart. So all of us, right, have the propensity to do positive and negative, depending upon, it doesn't matter necessarily the chart, it matters what you do with the chart.
Yeah.
Nikola Tesla has some very challenging yogas, but look at what the challenging yogas produced. AC/DC.
Yeah.
So you see what I mean? We have to look at this from a different lens instead of looking at it from a Western kind of context of good and evil, right and wrong. I mean, they're all relative things that exist like that, but it's a thin line. There's a movie, and I don't advocate movies to explain reality because they're made up, but sometimes they do have some hidden kernels of truth. The movie called Suicide Squad, a lot of bad guys, but they did use the bad guys to fight off something even worse than themselves. So sometimes negative can create positive, right? That's how you begin to read the chart. You don't read it in a good or bad way. You read it in a way that you understand the inner workings of how the spirit and how the mind works, so that you can say, okay, now I see what's happening and why they did this or why they didn't. Then you can read people. But that takes time and skill, and it takes detachment, because we usually see something, and a lot of times we imbibe or imbue our own personal understandings on it, and we cut the reading short by doing that.
Yeah.
So I think we did all right on touching on Raja Yoga Karakas. What do you think?
I think we did.
Or Yoga Karakas, which is the topic of the show.
Yeah. I think we did. And to even we could even drive it home even more. I think we could, we've been talking about doing the show kind of focusing on a certain aspect of Raja Yogas. that could help. So maybe we'll, in a couple weeks or something, maybe, put out a show touching on Raja Yogas that can help clarify it even more.
Yeah, and talk about some things that what they do, like exactly what I had in mind to do that. Talk about some of the things that you have people that just have these placements, and they produce. I mean, let's just say what it is. Hitler wasn't a good person. He was a powerful person.
Yeah.
And power is part of the Raja Yoga positioning. The houses of 1, 4, 7, and 10 are the houses of power.
Yeah.
Right? Another way of saying it. So, absolutely, I would be thrilled. Let's do that. Let's do a show on Raja Yogas and show the different types and different types of people and show their lives as an example of what those yogas look like.
Indeed. But yeah, man, I think this is I think the people will really, enjoy this show. I mean, because it gives you something to, definitely go look back at your chart and see what kind of things you got going, popping off in there, and see what's coming down the road for you. Indeed. So yeah, we'll wrap this show up right here. Like I always do, I want to remind you that this show was brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Kalapurusha Astrology. Make sure you follow us on social media. Follow at Cosmic Convo on Instagram. We're also on Facebook under that as well. You can check us out there. And Brother Rod, you got something you want to impart on the people before we get out of here?
Yeah, so a lot of people hit me up for readings and stuff like that, and I appreciate everybody that gives me the opportunity to do that for you. Much appreciated, much obliged. But this is a very delicate time of year, in that I try to pull in and really recenter and recalibrate for the rest of the year, just so that I can come out for the next 9 to 11 months after the solstice, energized, oriented, and focused. And so when I'm dealing with other destinies, it's kind of hard to focus on my own. So I cut the readings off for a time until after the winter solstice. Really, I would say at the first of the year, but after, in fact, the real official date, I'll be available it won't be available until December 27th. So after that date, then you can go ahead and hit me up, shoot me an email, so forth. You can always still send requests, and I will probably do that now, so that when the list gets longer in January, you're already at the top of the list, and then we'll connect and then go from there. But as of now, and this is a side note, any astrologer that doesn't understand how to apply astrology to practice astrology has a lot to learn. Astrology is an 8th house matter, so 8th house is stuff that you do that is transformational, but it's also very exhausting and it taps your energy at different levels. So it's wise for most astrologers, and most of those that are really serious, you'll find that they have seasons that they do readings.
Yeah.
Right. So this is the season, right, from today until the 27th, so about 30 days, a little over. I'm going to take a reprieve from doing any type of readings, any type of consultations or anything of that nature. And so just if you have your requests, still feel free to send them in. Tap me and say, hey, you know what, I'm still interested, man. Put me down after put me down for the first of the year, I got you. But I have to honor my own spiritual truths and practices so that I keep my own integrity, so that when the next year does come, I'm even sharper and stronger and better. So I appreciate everybody, sending requests. Appreciate everybody hitting me up in that regard. And it's an honor to be able to assist people in unraveling the inner truths of their destiny. But it's just going to be about 30 days before your boy is able to reconvene. So just take note, and like I said, hit me up if you're interested in future readings.
Absolutely. Indeed. All right. Well, that's it's a wrap on that one. Again, I want to thank everybody for tuning in every week, and we'll be back next week, same time, same place, episode 21. We're out. Peace.
Peace.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos Podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos Podcast. I'm your humble host, Herut. And we got the man of the hour, Brother Ra. How you doing?
Brother, taking it a day at a time, enjoying life. How about yourself, man?
Hey, man. Same thing here, man. Same thing here, man. Just, busy as all get out, but, we up to it, up to the challenge. Indeed. Yeah. But before we get too deep in today's conversation, want to remind you all that this episode was brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprusia Astrology. You can follow and find Push It Forward Media Group on Instagram at Push It Forward. That's PUSHITFWD. And you can also find us on the web at pushitforward.com, spelled like just like the Instagram handle. And go check us out. We got a lot of video projects, got some short films coming up real soon. We even got some articles up there. And for Caliprusia Astrology, Brother Rob, how does the people get in contact with you?
You can give me in contact with me at caliprusiaastrology@gmail.com, or you can easily hit me up on Facebook at Shechem Ra, or you can hit me up on IG at Shechem Ra as well. So either one of those should definitely get you in contact with me.
Good deal. And again, don't forget to follow us, on Instagram at Cosmic Convo, COSMICCONVO, at Cosmic Convo on Instagram. There you can ask us questions. We make certain posts to kind of, help, expand knowledge on certain concepts that we might have, talked about on the show, and it's just good for the support, Also, whatever platform that you're listening to this podcast on, go ahead and subscribe to us there as well. It definitely helps, with the growth of the podcast. And, we got some things coming in the future where your support and, it'll be real key to making some of that stuff happen. So, make sure y'all go out there and do that. All right. So, we're at episode 21. We're coming, rounding out the end of this first season of this podcast, and I say this has been definitely a great experience. How about yourself, Brother Ra?
Brother, it's rewarding just to be able to, see a lot of the people learn, from the the podcast and be able to see that people can really take it into their own hands and begin the process of studying and learning. So that to me, in and of itself, has been, the, the best thing that I could ask for out of this podcast. So I've definitely been getting a great deal of enjoyment out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely indeed. To that note, we actually got a question from one of our listeners. You want to answer a question?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So from Instagram, got somebody who asked, can a sign rule two houses at the same time? What is an interception? Is that a valid concept?
Okay. Can a sign rule two houses? And the addendum to that would probably be the interception, right?
Yeah.
Because in other forms of astrology, and there's different forms, there's different ways that individuals utilize the 360 degrees of the heavens. So, in the system that I use, no. And the reason, let me explain a little bit about what the system is, and it might make a little sense. So, no sign in the heavens is exactly 30 degrees. They just don't exist. Some of them are a little less than 30 degrees. Some of them are more than 30 degrees. So when you're actually taking into consideration the view of the heavens from the constellational point, there are signs that extend well beyond the 30-degree demarcation of what we consider as a sign or / a house. So with that, you may have it at times within what's called the Placidius system, or there's another system that uses it as well, where you may have a sign that overlaps the third and the second and the third house, or the third and the fourth house. So in that system, in the Placidius system, or some others would label or connect that Placidius to what is called Krishnamurti Padhati, which is a whole other system in Jyotish, or in Indian astrology. Yes, technically it can, right, in that system. But that system is, it takes a teacher to show you certain things and how to read it and how to look at it. It's very different from the system that I use, which is an equal house system. And what we do is we take the 360 degrees and we demarcate it 30 degrees representing each sign equally, so that each sign has the ability to affect every course of our life in equal dimensions and equal ways. And so it's 360 degrees. Some people say no, it's, Pisces is 34 degrees. And so we use and overlap that with, Aries, which Aries in the night sky, you all, is really small. I mean, it's very, very small. It's one of the smallest constellations there are. It technically is not 30 degrees. Yeah. But we use an equal house system so that we can get the same measurement, just like a clock, right? If we're looking at time, and time is a very constant thing, it's just constant. There's a consistency to it that you can gauge, that can yield certain results. So we use that same mentality in the equal house system to represent all signs equally. Nothing will be more than 30 degrees. Nothing will be less than 30 degrees, irrespective of the actual size it is in the sky. Now, even with Placidius, or with that system, when you look up at the night sky, you will still see the respective planets in those constellations, regardless. There are a few that maybe overlap, or that are shortened, like Virgo shares a portion of Libra, right? Aries shares a portion, Pisces shares a portion with Aries. And some of the other constellations do that. So when you understand that, then you can say, okay, yeah, in an interception and a house that is over, a sign that is overlaid over two houses, technically in that system, yes. But I don't use it. I've used it in the past. There's reasons why I don't. If it behooves you, I don't use something because someone else says to use it. I use it because it works. And
Yeah.
so, for me personally, the Placidius system just has too many faults, too many loopholes, too many innuendos that can slide things through, and the interpretation process is a little different. In fact, it's a lot different because you're going to get results that are going to be different, especially when you're trying to predict. That's where the systems really differ vastly. So, to answer your question, yes, you can in the Placidius system, but in the system that I use, which is an equal house system, no, you cannot. So, hopefully, that illuminates it a little bit for the audience.
Yeah, indeed. And not to rub you on the wrong way or anything like that, but you really I haven't really seen a significant change in predictive power using the Placidius system with KP or anything like that. You can predict um very sufficiently without taking that approach.
Absolutely. In fact, we won't see predictions, but we'll see confirmations of what could have been a prediction had this individual gone to a competent astrologer with the same equal house system. So,
Yeah.
I've seen some phenomenal things with Placidius. Don't get me wrong. I have seen some phenomenal things with the system, but it takes years, and I mean, I'm talking about at least 15 to 20 years to use it in a way that is consistent because there's so many different variables with the different house systems. It just gets very overwhelming. So I agree wholeheartedly. I don't need it. I'm familiar with it. I've used it. I've tested it. But to me, Equal House it just works better for me. But everyone has their thing.
Indeed. Yeah, so definitely appreciate that question, because a lot of people hear a lot of different concepts and stuff like that. And we definitely are open to, delving in any little subjects and in the realm of astrology that, you guys come up with. So thank you for the question. Yeah, and then another thing, what's been going on with our audience, we were just talking about it. I was looking at, the different countries that we're in, and of course, the United States dominates our listener base, but second to the United States is Seychelles. We got a nice little chunk of listeners out there in the Seychelles Island off the east coast of Africa. Near Madagascar. I don't know how we reach them, but for all our listeners out there in Seychelles, man, we definitely appreciate you, man. Tell all your peoples, Indeed. What you think about that, brother Rob?
Yeah, man. I am definitely um surprised. You know what I mean? Not to say that not appreciate it, but definitely surprised. So whoever's out there in Seychelles, send us a line, shoot us a kite, hit us an email or something, say what's up, and say how you got wind of us, or how you like the show.
Absolutely. And after Seychelles, we got the UK. That makes sense.
It does.
We both know good bunch of people out there in the UK.
We do.
And then Brazil, and then
Brazil.
Canada.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What's up,
Yeah,
Brazil?
maybe the our Risha episode
Right.
brought our
The
Brazilians in,
yeah.
So yeah, we definitely appreciate that. So yeah, let's go ahead and delve into today's topic. This is a request that came from one of our listeners. Is that right, brother Rod?
Yeah. Shout out to the brother. He definitely hit me up in person and said he would like to see this particular individual's chart explored, which it is actually one that has been talked about in a few conversations regarding astrology. So it's not something I've heard of a few, but it's been a while. So this one may be new to the listeners, but I've definitely heard it being discussed at length. So it is definitely one that has been rectified and looked at in many, many different ways. But yeah, definitely he did. There was a request in here. If y'all have a request or you want us to explore something like a person's chart or an event, and you have good data, um, let us know. We'd love to add that into the show and really show and prove what the science is all about. So, D-Wash, this one's for you, bruh. This is your request. So, today we're gonna
Indeed.
get into Richard Pryor.
The legend.
Yeah, the
The
icon.
legend. Yeah.
And we're gonna see why in a minute, right? He's the legend,
Yeah.
right? Definitely, definitely. We've covered some interesting people so far, I have to say. Um,
Absolutely.
we've
I
had
think I
some.
think with us, I mean, we're two, black brothers here. We'll touch on some people that some other astrologers won't really talk about that much. Just us having that background and the different people that popped up on our radar coming up and the current events and things like that. So I think we bring a different flavor to the astrology world in that regard.
Yeah, yeah, indeed, indeed.
We touched some of the debate, the main people that everyone touched, like we did Bill Gates and stuff like that. But I haven't really seen nobody do Drake.
Right, right. I haven't either, man. That's true. A lot of the people we touch on, like you said, because of we are that ethnic, persuasion, we have a different approach on our show.
Yeah,
But nonetheless, we touch on the general, folks that touch it. But we do touch on those that, you might have to find this one somewhere.
yeah,
But
indeed.
but as for Richard, it's a lot of controversy that's been recently in the kind of YouTube land, if you will. It was recently, and this is not to say anything negative about anybody because I don't know the truth, and this man is long gone, and we won't know, and some things aren't meant to know.
Yeah,
But there's been a controversy with him recently with regards to Paul Mooney, which both of which I have a lot of respect for, both of which I think are pioneers for our people in the land, in the world of comedy and entertainment. And it's unfortunate that they're not here to talk it out. They're not here to discuss the the common consensus of what people are saying about Paul Mooney and what people are saying about Richard Pryor, both of which I'm sure were um, very close at one point. So it is
yeah,
very unfortunate. But nonetheless, definitely he's been in the news. His son has been in the news. And we're going to talk about a little bit about, um, his life in regards to some of the conjecture, some of the things that have been said outright, even by himself, that he's admitted. So, we're going to see why he would have done those things and why he would have been the type of individual that um, would put his life on display in a way. He put his
yeah,
life on display in a way. A lot of people, um, for the most part, especially in the entertainment field, of course, they just, and they have a right to their privacy. They have a right. Everyone has a right to, experience some degree of personal, existence. And so, but this man, was one that definitely broadcast and portrayed, the inner realms of his subconscious, and talking about that and starting off, Richard Pryor is born. Let me see the date on that one. He is born um, December 1st, 1940, right? And so that puts him, sun, of course, the sun signs in Scorpio, but his ascendant, he's born at 1302, which is a good time, y'all. It's a really solid time. I've checked it. I've looked at different things, different aspects. It's a really solid time. So 1302 is his time. Peoria, Illinois is the city which he's born in. So you all can run those numbers and definitely kind of come up with it and look at it yourself and explore it yourself. But starting off, when he entered into this particular physical plane, he's a Pisces ascendant.
Yeah.
And you have to be real careful about generalizing certain things with regards to looks and things like that from the ascendant and from the physiology, because there's so many things that modify how a person will look, right? The one thing that you always want to pay very close attention to is the ascendant degree, and the ascendant lord, meaning the ruler of the first house, which in this case is Jupiter.
Yeah.
Now, before we move into the ruler and where it all is and all that kind of stuff, I just want to talk about some degrees and how things work in this system. So, the degrees are very specific. We talked about the degrees a little bit in nakshatras, right? About the crucial importance of understanding how these specific degrees are kind of shift the energy within the context of a sign. So Pisces is not going to be Pisces the same way Pisces is for this person, for that person, this person, that person, this person, that. It's all going to be very different because it's calibrated to give that person a very specific set of experiences. And so with Richard, his degree is 0 degrees, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty significant. And the reason is because when a person is born at a 0 degree demarcation, it's almost like they're almost like have a leg in another world, but they're still physically in this world. And so that 0 degrees kind of pulls him a little bit into the Aquarian side of things. But he is actually Pisces, 0 degrees. And that 0 degrees, between 0 degrees and 3 minutes, 0 degrees and 3 degrees, 20 minutes, is actually called the degree of merriment. Well, it's not the degree, but it's the portion of merriment for a Pisces, right? And he's born in Purva Bhadrapada, right? So Purva Bhadrapada is ruled by Jupiter, just like Pisces is ruled by Jupiter. So we talked about sublords, right, and rulerships. So this particular portion of Pisces is double ruled by Jupiter. So with that, it actually is called the portion or pada or piece of Pisces that is called the portion of merriment, right? And it says exactly that. It's literally that translates as the portion of merriment. Well, we have a way to kind of take that word and then filter it or run it through a processor when we understand what they're really saying. Merriment is just another way of saying someone's kind of really jolly, right? But they're also very jovial, which is a Jupiterian type thing. But they're also comedic, or they make laughter, right? Literally, this is this man's degree. I mean, 0 degrees falls within that context. When I saw that, I said, it just dropped the mic. Like, wow. Wow, right? So, when you know that sets the stage, right?
Yeah.
That sets the stage for his whole life. This man was born to make people laugh, right? Born to do this. This is his thing. You couldn't take this away from him. He has the gift of laughter, right? And I don't know about you, man, but back in the day, when I used to date women, make me laugh. You know what I mean? Laughter's a power that moves things.
Oh right? Yeah, it's essential.
It is,
especially when you're courting, or even just. Yeah, it's essential. Absolutely.
I mean, it's a power that we take for granted, but the power to make someone laugh, to remove their inhibitions, right, is a gift from the gods, right? I mean, think about it, if you're hating someone and they make you laugh, right, the laughter diffuses the animosity, right? When you are mad at your mate and you make a joke and it lands right, it diffuses the whole thing. So, it's a gift, and the gift is given to someone that has experienced a broad range of life to give him a very specific purview and ability to convey that laughter and that merriment in a very satirical but real way, right?
Yeah.
And we're going to see why in just a second, right? Why did that pada, that specific 0 degrees, release, right, through an individual that had so much of a tumultuous life, right? So, starting off, right, the 0 degrees, right. Pisces. The one thing about Pisces is that you'll find many of them need constant stimulation, right? They have to. They're constantly engaged in something, right? Constantly. Because think about it. For them to sit still means for them to start to imbibe some of those energies around them, right? Because it's a footless sign. It has no feet. Pisces is the one sign that has no feet, meaning the winds, people, environments, right? Situations can move a Pisces with ease. Very easy, right? And it doesn't appear to be that way, but inside it's a smorgasbord of emotion, right? They have so much of their inner world at their disposal. The outer world is almost silenced to a degree. And so when anything comes from that outer world, it becomes like a loud clanging noise where Piscean energy is overwhelmed. So this type of energy has to stay constantly stimulated in order to avoid certain things that they know can be filtered into their spirit with ease.
Yeah.
And it's an automatic thing. Automatic. You don't even have to say anything. You just see them. You can see it in their eyes. Their eyes look very dreamy. If you ever look in Richard Pryor's eyes, he looks like he's not there almost. Like he's somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Like there's something behind there that you can't see, but it's there. And you can see inside like it's a depth. That's Pisces ascendant. And that's just a look that they have. But his overall physiology, most Pisces are tall. And they also have a way to have a round, I want to say roundness, but they're not lean typically. But with Rich, number one, we have K2 in the ascendant that shapes everything, right? I'm not going to get to the imports of K2 in the ascendant too much because we have so much to just talk about with this man. It would take us on a whole tangent, but we will mention some of those things in a minute regarding that K2 in the ascendant, but that will change his physiology, just to make that mental note, right? But the thing that changed his physiology the most, that gave him the slender, thin look, right, is his ascendant lord. Again, follow the ascendant lord. It's in the second house of Aries.
Yeah.
Increases the metabolic rate, right? Aries is a fire sign. It's going to increase the metabolic rate, right? Not only to mention it's in a fire sign, it's actually within 2 degrees, what we would call conjunct, right? Or within 2 degrees of Saturn. So then Saturn even further, right, makes that person lean, makes Richard lean and thin, right? That's where you're seeing the physiology, right? That's where you're seeing the shape, because you would say Pisces is expansive, large, right? Round, right? And jovial, right? But at the same time, You don't see that with Richard, and this is why. Because you have to be real careful. You see a Pisces ascendant, you automatically start saying, "Yep, this is what that is. This is what it is," and then boom, right? The ascendant Lord's with the Sun.
Yeah.
And that changes the physiology. So this is just to kind of show why Richard would have that disposition of thin, right? Kind of hunched over a little bit. If you ever look at Richard, got a little hunch to him, right? That's Saturn at work, right? And that's very close for Jupiter to be at 14 degrees and Saturn to be at 16 degrees, both Pisces, both Aries, and Saturn is debilitated.
Right? Yeah.
So with that, what happens is when the ascendant Lord goes into the second house, this individual's identity and his personality is going to be strongly influenced by their early childhood.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Family life for them was the key portion of what made up his mental and emotional disposition, because it's his identity. Right?
Mm.
Right? It's his identity. And so when your identity takes this root of being etched and carved by your family, you have to take a look at the family and see what type of family this is.
Yeah.
And the second house has some very peculiar things going on with it. First of all, it has a debilitated Saturn there. So automatically jump, right? This produces an early childhood that is challenged and dysfunctional. Right? Excuse me. This produces an early childhood that's surrounded by criminals, by lawless family, right? Unsavory, types of people, right?
Not good. Not a good, troubled foundation.
Yeah, very troubled foundation. And this is what Saturn debilitated in the second house will do. And I've seen it over and over. In Pisces.
Mm.
Oh, yeah. It works that way. Right? So, again, you can see the life taking shape just from the ascendant Lord in the second house and Saturn being in the second house debilitated automatically. Right? Automatically. I mean, I don't know about you, brother, but it gives my person goosebumps just to be able to see that this person is picture perfect. It fits picture perfect with the chart. You can't even wiggle it if you wanted to.
Yeah.
Right? Now, the second Lord rules the second house, and the second house is the childhood. So now we have Richard identifying with his family, right?
I mean the first Lord.
I'm sorry, thank you. Yeah. We have first Lord in the second house, Richard identifying with his family, identifying with his early childhood, and identifying with the values and the speech that they used in the home. Mm. Well, Richard, right, is notorious, right, for having a potty mouth, right?
Yeah.
And so that literally this person's speech is going to have a lot of foul words. It's written there, but you can see this is a pattern that was formulated from a very early age. Right? Very early age. So the second Lord is in the 8th house. Now, further note, when the second Lord is in the 8th house, and the 8th house is a house of unexpected circumstances, it really deals with the hidden side of life. Right? It deals with the hot side of life that is akin to the genitals or the sexual organs. And that is a side that is not readily disposed in the West.
Mm-hmm.
It's very hidden. For the most part, in most modern countries, unless you in the heartland of the homeland, most folks wear clothes. So again, this is just to know that second Lord in the 8th house showing an early childhood that has a lot of hidden secrets.
Mm.
Right? And in addition to that, when the second Lord is in the 8th house is the house of sexuality, not the house of sex, the act of sex, but the house of sexuality, meaning what is produced from sex, what is garnered or nurtured from sex, which is your sexuality. The true house of sex is the 7th house. The 8th house is the house of sexuality. right? So, right, not only that, when you have the ascendant Lord in the second house, that person is keenly tied into their sensory apparatus. Most of your senses are in the second house.
Mm.
If you understand what the second house represents, it represents the face and the projection of the head itself, meaning what comes out of the head. The first house is the head, the second house is the face. Well, in your face, you have four senses. The fifth is a sensation which can encumber your whole body, right? Which is touch. But your smell, your taste, your sight, and your hearing are all in the second house.
Mm.
So a person becomes sensory, they become overloaded with the senses. They can become engaged with the senses in a heavy, heavy way, right?
Yeah.
And you can see that with Rich because it becomes an ability to control the energy that comes through the first house and kind of numbs it or anesthetizes it, because that combination is a 212, and that really means that it's almost like this particular person can go off and lose himself into himself.
Mm.
When the ascendant lord's in the second house, constantly works, y'all. Check it out. So the second lord's in the eighth, right? And so this also reveals the eighth house is the house of trauma. The second house is the house of childhood. So you can connect the two. Second lord in the eighth house equals childhood trauma. Now, in addition to that, you can add in the equation of whatever is going on in the eighth house to see the nature of the childhood and what took place and what would have been traumatic to this individual. And it was sex, because Venus is the ruler of the eighth and it is with the second lord, Mars.
Yeah.
Not only that, Mercury is there. And Mercury is a multiplier.
Mm-hmm.
So when you know those combinations, you can see clearly that someone had a sexual interaction with him in an early age. Well, it's written, and this is probably in one of his autobiographies, and it's on Wikipedia. It's out there, right? But he was molested at the age of 7.
Mm.
So this is proof in the pudding, right? That this is what we're dealing with here. Right? I mean, you can't get away from it. Now, here's the other thing I want to make mention, right? When you know these things, right? And here's the other piece. Before I forget, let me add this in. Venus aspects the second house as well. So there is a connection with sexuality in the childhood, by and large. Right? So let's just kind of give us a purview of kind of some of the things he experienced as a child, what we see in the chart that validates this, that shows that this is a karmic thing that he was here to deal with, and a karmic lesson for him to master. Now, whether he mastered or not, that's between himself and his higher self. That's between him and the supreme being. But we can see there are challenges that were to be met, without a doubt. And it made him who he is. Obviously, the ascended Lord is you, right? So, adding in and going further, right? Because we now know we can substantiate this, right? He was in, and we use the period, we tie the period in, right, with the actual, what we call dasha, right? Right? We call them a dasha. It's a planetary period that governs a specific time frame, right? And so he, if I'm correct, right, was in a dasha period that really called forth this manifestation of this action to happen, right?
Talking about when he was 7?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it, yeah.
Right. He should have been in a Venus-Mars dasha. In fact, he was.
I see Venus-Saturn.
It depends on how you're calibrated too.
Yeah.
Because from what I can see, you might have a Venus-Saturn up to a certain point, but Venus No, I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. No, I apologize, y'all. My bad. Venus, Mercury. My bad. Not Venus,
Yeah,
Mars.
so
My bad. He'd already.
one somewhere between there, somewhere between Venus, Saturn, and Venus, Mercury.
It's gonna. I would have bet you bottom dollars the later half of that year because of how the sun energy moves throughout the year.
Yeah,
I would bet it's at the end of the year because he follows. It leads him up to the Venus K2 period all the way up into to 51. So in 48, I'm pretty sure if maybe I mean our time could be maybe a nudge off,
yeah,
but I would bet your bottom dollar it would have happened after June, July of that year. So, but here's the thing: Venus and Mercury are both in the eighth house.
yeah.
I mean, you can't get no better than that. And then Saturn, let's just say we moved it back, and let's say, oh, no, it happened in April. Well, guess what? He's in a Venus Saturn period, right? All the way up until August of 48. So even then,
Yeah.
Saturn's debilitated in the second house. Right there again. You can still see between those two dasha periods, this is when this man was touched.
Steep, man.
So, moving into some other aspects of this, because I don't want to, stay in that too much. We're going to talk about the moon because we build the chart, right? We build the being up from the ground up. The ground is the ascendant and what's going on with the ascendant Lord. But then we look at the moon as the mentality, the mindset of this individual, right? And so the moon in the 10th, right, is very, very key because it gives him a very strong drive to gain recognition, right? It reveals to the public your childhood in that phenomenon. That your childhood at some point becomes, or your life is at some point on personal display.
Yeah.
Right? He definitely tries to achieve, the highest, status. They call it a fishbowl effect, if you will, because again, a lot of the daily activity and a lot of the person's life is just it's privy to the public eye, right?
Yeah.
But again, this person's mother becomes key in their life as well if you've paid attention to what he said, right? He's a public icon. That's what the moon in the 10th house will produce, right? Hard to live a private life. It can't really get away from the public scrutiny of, being always looked upon or something happened, Richard's in the news in the next 5 minutes. But he also is one that does promote social change. And the moon in the 10th house a lot of times will do that. It will promote. It will be the instrument that will try to change things in the world. So, this is the moon in the 10th house. This is this man's chart.
Yeah.
Right. And I could go on and on, right? Just because of the moon and the power it has in the 10th. Imagine and think about it like this. The moon in the 10th house means that at the time he was born, the sun was about to set. Couple, maybe 4 hours. So the moon was right behind the sun in the sky, in the heavens, midday. Right? So the moon was right there. You could see it. So when you can see the moon, the person becomes prominent. Right? Because their mind is out there. His mind is out there. When he's on stage, you can see his mind. It's his mind that he's giving us. Right? It's his filter of reality that makes him who he is. Now, adding in Jupiter, right, is the planet of joviality and humor. Well, the moon is in Sag. So now we got two things that denote the personality type that really gives him that ability to make people just laugh. Right? And from a personal perspective. Right? There's a lot of up and downs, a lot of changes in the life when the moon is in the 10th house. And for good reason, because the moon, changes. Right?
Yeah.
It waxes and it wanes. You can see his life, right, has highs and some extreme lows. right? But it was always in the public eye, right? Now, the moon also represents the mother in a child in a natal chart, right? And so the way we kind of see this is the two things that we look at, and really three, if you will, but automatically when I look at the moon in the 10th house, a lot of people say, well, the mom must have been really powerful, important. Not necessarily. The mom played a major role in shaping his mindset and who he is, either from osmosis or from just being the fact that this person wanted that relationship with her. But it wasn't there. And the reason why it's not there is because we count the fourth from the moon. The moon is what we call a karaka. These are terms that we've mentioned in the previous show, so it should be where you're now kind of catching how these things are used, and we'll further explore them as we go. But the moon is the indicator or the karaka of mother. So we look for the fourth house, which is also mother, from the moon to see the interrelationship between the person and his mother. Well, K2, the planet of detachment, abandonment, right, is in the ascendant. So the person's relationship with the mother is definitely one that was not bonded or not connected in a strong way.
Yeah.
His mother was an alcoholic. Well, then we look to the fourth house, the fourth lord in the eighth house.
Yeah.
With Venus and Mars, aspected by Saturn and Jupiter. So again, showing the consistency of the chart. In relation to his life. Now he also has what's called a Kimdrum yoga, right? Which is the moon is alone, and there's not a planet in 1, 4, 7, or 10 from it. That means it's a Kimdrum yoga. So that person had a lonely disposition, right? They didn't really connect too well with others in the sense that they didn't filter reality in the proper way. They're very much alone, very much by themselves, very much looking at everything from a over here type view and you're over there type view.
Yeah.
Right. So again, just going in, but Sagittarius moon is powerful in the 10th because it gives that person the ability to move the masses. So it's kind of like a catch-22. These things come in 2s and 3s and 4s. One thing can create many other things. So the moon in the 10th is a blessing and a curse at the same time. Life comes that way. Whatever is your positive is always some negative attached to it. It's usually in some way. So the Kimdrum Yoga, right, really shows this person is a loner. Right? He can stand alone too, though. That's the good thing. Kimdrum Yoga stands alone. They don't need you. Right? They can go through things where many people would say, you know what, I need to talk to my cousin. And really, actually, no. You know what? No. He doesn't have technically a Kimdrum Yoga because the sun is actually in the 12th house from it. I'm just paying attention to that. But still similar effects in the Kimdrum Yoga from that. The sun is almost with the moon, which creates a new moon. So it's still very similar. But it is still a moon that shows a person of external projections with an internal seclusion, very much to themselves in their inner world, but chose to put their life on display at the same time. Kind of ironic. But the other thing is that I want to talk about is the periods of life that he lived, right? And before I even delve into that, one real quick thing here, K2 in the ascendant will also create certain things. It creates it makes the person permeable, makes their chi, their energy, right, have dips and pieces missing, right, from it. And so this person is literally trying to fill a void. K2 is a void. Right, so when you have K2 in a house, it's a void. It's like a black hole, right? And black holes bend space and what? Time. So K2 is always where you're connected to from the past life as well. Little hidden secret, but it's a black hole, right? So this person has a hole that he has to fill. So when you understand that, and it's the personality, it's him where he feels it physically, right? He has to get this thing filled. And so you fill it with different things. You fill it with your career. You fill it with people. You fill it with food. You fill it with knowledge. Or you can fill it with things that can take you out, right? But it has to be filled. That's the key. So, right, making him kind of indecisive at will, if you will, little apathetic, kind of like numb, not having any real rules or regulations about his life. Just living life as if you were a wanderer. Right? Not to say he was, but he was, in a way. So, moving deeper, right? Moving deeper, right? And the thing is that wherever a K2 is, there's a ruler. That ruler is the karmic in that planet. That planet is the dictate or the pinpoint of what it is that you're supposed to get out of your karmic, right, lessons. And we won't get into that. We'll do another show on that maybe down the line some other time, how Rahu and K2 kind of work. But just know that the family, right, is the real big piece that he came to master and understand, right, from another past life, that this is something that he had to work out, the karmic steel with these people. Right. So, getting in further, right, now we're going to look at the sun sign a little bit. And we'll just look at it a little, right, because we got other things to cover in the next 30 minutes, maybe 20 minutes. So, the sun is in Scorpio. Now we've got the body, we've got the mind. Let's look at the core. Let's look at the soul. Let's look at the internal directives of this person, which is intense.
Yeah.
Right. 16 degrees Scorpio is intense. It's intense. He has a very intense core. Relentless, right? Obsessive, right? Fiercely driven, right? You start to see Richard, right? Because there's a side of him that kind of was like, he's not a playful guy. He's funny. Not real warm, though.
Yeah.
Right? Scorpio is serious. And the sun there is serious. Because that makes the person's focus, their internal barometer, to take pressure high. It can take a lot of pressure. Right? So he could get in. He could be on. And he started off where they said it wasn't even that funny. It wasn't. Yeah. But he mastered it. That's Scorpio. When Scorpio is operating out of his higher vectors and wavelengths, it's all about mastery. It's all about facing your demons.
Yeah.
And so he did that. Right? He did that, without a doubt. He did that. So the sun in the 9th house also talks about a person, that holds a high regard for religion and spirituality, but maybe not participate. The father is also the son, and the father was also very abusive and also had problems. Right? And so we see the father being very aggressive and kind of mean. Kind of mean. Straight up. Let's just keep it a buck. Dad was kind of mean.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm not going to harp on his movie, but it does show it in the movie. Right? It shows it. That the dad was very mean and said some hurtful things, and I think that's what caused him to want to leave. And I don't know how true the movie is, but it would make sense with a chart like this.
Yeah.
It really would. It just makes sense that would be the disposition of how he and his father interacted. Even though sun's in the 9th house, the ruler of the sun is in the 8th.
Mm.
Right.
12 from, I mean, yeah, 12 from it.
Yep. 12. Not only 12 from it, but the Lord of the ninth. Yeah, exactly. It's in the eighth. But the sun is there, which makes it a double indicator, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So now it's like boom,
Same.
boom. And we look for confluence.
Yeah.
Well, then Saturn is in opposition to Mars. Right? And look at the degree of Saturn. 16 degrees Saturn, 14 degrees Mars. 2-degree orb. That's tight.
Yeah.
Mean dad. So you see, this is how you begin to construct a person's being and lay it out, right? So that you can begin to see. So he's born in the Venus Dasha, right? He's born into a Dasha period that's ruled by a house ruler that is tumultuous. So he's born into a tumultuous situation. And Venus is within 1 degree of Mars. Venus is 13 degrees, Mars is 14 degrees. That is a 1 degree orb. That is super tight. That means that person was born he came into a life that was designed to give him hell. The 8th house is a hellish house. I mean, if you wanted to describe it, it's a house that is going to rip you apart, and then you can hope that it puts you back together again.
Yeah.
Death-like circumstances. Imagine being born into a life that is death-like already, changing at a moment's notice. This is what we see with Richard, right? The Venus rules the 3rd and the 8th house. Again, honing in on the changes that were destined for him to be born into. I mean, imagine your mother's a prostitute, and the 4th lord goes into the 8th house of prostitution. Wow. Right? She's born as a prostitute. You can't have any stability with a mother that is leaning in on a life that is unsavory. You just don't have a stability whatsoever. So you're born into this changing dynamic.
Yeah.
Right? Just automatic. No choice of your own. Right? No, like, I'm going to sign up for this and let me go on and do this. No, it's commanded. It's literally impelled that you have to get this done. Right? The soul has a different operation in thinking and reasoning and understanding than our limited capacity. It gives you the things that you need. Maybe not the things that you want, but the things that you need.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Venus period up until around 11, Sun period from 11 to right around 17. And this is when he began to live with his father. I mean, this is recorded. Right? So you can see the falling out with the father right there. Right? Father's son period's got all kind of stuff to deal with regards to dad. Right? That falls out with dad, then he enters to a moon period. And then this is when he begins, right, to do certain things to try to set his karmic alignment up to manifest what it is. But the moon period lasts until 27. So the moon period is when he gets his start in his profession. And what house is the moon placed in?
10th.
Profession. Right? So you can see this without a doubt.
Yeah,
he enters
absolutely.
the military at 18, and guess what Dasha period he was in at 18?
He was in Moon.
Mars.
Yep.
Moon Mars. I mean, you can't get no you know. Just saying. Right? That's his destiny. He entered there, didn't do well. Right? I mean, could you imagine Richard Pryor, foot soldier, right? On the line, yeah, okay. Nah, that wasn't his thing. And obviously, he saw it for himself. So, during the moon dasha, I'm not going to get into all the specifics, right? Because we'd be here for 3 hours doing this, right? But the moon in the 10th house in the dasha period is the start of his career in comedy, right? Now, what's so phenomenal is the father passes in 68. What dasha is he in 68?
He is in Mars.
In 68?
What
In the very beginning.
Oh, moon.
Moon, sun.
Moon, sun.
What did he lose it? What did he lose in 68? Father. Father is 12th from the moon.
Mm-hmm.
In this period. I mean, you just can't get any better than this, folks. Yeah. Moon, Venus, when he loses his mother in 67. Right? Venus is in the 8th house, conjuncting the 4th lord of mother. She leaves. These are just it's all there. All there. It's amazing. I mean, when I said, I'm like, wow, like you can't get any better than this, right? So we know when he got his started in his career. We knew when he lost his mother. Knew when he lost his father. All vindicated through the chart. Right?
Yeah.
Now, moving deeper in, right? He goes into a Mars dasha starting 68. In 69, he moves to California and tries to link up with the Black Panther Party in a Mars dasha. Mars Rahu to be exact, and Rahu is the planet of rebellion. I mean, you just can't get any better.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, this is when his career really took off. Right? And the Mars is in a Lakshmi Yoga. Lakshmi Yoga in the 8th house? What? They can be in any house. Doesn't matter the house. But the Lakshmi Yoga gave him big blessings. How do we say? Well, Richard is an individual that is, for the most part, when he puts his mind to do something, you can't change it. And Lakshmi means goal. Right? It just means goal. One that achieves his goal achieves wealth. So Richard's goals to use his speech through his body to make others laugh. The Lakshmi Yoga is involved with the Ascendant Lord, which is Jupiter, and the 9th Lord, which is Mars. Mars aspects Jupiter by 1 degree, less than 1 degree. That means this yoga is destined to happen in the Mars Dasha period, and he has a Mars Dasha period during his life. This is when you begin to see when the Lakshmi Yoga catapults him to stardom. So, when we talk about the Lakshmi Yoga, right, look at the combination and how it works. Mars' ruler is Venus, which is in the same house. But the 3rd Lord is also Venus. And the 2nd Lord is Mars in the 8th house with Venus. So we have the 2nd Lord and the 3rd Lord conjoined. And they aspect the 10th Lord, which is career. Make sense?
Yeah.
That's the Lakshmi Yoga, and its timing is perfect through the whole entire Mars Dasha period. This is how this astrology works. So now we have all of these. I've added all these things up to show you you can't even wiggle it if you wanted to. That's how we get a good time, right? It's solid. And it has an AA rating, if I'm not correct, right?
Yeah, it does.
So moving deeper in, right? He's in the Mars Dasha from 68, the age of 27, to the ages of 34, which is 1975, right?
Yeah.
And so, lo and behold, right? The Rahu Dasha period, when it takes over, y'all, and some of you may experience this, you might be going through it, or you might know someone, or what have you. I've been through it, and I have a T-shirt show for it, right?
Yeah.
And other goodies to go with it, right?
coming soon.
Right. But Rahu is you in yours, right? Rahu's no joke. It doesn't bode well for. It's a very hard dasha. It's a hard dasha. And for someone that has it, where Rahu is in the 7th house, that's someone that is constantly searching the eternal other. That's what Rahu means in the 7th. You're searching the eternal other.
Mm-hmm.
And the other can only be found in the 8th house, where the karmic distribution planet is. So the void that needs to be filled in the 1st, you're searching through the other in the 7th. Now that Lord goes to the 8th of drugs, of sex, of drama. Right? Now we begin to see Rahu's taking full effect, and its Lord, its ruler, is disseminating the karmic lessons through the 8th house. So Rahu starts at 34. Look what happens in 80. He hits a Rahu Saturn period. That alone, to me, because I know what it is, speaks volumes. That person is so highly challenged with emotional disturbances. The person it was hard for him to manage. And then to add in the drugs, which is Rahu, he probably got introduced to drugs in the mid-70s when he got to a certain point of his Mars period, but didn't take off with it until he got into his Rahu period.
Yeah.
And when he got into his Rahu period, well, in 1980, he doused himself, right? It's 1980, correct? I think it's 80.
Yeah.
Yeah, 1980.
June 10th.
June, right? The June 1980. So you see how close these periods are. I don't know about you, but I might nudge his time a minute back. Maybe 2. Because that'll put it right at June of 75.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, June of 80. Excuse me. It'll put it right at June of 80. Maybe July-ish of 80. So I mean, there's such a hairline degree. It's still very, 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 very close.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you begin to see this, right, now we know, this is karma. What we witnessed in this man's life was his karma. Now, that doesn't mean you got to go out and burn yourself. It just means that the spiritual techniques that were to avail him of the mentality and the mindset of such a thing just wasn't at his disposal.
Yeah.
To our knowledge, because it could have been. Right, but it wasn't it wasn't what we would have access to stave off or to try to combat that. So, he fell into karma, and karma played its hand, and he did exactly what the lowest degree of the karmic implications would be. Right? And so he's in a Rahu period until 93. He had a bout with drugs all the way through. So it wasn't just when he burned himself up, that was it. There was more. So you can see Rahu at work all day, every day. It doesn't stop, right? It creates an insatiable desire. To get something, you just have to know what that something is based on your chart.
Yeah.
So, and you have to hit a Rahu Dasha too, right? That's the other thing. He goes into his Jupiter Dasha, right? I mean, and Mars is when he has his major success. Rahu has a lot of success too, despite the challenges, right? And you would make sense because Rahu's still connected to that Lakshmi Yoga, right? Through Mercury in the 8th, right? There's still an interplay. There's still what's called sambandha, or a tie. That's what sambandha is. It doesn't mean that you have to be in that planet. Can be tied in some way, and it still works. It still gives you the boons of that particular time frame and yoga. So up until 52, right? He's in Rahu, and I'm sure in 52, 53ish. At the age of 52, 53, 93, 94, that's probably when he really started to wake up, because Jupiter wakes you up. I had my Rahu Dasha. I was a different person overnight the next day when my Rahu Dasha started to kick off. And I'm serious. It was like you wouldn't even know me. That's how much impact Jupiter has to clean up the toxins that Rahu leaves behind.
Yeah.
So I would imagine, and he may have had some similar bouts, but I guarantee you there were nil or probably small in degree in comparison, especially when you begin to notice that he begins to become sicker, right, over time. And then he checks out, right, in a Jupiter Moon Ketu Dasha. He checks out. Right. And how would he check out? During a Jupiter Dasha period. It rules his ascendant, right? That should be the time when you should be able to recover from any illness, and provided it's healthy, provided it's strong. But let's take a look. His ascendant lord in the second house is the house of death, not the 8th house. The 8th house is how you die. The second house and the 7th house, both of which are called Makara houses, is the timing of death, or the instrument of death, or when the Grim Reaper is timed to knock on your door, right? So Jupiter's in the second house. There it is. Now, for older people, the second and 7th house is really what you look for, because in younger people, it's usually not the second house that takes you out. It's some unexpected event. But it can have some implications there too. Just depends on how things are set up. But the second house being a Makara house, and he's of an ailing, he's not healthy, right? Not a healthy 64-year-old man. He was ailing, right? So with that, then the second house can kick in and create the timing of death. So Jupiter's in the second, Moon is in the 10th, but Moon is co-ruled by the Moon is ruled by Jupiter. So now we have kind of a double implication, and we always look for confluence, which is things that add up over time that yield a result. So now we have the Moon being ruled by Jupiter in a Dasha period of Jupiter, and its K2 has a sub period, which K2 is in the 12th from the Moon, meaning it's time to let the body go.
Yeah.
Jupiter, K2's in the 12th from Jupiter, K2's in the first house, and the ruler of the first is in the second. So that means K2 is in the 12th from the ruler, and it means it's time to let this physical vehicle go. So
yeah, that's interesting.
It is interesting, right? I mean, it's crazy, but it's right there. Because K2 is the planet that causes you to surrender to God, to let go. surrender to the supreme being, the netter, whatever you want to call it, that which cannot be named, but is right the nameless, named one. You cannot ever name the supreme being, because once you do, you've lost something. But you can try to understand it through its expressions in the universe. And the best thing we could say is that the supreme being is not that which creates which is, but is not. So K2 is that part that takes you to that which is not.
You know, I can relate to that because I lost my mom in a similar type of combination between the moon and K2, in the fourth house in my case. So yeah,
you see
definitely,
yeah. You know, so this is Richard Pryor's basic. We could go on, right? Trust me, we could go on. We'd be here for a while. But we don't want to go too far and just kind of keep it very general so people can explore it themselves, take the information and apply it and start to work it out. See things that we maybe didn't discuss, or see things that maybe, they would like to explore it as a topic in regards to maybe a yoga or a connection between certain things. We always can do that as well. But for the most part, this is this man's destiny. Right?
Yeah.
Written, if you will, right, in the heavens. So what you think about that one, brother? How you feeling about that one? We good?
Yeah, man. It's just it's just right there, man. I mean, it's I mean, even there's even a connection between that period of time where he doused himself in the rum, and his death. Is some similar things popping off in those dasha periods, and those antidasha periods, in between them, showing those key moments. So yeah, man, this is a good chart to really show the power of astrology, and knowing what destiny has in store for you.
Indeed. It just when you have the king of the dashas, I could have touched on it through another dasha system. I don't want to do that because it's it's not very complex. It's just more to learn. But there's another system I use out of Jaimini called Chara Dasha, movable dasha, and it works just as powerful if you know how to look at it. I didn't get into the yoga karakas or anything like that, but just so you know, I mean, not yoga karakas, but his chara karakas, which are indicators that move, of things that indicate the soul that change with each chart. Well, his Atma Karaka, or the indicator of his soul, is Mercury. Laughter. Right? The gift of gab. Right? That is shown as well. Right? So, just to show, this chart here is a really good one to use to learn how to study astrology and how to apply a lot of the techniques and the methodologies.
Indeed. So yeah, man, I think we can table this one right there, man.
I would say so too, my brother.
Good deal. So yeah, just want to remind everybody that this episode was brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprucia Astrology. Make sure you go follow us on our social media platforms and our websites and emails. Email Brother Ra, to get in the consultation queue.
Oh yeah, because it's a queue. It's a queue.
Indeed. Follow us on Instagram at Cosmic Convo. Like I said, we're winding up this season, so we got 4 more shows.
That's right.
4 more shows this season. And we're gonna hit some heavy topics, coming up and stuff like that, and end the season off right, and get geared up for the next season or whatnot. And Brother Rod, you got something you want to say before we close out?
No, just use this time wisely. Astrology just doesn't talk about, or doesn't just highlight planets. and signs, houses, and so forth, it really talks about also the timing of things with regards to the seasons. So use this time to reflect, to go in, to come out on the other side when we come out into the so-called new year. Use this time to really, get in to yourself. Take your chart and meditate on it. Take it and walk with it. Take it and talk with it. Take it and explore your destiny and look at what's going on around you and look at what's going on in you, because this is what this time of the year is used for, is self-reflection. So, by all means, no, astrology is just not what we study in regards to the movement of planets, but the movement of time and the movement of light and darkness in regards to, the earth and how the energy flows. So that'd be my only last, tidbit I want to leave with the people, is just use this time wisely.
Indeed. So on that note, thank you all for listening. We'll be back here same time, same place next week. And we're out. Peace. Peace. You're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos podcast. I'm your humble host, Herut, and we got the good brother here, Brother Ra. How you doing?
Brother, taking it a day at a time, getting to this solstice. How about yourself?
Hey man, same here. A lot of things are changing. New additions to the family and everything. So just getting acclimated, man. So, but everything is good, man. We're in traded.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Congratulations on that, man. Beautiful baby girl. Congratulations, man. Definitely.
Thank you. Indeed, man. But before we go further, I want to remind everybody that this episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Calipurusha Astrology. You can find Push It Forward Media Group at Push It Forward on Instagram. That's PUSHITFWD. And you can find us on the web as well at pushitforward.com, spelled just like the Instagram handle. Brother Rod, tell them how to get a hold of you and Calipurusha Astrology.
You can get a hold of my person at calipurusha@gmail.com, or you can hit me up on Shechem Ra on IG, and you can hit me up at Shechem Ra on Facebook as well.
Good deal. And, don't forget to follow us, this podcast, at Cosmic Convo on Instagram. That's CosmicConvo, Cosmic Convo. And, that's where you can ask us questions, interact, see updates about the podcast and everything like that. And, just to stay locked in with us. And, whatever platform you're listening to this on, make sure you subscribe to it. Those numbers mean a lot. It helps us to be able to grow the podcast and, take it to the next level. So we'll definitely appreciate that. All right. So, we took last week off because of, what we just talked about. I have a newborn now and stuff like that, so, I had to take some time, get everybody acclimated or whatnot. But we come here on this episode and like I've said before, we kind of rounding up this end of the season. and I think this has been a pretty successful first season. What do you think, brother Rob?
I think it's been an excellent season, brother. We've covered a lot of ground, talked about a lot of different things, explored different aspects of different people's lives. So I would say this has been a phenomenal first season, brother. Definitely.
Absolutely. So yeah, we're rounding it up, and we're gonna cap this season at episode 25, which is coming right up on us, and we got a couple little surprises right there at the end as well. That's that I think everybody would enjoy. But yeah, so today, this episode kind of piggybacks off a previous one a little bit, right? And it's kind of a common question that I've experienced. I'm not sure about you, brother Ra. In regards of when you start dealing with the Jotis, you certain terminology written in the text that a lot of times in a modern context you have to kind of update it a little bit, or it might not quite mean the same thing that it meant 1,000 years ago or so, right? So for this one in particular, we're gonna explore kind of the idea to see when a chart actually predicts kind of how the text writes, and the concept that we're talking about is the concept of Raja Yogas, right? Hey, brother, could you probably go a little bit into just in general what's a Raja Yoga and kind of like what it meant in like an ancient context, before we go a little further?
Yeah. So Raja. Let's break down the word itself first, right? And we mentioned it a little while ago in one of the podcasts with regards to yogas.
Yeah.
And so it just simply means a royal that produces yoga that produces royalty, or a planetary connection or placement that can create someone of a prominence. And when we say prominence, we're talking about today's age, today's time. Prominence in ancient times was not something because of notoriety. It wasn't something because you were voted in. It wasn't something because you had a lot of money. You were. But basically what it is, it's a power yoga. It's a yoga that creates power, prominence, the ability to make your impact on the world, if you will. And there's other yogas. I mean, there's so many yogas that can do different things, but a Raja yoga specifically is one that connects certain houses with other houses by way of aspects, placements, or conjunctions. And when we have we'll leave it there. We'll touch on that as we go, but the Raja yoga just basically means a yoga or a planetary combination that creates someone that has prominence or status.
Yeah. And the to that point, the common question that I get is that you'll get something like if you read the text, if you read the the classic text and stuff like that, it might read something like bring forth the king, when leads to kingship of royal status, right? And people ask me all the time, like, well, I got this Raj yoga, but I ain't a king, so why does it say that? Or the better question that they'll ask is that, is there a scenario where a Raja yoga can actually bring forth a king?
Yeah, Right. Well, that's what we're going to talk about today.
Yeah.
Is those yogas that literally create individuals that are um, either kings through bloodline or kings through a spiritual line, but nonetheless kings.
Indeed. Kings or queens. Well, we won't get bit up.
Right. Right. Oh, well, I'm sorry. Yeah, you want to be biased,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
No, kings and queens. Absolutely, brother. Definitely.
Indeed. Indeed. So yeah. So let's I guess you can go over some of the basic, conditions of a Raj Yoga, and then, kind of navigate into like what type of things, we'll see when it bring forth somebody that's actually a ruler of some sort on that level. We got a couple charts we'll go over as well.
Definitely. But let me say this also in regards to the yogas. Certain planetary placements themselves, which create a yoga, and we're going to talk about. Let's talk about it. I'm trying to think of an example we can jump right off into before we talk about the charts themselves. Well, we'll hold off on that as well. But generally speaking, a Raja Yoga is when a Kendra house or Kendra Lord is interacted with a Trikona house, a Trikona Lord or interacts with a Trikona house or Lord. And those are the ones that we really focus on. There's other ones that have some subtle kind of back end meanings, but these are the general ones that we look for that we can quickly notice in the chart. Doesn't take very long. You can size it up within a couple of minutes. So when we look at a chart, we want to see, first of all, and I always tell you this every time you look at a chart, instead of going everywhere else, just start from the ascendant. The ascendant is always the place where we look to see the qualifying yogas. You can look from other placements like the moon, even the sun at times, or even the planet that you're looking at in regards to maybe a dasha period or something of that nature. But for the most part, the ascendant is where we start. And so the ascendant Lord itself are usually key qualifiers of a person's chart, just in generally speaking.
Yeah.
If the ascendant is strong in a chart, you can have a lot of damage done to a chart, and the person still may very well make well of themselves, or they may be able to survive a lot of tumultuous times in life because the ascendant is strong. So, it goes both ways. But the strength of the ascendant is crucial nonetheless. So, we're always looking for the ascendant. We want to look to see where if the ascendant is conjunct either the fifth lord or the ninth lord, right? Or even the fourth lord or the seventh lord. Those things also can strengthen a yoga with regards to being or creating a kingly status, because those houses 1, 4, 7, and 10, which are Kendra houses, are power houses. Those are the ones that give you the strength, the backbone, the force to really get things done. Now, let me say this also: yogas that are Raja yogas can be in all kinds of houses. It just has to have an interaction with one of those combinations, which gives it strength, right? So you can have a Raja yoga in the 6th, right? If the 10th lord and the 5th lord are aspect or are in the sixth house. Does it make sense to you?
Indeed.
Right. So the 6th house matters will stand to be promoted in a certain type of way, right? So instead of illness, you have someone that treats the illness, which is a doctor or a nurse. You have someone that deals with criminality. Well, maybe they're not the criminal, they become the criminal attorney, right? Or they become a cop or a police officer, right? The energies are still focused within that realm, but the way it turns or changes is basically leans towards a more healthier expression of that particular house's significators. Does that make sense?
It does. It does indeed.
Okay. So the Raja yogas can be in any house, but they have to contain and interact with regards to those particular major houses 1, 4, 7, and 10, And then 5 and 9, which are your Tricone houses or trine houses. The 5th house and the 9th house. The 5th house is your Purva Punya. So anytime it interacts with the 1st, 4th, 7th, or 10th lords, that creates a yoga that really ties into your past life credit and other things. The 9th house is kind of like, for the lack of better words, and I'm trying to speak to a broad audience here, y'all, so kind of bear with me. But the grace of God, if you will, is the 9th house.
Yeah.
Some people call it Lady Luck, right? Some people call it your spiritual bankroll, if you will, or an angel on your shoulder, those types of things. That's the 9th house stuff, right? And so the 9th Lord, if it interacts with 1, 4, 7, or 10 in any way, meaning the Lord being placed there, aspecting the Lord, or the Lord aspecting it, then there's a Raja Yoga that can be created from the 9th Lord as well, interacting through 1, 4, 7, or 10. So that being the basic construct of what a Raja Yoga is, again, there's other combinations. Just for the sake of time, we're not going to go down that road. We will maybe at some point in the future. But we have a few charts that we're going to cover so we can unravel what those placements look like, and you can go see for yourself as to what it really is as far as when a person is born to be king or born to be queen.
Indeed.
So, how you feeling? We good?
Yeah, we're good. I mean, yeah, it's not. I mean, like, nowadays, we don't really, I mean, they exist. Kings and queens exist. But it's just interesting. You know what I mean? Like looking through the charts. From different people who are emperors or kings and queens like that in the past, and kind of seeing how it's kind of transitioned now. And what you see in a ruler's chart today is much different than what you would see in some of those charts that were royalty.
Yeah, and just because the way in nature, society, the way nature has, society has changed the nature of society.
Yeah.
Now it's those individuals that really are literally of some type of bloodline royalty are looked upon as figureheads in many respects, and so they don't have and wield the same power that they used to. They still wield power, don't get me wrong, but we live in an age of democracy for the most part, and so that system of governance is long gone, but still the remnants are there, and even though those remnants are there, they still hold the same energy because they're born into the same family. That doesn't change anything. It's just the world around them changes.
Yeah.
So those yogas are still very much powerful and potent, especially considering a couple of people that we're going to delve into here shortly.
Indeed. So let's get into it.
Let's do it. So first person we're going to deal with is, and these are not, I mean, most everyone knows, if you live in the 20th century, 21st century, you know who these people are. They're not hard to find or find out information about them, but you don't hear a lot about them in the news and things of that nature. But these are people that are actually bona fide certified rulers, leaders of their respective countries or areas.
Yeah.
So the first person we're going to touch on is Japanese Emperor Showa Hirohito.
Mm-hmm.
And so Showa Hirohito was the emperor that more or less ruled during the time of World War II and World War I, I believe, as well. In fact, he lived for quite some time. And so, in fact, I'll give you his birth time information here so you all can look at it for yourself. Hirohito is, let's see, April 29th, 1901. I have a time of 8:37 p.m. And he was born in Tokyo, Japan. So this individual was born in 1901. So he's seen pretty much every war there has been to be seen in the 19th century. Well, the 20th century. So, do you remember a movie called The Last Samurai?
Yeah. It's been a while since
Right.
I've seen it, but yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So that wasn't about Hirohito. That's prior to Hirohito. But it's funny because when you look at the movie and you actually see the person that plays the emperor, he looks like the guy Hirohito, like literally, like they could pass for family.
Yeah.
So it's kind of strange, right? But when you're talking about Japanese emperors, that's the power that these individuals. I mean, these are very powerful individuals that ruled um, a very powerful nation. Japan has been a player in the game for a long time, and even to consider the fact that they had 2 atomic bombs dropped on them and still found a way to take and reverse engineer Western technology and become a power structure in the world today. So the nation of Japan, by and large, is a very powerful nation to rule. In fact, just to consider the size of Japan, I mean, it's an island, right? And the size of China, which is, one of the largest pieces of the landmass in Asia, considering the Japanese dominated and controlled and subdued the Chinese.
Yeah.
So we're talking about a very powerful group of individuals. So Hirohito, right, his chart really does show, and I'm not going to get into his life details and show everything, right, but we're going to talk about him just in general. So he's born as a Scorpio ascendant, right? And so we're going to touch on a little bit about what some of these things mean with regards to the ascendant, so you get an idea of how to qualify a yoga. Yogas are placed, but you have to qualify them to see the power of the yoga, to see if the yoga will produce what is promised, right? And so this yoga, well, first of all, Hirohito is born as a Scorpio ascendant. So Scorpio ascendants, right? If you want to kind of keep it just brass tacks, they're born to rule, right? But the first things they have to learn to rule is themselves. And without that, they're the worst. They can be the most despotic ruler in known to man, but they can also be some of the most powerful rulers. But the reason why we say that they're kind of born to rule is because Scorpio as an ascendant has Leo as the 10th house. And so if anyone knows anything about astrology, we all kind of know that the sign of Leo is the lion, and the lion's the king, right? King of the jungle, king of whatever you want to call it. The sign of the king is Leo.
Yeah.
So the 10th house is the most powerful house in all the chart, right? Even more powerful than the ascendant. And so that qualifies this yoga in that the ascendant lord is in the 10th house, right? When you have that as a disposition, that automatically creates someone that is automatically going to have the disposition to have prominence anyway. Just brass tacks, bottom line, period. That's what it does. The ascendant lord in the 10th house brings someone to prominence, right? In some way, shape, form, or fashion, right? Now, that is number one, right? The second thing we want to kind of look at is what kind of shapes the ascendant lord. What what kind of like goes around it and formulates under it and kind of encapsulates it and changes its modus operandi, if you will, because the ascendant lord in the 10th house automatically, like we said, brings someone to prominence. Well, the ascendant lord's in Leo.
Yeah.
Point number 2, right? So now we got this individual, he himself, right, has been shaped emotionally, mentally, psychologically, right? And even somewhat physically, because the ascended Lord is the body, the physical vehicle. He himself feels the need and identifies, because the ascended Lord is also your identity. He identifies as a king, being that the ascended Lord is in Leo, right? To further fine tune, to get more specific and more granulated with regards to how we see this, the ascended Lord is now also, not only is it in Leo, but it's also in Magha, and Magha is the sign that literally talks about the throne. It is the nakshatra, excuse me. It is the portion of Leo, as we discussed earlier in one of our podcasts. Each one of these signs has a portion, where the portion that the ascended Lord dwells in is in Magha, and Magha is the sign of royalty, the nakshatra of royalty, excuse me. It is the nakshatra of the king. So he himself literally is represented in the 10th house as someone of prominence, in the sign of Leo as a king, and not only that, but in the nakshatra of Magha, which also further reinforces that he sits on the throne.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't get no better than that, right? Right. Now, secondly, right, the second thing we want to do is to kind of see where things fall in with regards to what connections this planet might have with the ninth or the fifth house. Well, it turns out that the ascendant Lord is in the 10th house, but so is the ninth Lord, which is the moon. So the ninth Lord being in the 10th house with the ascendant Lord in the 10th house creates a Raja Yoga in the 10th house. 10th house Raja Yogas are very powerful. Not to say the other ones aren't, but some of them, most are more behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Right? This is in front of you. This is going to be seen. This is intended to be seen, and this is intended to shine. So this person with the moon now also in Leo, right? Also in Leo, and the moon is in Uttara Falguni, which is also co-ruled by the sun. It's a portion of Leo, that nakshatra, right? That is ruled by the sun. So it's almost to say as if this person's physical life and physical identity is not only kingly, but is in his mind, thinks in a kingly way, right? So that's again another qualifier to show that this bar none is someone that is a king, right? Born to be king. The other thing we have to do is to qualify the 10th house. And the way we do that is several ways. Any planets aspecting the 10th house, any planets flanking the 10th house. Flanking means that if there's a planet in the 9th and a planet in the 11th, and they simultaneously surround the 10th house, which is called a Shubha, well, not Shubha, but it's a yoga where we look at to see what is surrounding, right, a planetary placement. So if there is a planetary placement that is surrounded by some type of baneful planets, challenging placements, that can lower that yoga.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no placements in either the 9th or the 11th, so there's no flanking yogas, right? And so the last thing we need to do is just look at this as at the 10th Lord itself, because if the 10th Lord is damaged, then that power of that yoga is going to decrease, right? But turns out the 10th Lord is exalted.
Yeah.
Right? There is a very powerful placement right there in and of itself. Right? So since we see that, and guess what happens between the 6th and the 10th house now? Parvatana Yoga,
Yep.
which boosts, right, both placements. And they're both in friendly signs. And they're actually both in very friendly houses.
Yeah.
Very, very powerful yoga. Very, very powerful king, right? I mean, he lived for almost almost 90 years.
Yeah.
You see the power. I'm telling you, he just himself physically, the power that's yielded. That's a good life. That's a good long life. Right.
Indeed.
So you see, this is how we begin to understand when we look at someone that's really literally royalty, how overwhelming it is to see, right? How prominent the placements are just staring at you in the face, right? There's no question. I mean, this person, when you look at the second house, his second house is ruled by Jupiter. It's Sagittarius and Jupiter's in Sag. So that means the family itself is powerful. I mean, his whole chart is set up that way.
Yeah.
Right. So that just goes to show, right? This person definitely has the destiny and the calling, the carving out to be a king or ruler or obviously an emperor. Moving on in, right? And talking about good old Queen Elizabeth here, right?
Oh, one thing real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Back to the emperor. I mean, he's a major figure. I mean, a lot of people in the States, especially nowadays, might not know who he is, but he's definitely a major figure. There's a show out, and I think I mentioned it in the past podcast. The Man in High Castle. And it's basically like it's a series on Amazon where they play a scenario if Japan and Germany won World War II. Right? Mm-hmm. And they split they've and it's like 4 seasons of it, and they basically divvy up the United States. The West Coast is the Pacific states ruled by Japan, and then pretty much the eastern portion and Midwest portion of the United States is ruled by the Nazis. And Hirohito is a major player on that show. You get to get to see how some of those what you're talking about. You can see it playing out just in that show on its own. And if you Google him, he's definitely he's a serious dude. No doubt.
Yeah, no doubt. So it just shows that these individuals yield lots and lots of power. I mean, just in the sense of that the show can elaborate on that.
Yeah.
Right. It's pretty powerful. So,
and another thing with Japan, and I saw something in this chart. I was looking at it, because the other movie, Tor.
Right.
With that sixth house being, lit up like that. It was a scene in that movie where they didn't follow the I Ching reading, and if they would have followed it, they probably would have
won the war.
And just looking at that sixth house, what's your spin on that? Like he,
It shows the power of the oracle when you follow through.
Yeah.
And it's not personal.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with your person.
Mm-hmm.
Has to do with a greater force, greater cause.
Yeah.
So that movie was profound. When I found that out, I'm like, wow, that it's just listen, we may not even be having a conversation of this nature today.
Yeah.
Just one move.
Yeah.
So moving into Queen Elizabeth, right? Queen Elizabeth, we don't really have to say much. I mean, if you don't know who Queen Elizabeth is, just Google it real quick. You'll see her, right?
Yeah.
But she has a very powerful yogas. Very powerful yogas. Right? Very powerful. And so the first thing we look at again is the ascendant, right? Right? The first thing we look at is the ascendant. And so the ascendant shows automatically that, well, let's look at the ascendant Lord. The ascendant Lord is in the 11th, right? This is in the 11th. What does that mean? Well, guess who else who has the ascended Lord in 11th and was considered the king of pop, right? Michael Jackson, right? The 11th house is a very powerful house, right? Very powerful. People sleep on. Remember we talked about the 11th house before, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that house being that powerful, when the Lord goes there, it's like going to the land of gains, right? It's going to the land of gains, even though it goes to a house that sometimes can create some problems or some trouble, right? In certain regards, especially for cardinal ascendants, right? It's still very powerful. And so, not only that, we have that Lord, the 11th Lord, going to, right, the first house. So now we have a parvatana between the 11th and the first. So this woman's identity is with gain, right? This woman's identity is with social power, right? This woman's identity is with the ability to control groups of some kind, some way, somehow.
So is this just for clarity? Is this Elizabeth the first or the second?
This is Elizabeth. I'm sorry. You know what? You're right, brother. This is Elizabeth II.
Okay.
You're right.
All right.
You're right. So, considering, right, this is a parvatana between the first and the 11th. This is a person that has power to wield money, resources, and gains, and people, and also she identifies with it in a major way, right? Now, aside from that, right, the fourth Lord is in the ascendant, right, and that ascendant is now aspecting, right. That fourth Lord is aspecting the moon, which is the seventh Lord, right? Not only that, right, we have, well, first of all, let's talk about that, because that's powerful in and of itself, right? When you have the fourth Lord in the ascendant, that's still a very powerful placement. Just like when we have any ascendant Lord in either the fourth house or the ascendant Lord in the 10th house or ascendant Lord in the 4th house, those are very powerful yogas because they're still going to aspect the opposite house, which gives a lot of power all into itself. So that alone qualifies this person to be a very powerful individual. But that Mars in the ascendant as an exaltation is also a Raja Yoga, right? Right? That's a Raja Yoga. So when you know that, now we can automatically see, and this Raja Yoga also cancels, right? It cancels, right? A debilitation, meaning a Nicha Bang Raja Yoga.
Yeah.
Right? So now this negative becomes a positive, right? And we have a Parvatana, which is an exchange between the 11th and the 1st, which increases the power, right?
Yeah.
And then also we have not only that, let's take a deeper look, right? We have the sun in the 4th house, right? Exalted. So this person is a ruler of her homeland, right? Sun is ruler, 4th is homeland, and it's exalted. Does that you see the power of that placement, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's.
And then not only that, Mars aspects the sun in its own sign in exaltation.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
So that's a very powerful person in and of itself, and it shows that kingly. Remember, Raja Yoga doesn't have to just be right. First, 4th, 7th, or 10th, dealing with the 5th and the 9th. It can also be a placement that does that as well, which is called a Ruchaka Yoga, right? She has what's called a Ruchaka Yoga in the 1st house, which is when Mars is in its own sign, either Aries, or it's in exaltation in the 1st, 4th, 7th, or 10th. So there's another kingly yoga right there, bar none, right? Do you see the pattern that's shown here? I mean, does that make sense to you, brother?
It does. It does.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. So this is another one, right? And these things are just not hard to see. Now, the other thing is what we do is we put the moon as an ascendant. Guess what we see? It's gonna now the moon becoming the ascendant. The yoga happens in the 7th from the moon, so this is also considered another Raja Yoga from the moon's perspective, right? Not more, it's just clearly evident that this person has and yields a lot of power.
Indeed.
Right.
Indeed. Yeah, that's a trip.
Definitely.
All right. One thing, if you just throw this out there, if any of you all decide to look up Queen Elizabeth's chart, it'll give you a time that that's off from the actual time. Because you got her at around like 3:40 a.m., right?
I said, run that by me. Sorry, run that by me again, brother.
Yeah, for Queen Elizabeth II, you got her at like 3:40.
Oh yeah. Let me get that time. I'm sorry, man.
Yeah.
Let me get that time. All right. So let's see. That time is 4:21:26.
Mm-hmm.
And that's London. Time is 3:40 in the morning.
Okay. Yeah, because it's just wanted let you all know that there's a wartime thing in there, so that's why you might see a discrepancy. So if you pull it up and be like, no, her chart is that's why.
Right. There is that wartime discrepancy in there, definitely.
Yeah. Indeed. And back on Queen Elizabeth, that's another one that has a Netflix show on her rise to power. Is what's it called? I think it's called Crown. It's a Netflix.
Okay, I think I did hear that one. I think I did.
Yes, it's a Netflix series. And it's a cause she got a Chandra Magla Yoga, right?
Yeah, actually, she does.
Yep.
She does. You're right. Moon is in the 7th from the 10th. Another one.
And then that debilitated Jupiter there, even though it's canceled, is a pattern you see her relationship with her husband. In the way that they depicted in the show, it kind of displays that whole dynamic right there.
No doubt. No doubt.
Indeed.
And the Capricorn ascendant is meant to rise to power.
Yeah.
Like we talked about the other ascendant, it's meant to rise to power as well, because the 10th sign is akin to the 10th house. And so that 10th sign is the sign of hitting heights of heavens, hitting your goals mark.
Yeah.
So, definitely powerful in and of itself. So you can see that one clearly there, brother.
Yeah.
Right?
Absolutely.
And so we're gonna dive right into the Dalai Lama, right? Right into the Dalai Lama. So let's see. So Dalai Lama. Let's give his birth time from the jump so we have that covered. Birth time is 7/6/1935. And that is 10:08 a.m. And we have his city as let me get that city.
Taxter,
China. Yeah, Taxter, China. So, pulling up his chart. And we see that he's Leo ascendant right out the gate. Right. Right out the gate. Right out the gate. Now, let's see. So the moon, right, is in the ascendant, right? That qualifies it as a kind of a double yoga, right?
Yeah.
Because remember we said that the moon becomes an ascendant in and of itself.
Yeah.
Right. So we have the ascendant degree. Now I know there's some discrepancy, a few places here and there, right? But the ascendant degree is 10 degrees, which I show should be in Maka, but there might be some things or systems that kind of put it either in even Purva Falguni or in Uttara Falguni. And so showing that, right, that ascendant alone shows a kingly person, right? It shows a kingly person. And so not only that, now we can get back into talking about that 10th Lord or the Kendra houses. That particular 10th Lord is in the ascendant.
Yeah.
Right? Showing again that this power comes to this person, right? The power comes to this person without a doubt, because the 10th house represents power in the chart, right? In addition, right, not only that, the moon, and let's talk about the type of king that he is, right? The type of king that he is, right, is a spiritual king. It's not, like the other two that were born into their kingship. This individual comes from a different perspective all the way around.
Yeah.
Right. And so how we see that in the chart is quickly that the 12th house, which is the house of ancestors, the inner worlds, the astral plane, whatever you want to call it, in regards to that ethereal realm, that Lord goes to the ascendant.
Mm.
And so because it qualifies the ascendant as the identity with the person as being someone that's spiritual, now we can also see why this person would be considered a spiritual ruler, if you will. Right. Not only that, Saturn, which is the 7th Lord, also aspects, right, the ascendant, and it aspects the 10th Lord. So that combination also boosts the position as well.
Yeah.
Right. So again, right, showing not only by moon, not only by the ascendant, not only by the 10th Lord being in the first, but this is something that qualifies that manifestation as being someone that's born to be king.
Mm.
Right. Someone that's born to be king.
Indeed. So as far as the Dalai Lama, what's some things you see in this chart that, like, outside of what you just pointed out about, what, as far as his incarnation, so to speak, what's some things you see in there that shows the way his kingship kind of plays out?
Well, dashas always speak 1,000 words.
Yeah.
Because I time it on the dashas. And, one of the things about the Dalai Lama is the means of his birth, right? So it doesn't just mean that when I say, oh, he's a spiritual leader because the 12th is in the first. You have to understand how they find the Dalai Lama. Do you know how they find him? You probably know.
I don't.
So the Dalai Lama is found, right? Because he is the actual previous Dalai Lama.
Yeah.
And the same one before that.
Mm-hmm.
And the same one before that. So they take the boy, right? They find the boy through a means of an oracle.
Yeah.
Right? 12th house. Right? Yeah, I mean, just think about the circumstances of birth. I won't even get into his life characteristics and things of that nature. Just the circumstances of his birth.
Yeah.
To find him, it takes an oracle. Just before he even is sought after. Right? He has to be found. Right? Once he's found, they give the decree and they go to find certain people in certain villages, certain, children. Once they find those children, right, they begin to give the children tests, right, to see if the child can pick up the actual item that was previously owned by the Dalai Lama.
Yeah.
So the whole birthing process is one that is of a past life connection. Well, that 12th house shows that, meaning that the principles around creating his birth and manifesting his birth happens to be from another world.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That says that speaks a lot, especially given the fact that, right, this is the same person that's come back over and over and over just to try to rule a kingdom that's really it's non-existent. I mean, to know those circumstances of birth shows, from what I'm seeing, absolutely without it. And not only that, if I look at other factors in the chart, the sun also, right, being conjunct K2 shows again a very strong past life connection, and being with the ruler of Gemini itself also shows, right, that this person comes in a manner that is there to disseminate spiritual information, right, through the mouthpiece.
Yeah.
But from a previous life, right? So, I mean, all and through his chart is him, and you can see it bar none. But do you got anything, brother, to share with regards to anything about his life or anything like that?
No, nothing in particular. That you hadn't already pointed out. Yeah, nothing in particular.
Okay.
I when I was looking at his chart, I was hoping to try to find a good time for the previous Dalai Lamas. But I couldn't find one to kind of, see if I could find a pattern. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can definitely. I'm gonna look at that and see if there is a pattern. It'd be interesting to see that 12th Lord interacting with that first Lord or first house in some way.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can find, like, they have dates, but I haven't been able to find the time on the previous Dalai Lama, so we'll have to try to erect it somehow. But it is interesting that this particular one. I mean, you don't even hear about the other ones anymore. He seems to have a more prominent world status in comparison to the other Dalai Lamas.
Yeah, I would say so, and especially just because he claims he may be the last Dalai Lama.
That's interesting.
Yeah, just like they say this is supposed to be the last Pope.
Mm-hmm.
So just interesting correlations,
Yeah.
But nonetheless, so I think we pretty much established, what to look for when you deal with these kingly Raji, real kingly yogas, the one that manifest, real kings and queens. These topics and yogas and things like that will be explored further and further, right? Because we're going to go further down the rabbit hole with different people, different types of combinations and things like that. So just stay tuned. It's going to get better. It's going to make more sense as we go, because the more you practice something, the more you understand it. So,
indeed.
Anything to add, brother? Multiply, or divide, or subtract?
Just wanted, because I can almost hear it now. They go, why we ain't doing any black people?
Oh, man,
Well, the reason is because number one, a lot of the kings in antiquity, we don't have times on them. You just have sort of born at this time, sort of born on that, and it just it couldn't do it any justice. And even the one that there is somewhat of a time, it's not good enough to where we feel confident enough to come on here and talk about it. And that's Selassie I. We got a date, but it's not a good time. The time isn't good enough for us to really you know, give it any justice. So that's why we just, decided to forego that. And then also, I mean, the point is, I mean, just the truth of the matter, right now, as far as a king in the sense of, you know, global recognition and mundane actual rulership and things like that, it's just really not quite that way right now for most of the black people in black countries with kings and queens within those within that structure.
You're right, brother, and it shows how far we have come, but also shows how far we have to go, because we have always had, royalty, and that's nothing new to African people. But the nature of things, like you said, the time structures, the paradigm that we're in, it's just very different. So it's hard to find that good data, right, in African nations and countries that have strong times that really can be used and really supported with different things.
Indeed.
So Haile Selassie was one candidate, and was one of the few that I could find. Nelson Mandela was one that we were going to use, but Nelson Mandela is not. He's a political freedom fighter, right? That entered into power, but he himself wasn't born into anything.
Yeah.
So that's why we really didn't use him and didn't focus on him in this particular junction. So, apologize, folks. We kind of scant in that realm with regards, not to say in realm of leadership or, but times, right? Good, solid data is kind of hard to find. But you never know. We might do a part 2 to this. If y'all can find some good data and send it to us, drop it off, we will definitely do it.
Absolutely. And I mean, and that's true too. I mean, we just in the past, centuries, we haven't really been in a position of, leadership like that. We need it, and I guess this is a question, that I kind of feel that somebody may ask is, what if, some of us or some people have these sort of placements in their chart? How does that manifest, for a person right now, that you will see that they have, some of these connections that we mentioned in some of these royal charts before? How does that manifest for somebody, maybe somebody who's not in a position to rule a country, but they have some of these things popping, going off in their chart?
Yeah, we can always, look at that from a normal, commonplace, sense. But the thing about it is that those yogas, even if they're prominent in someone's chart and they may not be Hirohoto, or they still have they will have prominence, mm-hmm. just not the level of status and prominence those individuals have, but they still will have it. And we can explore that maybe in a show to show how it's still relevant in the average world. Indeed.
All right. So yeah, I think we pretty much sliced that up in regards to when is that when are you actually manifest a ruler to that level,
right?
So yeah, like I said before, want to remind you all that this episode was brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprusia Astrology. And make sure you go follow us up, on all of those various platforms. Follow at Cosmic Convo on Instagram. We're at Cosmic Convo on Facebook as well. Brother, you got anything you want to leave the people with before we get out of here?
No, my brother, I think we're good.
All right, good deal. So yeah, this was this episode 22, and we'll be here next week. Should be the same time. Things are a little interesting these days. So we it may be a day or so that it may come out a little differently, but we'll be here next week and locked and loaded to drop another episode. All right.
No doubt.
So with that being said, peace. Thank you for tuning in. See you all next week. All right.
Peace.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos Podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos Podcast. I'm your humbled host, Herut. And we got the man of the hour, Brother Ra. How you doing?
Well, brother, enjoying the day, brother, enjoying the year, enjoying life, man. That's about it. How about yourself, man?
Hey, man, same thing, man. Can't complain. Maybe a little sleep deprived a little bit, but we all good.
For sure,
Indeed.
for sure.
Yep. But before we go any further, I want to remind you all that this episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprusia Astrology. You can find Push It Forward Media Group on Instagram at Push It Forward. That's PUSHITFWD. You can find us on the web as well with that same spelling. That's the Instagram handle, pushitforward.com. Up there you'll find this podcast. We got some short films coming. We got a bunch of interviews, articles, things like that. On that website and everything. And Brother Ra, how do everybody get a hold of you and Caliprusia?
Caliprusia Astrology at gmail.com. Best email for us source to get a hold of me. And then you can hit me up on IG or Facebook at Shechem Ra. Both of them have the same tag, so you should be able to find me pretty easily on either one of those as well.
Good deal. And don't forget to follow us. Follow this podcast on Instagram at Push It Forward. I mean, not at Push It Forward, sorry. At Cosmic Convo. That's COSMICCONVO. And that's on Instagram. And it's the same way on Facebook as well. Cosmic Convo. Follow us. Shoot us some DMs. Get in the comments. Ask us questions. And we'll definitely answer them. Indeed. So yeah. Here we are. We're at episode 23. That's pretty heavy duty, man. That's a heavy commitment. Indeed, man. What you think about that?
Yeah, it is a commitment indeed. It's you think that you just sit down and do something, and basically that's what we're doing. But a little forethought, a little looking into things takes place, and so with all the other things that you do, it definitely takes a commitment and dedication to continuously pump them out. So we're gonna be here for a while, but I'm thankful that we could get this far and end on a nice 25. On the number 25, that's a nice number to end on. So if we do it like that, we're gonna have them building up real quick, real soon.
Indeed. We go ahead and wrap up this season and end the year with a bang, and then get geared up for the next season 2 next year with a whole new vibe and different angles and different things like that. It's been definitely a learning experience, and just real interesting to see how everybody engagement, all our listeners, the comments that they have and stuff like that. It's been definitely a good time, indeed. So let's see. I didn't get a lot of questions, but we just got a lot of inquiries, and I think we could probably slice some of what the feedback we've been getting in this episode that we're about to get on. That's somebody, this is a Western astrologer, and they're always referring to the outer planets, and speaking on how a lot of astrologers of Joytis doesn't use the outer planets, and they actually have put up an article about Pluto and Pluto's role in the decline of marriages and also divorces since the 80s. And they specifically cited Pluto going into Libra, causing this. Mm-hmm. I know we're not gonna go super deep in that, but what just you get a quick little answer on how we use Pluto, and if there's something to what they're saying.
When you look at astrology, you have to really kind of take an understanding of it's not just looking at a planet and seeing its effect. Astrology is much deeper than planetary placements and all those things. This is what we use to gauge certain things.
Yeah.
Right. But that's not the end all be all of astrology. Right. It's just not. And so you have to understand man and consciousness. I don't want to get too deep, right? But when you understand man and consciousness, man's development is within stages, right? And so these stages are literally set up and structured by certain planetary algorithms, if you will, right? When you look at man's life, his life is allotted 120 years at best, right? So 120 years, really not that long. But it's enough time for Saturn to make three returns, Uranus to make one return, right? Jupiter to make 7 to 8 returns, right? Mm-hmm. So when you understand it from that perspective, then you ask yourself, well, then how do the outer planets play a role? What do they do, and how do they work? Well, Neptune and Uranus are planets that are far outside of the lifespan of man as far as their their transits and their periods of returns, right? Because a return means just that. You have to, in order to experience something, you have to experience it enough times to understand it. Even Uranus is just one return. So Saturn gives us 3, 4 returns, right? Jupiter gives us, like I said, 9 turns.
Yeah.
9 returns. So these planets influence the development of man as an individual. But man as a whole or totality is based on the higher octave planets, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. And when I say man as a whole, I'm talking about the development of man from a grand scale.
Yeah.
And so then we can employ, because now we're talking about generational patterns, which is different. And he is right to a degree.
So, yeah, it's a she.
Or she, excuse me. Yeah. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
No disrespect. So when you understand this, right, you have to ask yourself, okay, well, how long does it take for Uranus to move through a sign? It takes 7 years.
Yeah.
Right? Then you can begin to see the generational differences every 7 years. It's literally there. Neptune takes 14 years. So if you've noticed, we've talked jump from 7 to 14. Isn't it phenomenal how the octaves are happening within 7?
Yeah.
Right. So now we have a planet that takes 164 years, 14 years per sign on average to make to move through one sign. So now, if you're 20 years difference, Neptune is going to show that within this basically 14 years, right, this leap of consciousness has happened in generations, meaning that's why we have generational difference. That's why things don't repeat themselves over and over and over. That's the outer planet's role. Now, so every 14 years we can look and say the next sign will be coming up for Uranus and so forth and so forth. Now, Pluto takes 21 years, right, to transit one sign. So by the time Pluto has transited half of the zodiac, you'll be dead.
Mm-hmm.
By the time Neptune has transited 3/4 of the way, you'll be dead. So you don't even get a chance to experience as an individual the reciprocal process that happens when you create a circle, which now creates a loop, which creates a circuit, which creates connections in the brain. Right? How do we move from this to this? The brain is built on circuitry. Right? The planets are the different parts of your spirit / body / mind / brain. So these all play out. So every 21 years, you might notice a small difference. Of course, you're going to notice a difference because Saturn is working with you individually. But as it comes to Pluto, you're not going to really notice the impact unless it's really conjuncting a planet by degree. And I say that does happen. But the other planets still filter in and do their thing. So it's in the background, right? Unless it's right at that degree. Then you'll experience some of those propensities with regards to the outer planets. Like my moon is conjunct Uranus 1 degree, right? So it makes me pretty decent astrologer, right? But it also gives me, I deal with a lot of special women, you know what I mean? Literally, I swear to you, right? Like Uranus, I'm like, whoa. I get it, Uranus. I see it, but it's within literally, it's almost less than a degree, but I rounded it to a degree, right? So when you understand that, then you can begin to see, okay, it does have some impact, but it has to be such a tight degree, it's unmistakable, and it's not something that's completely just overt, it's subtle, right? So when we talk about that planet moving from into Libra, Jupiter and Pluto's into Libra or whatever, that's when they noticed these different things, and it more than likely was in Virgo, right? For that period of time, for a slight period or for an expanded period of time, and Pluto's in Leo before that, and then Pluto's in Cancer before that. So are we attributing Pluto to the decline of the divorce rate because over 21 years he was in Libra? Because only 21 years, if we're talking about 21 years, we'd have to look at 42 years, because you can't look at that sign and say, well, it just happened. 21 years is a long enough period where you should see a serious impact.
Yeah.
So using sidereal astrology, Pluto was in Virgo. And what is the sign of divorce? It's not Libra.
Would it be Mars? I mean, not Mars. Aries?
The sign of divorce is the house that takes away from the house of marriage itself, which would be the 6th house.
Okay,
the 6th house is akin to the 6th sign.
I can see that.
Right. The 7th house is the house of promises and vows. When you break a promise or a vow, that's the 6th house.
Okay.
So the breaking of a promise, the breaking of a vow, the breaking of a contract is the 6th house. So it would make more sense that Pluto would being with his powers being reconstruction, destruction, corruption, upheaval type energy in the house of divorce, a sign of divorce. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. See, Pluto is on. It's the sign that it's in is going to tell what it's doing or how it's doing it rather, and the house that deals with things breaking up is the sixth house.
Dig that. So yeah, so looking at that, I see so Pluto pretty much was in Virgo during the 70s, and then in the 80s is when it went into Libra and left in 93.
So if it's that, and that's sidereally, I'm sure.
Yeah,
so
sidereal.
Then that still kind of lends credence to what I was saying, because if you really pay close attention, it happened at the end of the 60s.
Yep.
Right. If I remember before anything, I'm a 70s baby, so I'm born in the 70s. So the generation before, the people before me, right, divorce. You just and thinking about this, but people before that, you didn't divorce. I mean, you did, but it was kind of like an unheard of thing. Like, it was kind of like not the thing to do in the 50s, 40s, is what I'm saying. 30s, you stuck together, especially the African American community. I mean, we didn't really, our community, grandma, papa, and mama all stayed together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they might have had some serious issues, right? Well, why papa sleep down there? Oh, he sleep down there because that's where papa sleep. You know what I mean? They worked it out, right? Before then, and they kind of carried it over to the generation when they passed. But the newer generation, remember we talked about generations, right? That's what I'm saying, it leads credence. So the generations in the 70s and the 80s, right? It was a free for all. I mean, you have to, if you look back and things. I mean, there is some credence to what he says, but I wouldn't say. Yeah, I mean, actually, I'd have to agree. It is generational. It's generational. You're not going to see it on a very specific scale, but generationally, you will see divorce, especially in the sign of Virgo, and of course, in carrying on into Libra and then Scorpio. And Scorpio is its so-called natal sign, and so. I mean, in fact, it's just been on a downward spiral since then. I mean, because look at the culture we're in now. I mean, and Pluto's in Sag right now, so you can see all the things that are happening with spirituality and religion. Things are getting busted up. Things are getting busted up. They're getting busted up every which way you turn, right? So it's like, you can see it. Religion is definitely being transmogrified, because people are not buying it anymore. I mean, they're just, people are waking up, and so it's kind of a dual-edged sword, because people are waking up, but then you have the same time those old, Pluto deals with old habits, right? Yeah. So, when you deal with those old habitual ways and it's time to blow up, you have these kind of splits, if you will. And I've seen it even in my family. Like, okay, I was all Christian, I was all spiritual. And so there's like a line drawn. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, you can see it. And when Pluto gets into Capricorn, we're going to see major big business fall. It's going to change, right? Because the internet is killing it. Yeah. Internet is killing it. I mean, look at Fortune, right? Major companies. I mean, I'm just looking at over time how many companies have just folded, just left and right. Big companies like Kmart and I can't think of the other company name. I was just thinking. I mean, they fold, and so when Pluto gets into there, man, that's gonna be quite interesting, and we'll be able to witness it because it's about to in a couple years. It's gonna change in some years. Yeah, we'll be alive to see that, but nonetheless. So yeah, I have to say he is correct, or she is correct. Excuse me, she is correct in that regard. That the outer planets do influence generational things, but remember, she's saying that it's in mass. She's saying that the divorce rate, which has to be measured over masses of people. Mm-hmm. So she never mentioned the particular individual that we're talking, because that's different, and then that's where you lose a lot of the power and predictability, and also analytical ability as far as breaking down a chart, You just lose power because it's not, the planets don't work that way. They have to be either one very close to a very specific degree in the chart, and the most important degree is the degree that you are born under within your ascendant. That's the most important degree. So if it's on that degree, absolutely you're going to see it. If it's conjunct the moon, absolutely. Conjunct the sun, absolutely. Even conjunct any other planet by degree. I'm going to keep saying by degree because some astrologers say within 3 degrees. I don't say that because I haven't seen that as a consistency. It works sometimes, but I'm telling you, if it's by degree, you know that is going to be an influence in that person's life, depending on what area we're talking about. So, but to the caller, to the listener, I do agree with you in that regard. That yes, generationally, absolutely, we can use the outer planets, and I do. And you can't really do mundane astrology, which is what we're about to talk about now, without it.
Indeed. And just real quick, Pluto goes into Capricorn February 21st this year. I mean, 2020.
So this year. Yeah, I thought 2020. It was next year. Right?
Yeah, next year, 2020. Yeah, February 21st, 2020.
Yeah. So that's what's up. That's what. Then we'll see the beginnings of the fall of major powerhouses in the world.
Indeed.
So, we're going to jump into those planetary expressions here in a minute, so we can really just get down into understanding how they work on a mass level and use an area so that we can really see what they do. Right?
Indeed. Especially in the climate right now, the topic, a lot of people are wondering about this different things. So I think this show will be pretty practical for what's going on right now.
I would agree. So what we're doing tonight, folks, is we're going to discuss mundane astrology and an application within that form of astrology, because there's different forms within the same construct of what we call sidereal astrology. Some people say Vedic, some people say Jyotish, which is the proper term. Some people say Hindu, some people say Indian, whatever your preference. It's all the same. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But in that spiritual science of astrology, or in this science, what we're doing is exploring a type of astrology that allows us or lends us to see what's happening in the masses as far as the world is concerned, right? And so it's not individual astrology, right, or Chakata astrology. It's called mundane for a reason, because it's dealing with the world at large. So in this form of astrology, right, we look at the ways that planets are going to express themselves within the construct of a chart of a nation or a leader. And we'll talk about how that works in a little bit. But when we're looking at this, the planets themselves in the sky are always kind of going to have a story to tell, and it kind of reveal what's going on at the moment if you're paying attention. And that's why I continuously say I don't understand how people could use a certain type of form of astrology, because if I'm looking up, it should lend credence to what I see on the ground, right? And so when we look up, the first thing we want to begin to notice is when planets are in positions that are triggers. We call them triggers because they're like, it's like a slingshot. You pull it and then it moves past, and boom, there's an event. And so the major triggers we always look at, the first one we always look at is oppositions. And in dealing with planetary factors for war, oppositions are the ones you always go to. You would think it would be conjunctions, and it is to a degree. I'm going to talk about that in a minute as well. But oppositions are just what they say. They're something that's opposite to one another, which you'll be pressed to find that the seventh house, which is what an opposition is, when the planets are in the house and opposite from itself, which would be the position of the seventh house from it. The seventh house deals in war. Okay. The seventh house deals. Now, people say, well, what? I thought you said it was marriage. All is fair and what?
And love and war.
Okay. So, right, you know that you do go to battle with your mate at some point in your life if you've been married. You do this, right?
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
Right? This happens, right? So, when you understand the seventh house placement or the opposition placement, it talks about your public enemies, your open enemies, right? It deals with disputes, right? So when the planets are in opposition, they're in the seventh house position to each other. That is a trigger to begin to notice, so if I see Mars is in opposition to this particular planet, or Venus is in opposition to this particular planet, there is a fight or something that is seesawing or going backwards and forwards, and that you will see in the real world. You'll see it in your personal life, and you'll see it around you. Well, when we're looking up, we want to say, okay, or we're looking, at our astrology programs, whichever you use. I mean, I try to do both, but of course you can't watch the planets 24/7. But I still try to, clear nights, I still get out as much as I can because I get up very early in the morning, so I'm able to see certain things as far as planetary placements. And when you understand, when you look at it visually, you do get it. It's like, oh, it's in opposition, so there's something going backward and forward. I'm in the middle, right? So oppositions are the first thing you look at. Second thing would be squares, right? And squares are minor skirmishes and subversions. They're not full on, all out war.
Yeah.
Right? It's a square, so you're squaring, but you're not in the position of being opposite. So you're cutting corners. You're trying to cut the corners on that particular placement they're trying to cut each other. So then it creates this tension, right? And then tension creates minor skirmishes, and then those minor skirmishes and the tension, which is fear-based, creates subversions, right? And subversions are when espionage, things like that. And there's another placement I can mention briefly. It's called a quincunx in the Western tradition, and in the Eastern or in the Jyotish tradition, it's a 6-8 combination.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning when planets are in the 6th and 8th houses from each other, and what that means is, in fact, you know what? We'll have a show next season on planetary placements, meaning we'll talk about oppositions, conjunctions, squares, and quincunxes, all that. We'll have a show that discusses that. But for now, just take my word for it that quincunxes or 6-8 combination also can indicate some skirmishes or some fighting or some type of maybe even war. But for the most part, you want to look for oppositions. The last one we want to look at is conjunctions. And conjunctions also can be triggers because planets, when they conjoin, it's like igniting, right, something that is going to be explosive. It's going to set off an event, right? Conjunctions create new things, right? How do we know? You look at a conjunction the same way you look at a new moon.
Yeah.
The new moon brings something new, right? Does it make sense?
It does. It does indeed.
So when you look at these things, right, you begin to say, okay, now I see it. So, conjunctions are like alloys, metal alloys. When you begin to research alloys, like steel is carbon plus iron, right? It makes steel that's an alloy, right? So, right, when you begin to look at these things, then these two planets create a new thing or a different thing, right? Now, moving into how this works, right? You have to look up. So when you begin to look up or look at the stars, look at the heavens, follow them, right? You'll begin to see that, okay, you know what? I know Mars is in opposition to Venus at this current time. Not now. It isn't. Mars is about to conjunct Venus very shortly. Actually, it may not, because Venus, no, it won't actually conjunct Venus. Venus moves too fast. But it's going to come close. They're going to be within a sign or so. Nonetheless, when you see, let's say, Mars is in opposition to Venus in real time, just pay attention around you. You'll see on the ground where people will be contentious. There'll be lots of passion. There'll be lots of misunderstandings. There'll be lots of, I don't say arguments, but disagreements, right? When Mars and Venus are in opposition. But there'll also be this love-hate type thing you'll see around you.
Yeah.
So, that's just to give an example that when you begin to look at planets in real time, oh, yeah, well, guess what? If a person's born at the time that you're looking at that, they're going to have those propensities, right? You can be a witness to that. You just had a beautiful baby girl. So at the time she was born, there's propensities on the earth, right?
Yeah.
And there's propensities that she's going to reflect just as if it's like reflecting what's going on this planet through her.
Yeah.
So, that's why when we look at the sky or look at the chart or look at the planets as they move, oh yeah, Mars opposition Venus, yeah, that guy right there has a problem with women. Mars in opposition to Venus, men have a problem with women. Straight up, every time. So, in the sky, as above, so below. That was my real point of saying all that. So, but we want, you want to look to see what's going on real time. Are there planets that are squared, and what planets are squared? Is there a planetary war, which a real planetary war is called Yudha in the Jyotish vernacular? That is when two planets are within a degree of one another, right? That's a planetary war, technically. That's the technical name for it. And so you even notice at those times, and that's a conjunction, right? So you'll notice that, there's going to be some tension or some burgeoning situations that will occur around the energies that are focused through those planets.
Yeah.
So trying to get people to understand in the right brain way how these things work, because they're actually creating a picture in the sky, right? And that picture then filters down to us, and we reflect it through our animal, right?
Indeed.
So the first planet we're going to talk about it's got to be obvious for most people that deal with astrology, because the topic is, mundane astrology, planetary factors for war. This is the process that we begin to look at in sifting the most important point to look at in all wars, all disagreements, anything. You have to know the planet that is the one, and that obviously should be obvious. Mars. Mars is the planet of war.
Indeed.
Right. And so most wars you're going to see, Mars is a big player. He just is. He moves slow enough to have a decent enough impact on the other planetary placements because he doesn't move so fast. It takes him generally about 2 years to move through the entire zodiac, right? About 45 days per sign.
Yeah.
Right. So when you know that Mars is slow enough, right, to create challenges and issues. He's not like Mercury, he's not like Venus, and he's not like the Sun. Those are the inner planets, and Mars is considered an inner planet. But he moves slower than them. And it's almost like, if you really pay attention to the way the Netter created it, it's like a cop, like a police officer. He moves slower than the inner ones to keep a close watch on the ones that are going in the inner circle. Right? He moves fast enough to go faster than the other planets, like a cop should.
Yeah.
But he also moves slow enough to be observant so that he can see what's going on inside of the situation. Right? So it's almost like a police officer sitting there going through the motions of, right, exercising, the law.
Patrolling, exactly.
So Mars is always the planet that we look to, and Mars' combination with other planets, meaning in opposition, in conjunction or squares, that's what we want to see, right? We're looking for that.
Yeah.
Now, so you just look for Mars and say, okay, Mars in opposition? No. Cool. No, is Mars squared? No. Okay. Mars with anything? No. Okay, then there's nothing really cracking
Yeah.
in the sky. But remember, we also have to look to other factors to see what might be a trigger with regards to a nation. And that's a little different. We're not talking about that yet. We will in just a second. So Mars is obviously the first big boy on the block. He's the one he's the jump off, right? Not to say other planets can't. They can. And we're going to talk about those planets in a minute. But Mars is usually something involved there. He has a hand in it in some way. The next planet we look at is Saturn,
Yeah.
right? Excuse me. And so Saturn is the planet of strife, the planet of frustration, right? Angst, anguish, right? All those things that go along with not having or being deprived of, right? And so when we know that a planet that functions like Saturn interacts with other planets, it's going to put pressure on those planets, right? That's what Saturn does. He creates pressure. He's a pressure cooker. He's a tester. He's going to make sure you live it or sit down, right? Right. Right? Because he deals in time, right? So Mars and Saturn, right? If they interact in any way out of those oppositions or conjunctions, you bet your bottom dollar there's going to be some wars abounding in the earth somewhere, right? Somewhere,
Yeah.
right? In 1988, the Afghan War was afoot, and America had played a role, but Mars and Saturn were in conjunction, right? In '88. So that Afghan War, of course, and there's so many different wars that have happened over the centuries. Of course, we can't explore it. You can research till the cows come home, and you're always going to see some type of similar theme. But for the most part, you always have to find where these two planets are in any given war, Mars and Saturn. They will always play a role. Always. And especially when they're together or in opposition. Then you have something that's potentially volatile.
Yeah.
Right? The next planet, actually, I was going to talk about one first, but we'll talk about this one first because we're going to go in a different order. It's K2. Right? Mm-hmm. K2 is a trigger planet. And I don't care what K2 touches, it will trigger something. Right? Whatever planet it is, it's going to do something. It's like having Oya in a chart. Right? Oya is like a tornado, like a tumultuous wind. Right? And remember, tumultuous winds always have something what's in the middle of the tumultuous wind usually.
Void.
Peace.
Yeah.
Right? Dead silence. They say the what? The quiet before the what?
Storm.
That's K2. Right? When it's real quiet, still, dead even. And then boom, that's K2. And then dead again. Right? Like, because after that tornado whipped through, it's like crickets. You can't hear nothing.
Yeah.
Not even a bird. Nothing. Right? That's K2. So whenever it's with something, it's going to do something. And something will trigger. It's like Mars on crack. On steroids. Let's not use steroids, right? Yeah. Mars on steroids. Right? Because they say K2 it's like Mars, Rahu's like Saturn.
Yeah.
Right? So K2 is like that explosive nitro. If Mars is dynamite, K2 is nitroglycerin. Right? That's how you look at that. And so K2 and Mars, or let's say K2 and Saturn, is going to be struggles, frustrations, starvations, things like that in the world. In fact, K2 is conjunct Saturn right now, but it's in a position that it's K2 is not in a position that it's there to harm. It is there to do things, but it's not necessarily there to blow it out. And plus, they're not by degree. They're a good distance from each other. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
But if they were conjunct, bet your bottom dollar, you would have those types of situations in the world: starvation, hunger, resources diminished. I mean, just massively speaking. So K2 is, my point is, K2 really is one that really does do a lot of damage, right? Let's keep it a buck. It's just going to do, not in a personal chart, but in the mundane sense of things.
Yeah.
So an example of that is, or happened on September 11th, 2001.
Oh, yeah.
And that's, everybody in the world probably knows that day, right? The one day that American soil witnessed, right, an attack, right, other than Pearl Harbor, right? So that placement was in the ascendant. It wasn't the sign it was in sidereally is Sagittarius, right? And I know a lot of guys out there, astrologers, people. I don't know if this Sagittarius thing is America's chart. Well, let's just look and see if the events reflect the chart, and they do.
Yeah.
Right. 9/11 wasn't. I know there's theories, and I get it, guys. Like, it's inside job. I get it. Trust me. We don't have to say nothing. You have to send me anything. That's a horse that's been beat many times. I don't have a dog in that fight. I'm not here to discuss that aspect of it.
Yeah.
But I am here to discuss the actual what is observable, and that is there was an attack on America, right? And 9/11, whether it was staged or not, the planets themselves lended their powers for that event to happen. Because when you understand that K2 and Mars are in the ascendant of America, the ascendant itself is the physical country itself, meaning the country itself is going to be not the farmland, not the foreign territories, not neighboring countries, right? Third house is neighboring countries, right?
Yeah.
Right? Not the second house, right? Not the fourth, which is your homeland. The first house is the country itself. And K2 and Mars within 1 degree on that day.
Yep.
Need I say more, right? That shows that the physical country, the country itself would be attacked. So, boom, right there you can see Mars and K2 at work, creating planetary factors for war.
Yep.
Right. Now, moving on, right? Now we'll talk about the outer planets. The first one you want to take note of is Uranus. Uranus can do a lot of strange things. Right? It's designed to shake up things every 7 years, right? It shakes things up. That's what it does. So if it's in conjunction or opposition, possibly even a tight square, that means that also can create wars, right? It also can create wars. It's designed to create revolution, right? Shifting, mass shifting of thought as far as paradigm shifts to a degree, right?
Yeah.
Uranus, right? Because it's connected to the sign of Aquarius, so-called connected, and so it shows that Aquarian unorthodox energy, and it also deals in mass, as far as mass, the masses, groups, large organizations, and so forth. So when you know that, Uranus has that power to literally shift and change things in the world, on the world scene. The last one we'll discuss is Pluto, right? Neptune, not so much, right? Neptune is kind of like that backwater energy, right? It's like is not right an energy that is going to create something that would be tumultuous or destructive.
Yeah.
But Pluto, the planet par excellence that creates this en masse, it's Pluto, right? Now we can talk about the outer planets and use them in a very intelligible way because now we're dealing with man at large over large. Now we can deal with nations, right? Because nations exist for hundreds of years. In fact, we're about to have a Pluto return very soon here. America is.
Yep. This year. I mean, next year. Next year, 2020.
Right. I mean, well, it'll be 2020 and going on. Right? And ongoing. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, you think about it, it's quite a few years that this thing will happen. So.
Yeah, we're going to be old men.
Yeah, exactly. Well, 21 years from now, it'll leave the sign where it is. So, yeah, we'll be old men. Exactly. So Pluto, definitely is one you always want to look to really see the propensity of war in as far as the world is concerned and in a nation. In fact, Mars and Pluto were in opposition when World War II started. And Pluto represents weapons of mass destruction. Right? That's what Pluto is. It is going to destroy so that something can be reborn. Right? And so when you understand that, I mean, thinking about World War II, think about Nagasaki and Hiroshima. I mean, this is the effect of that planetary opposition between Mars and Pluto. Both the planets that create this type of thing. So, history will show you exactly what it is that's being reflected in the heavens. That is what we do. We are astrologers. Take it. Okay, here's the message from above. Where do I find it below? Yeah. Right. And if you don't find it, you have to go back and check. Okay, well maybe I'm not. Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't. Okay, this is that, and this is that. So you're measuring as above, so below. You're going backwards and forwards to see the correlations, to see the connections. The last thing I want to discuss, and I could be here forever because there's many more things that we would need to discuss to really get a full view of how to really read war properly and how to predict it. Because Jupiter is also involved too in another back way, and so is Venus. But that'll be for another time, another show. Yeah. Right? But nonetheless, a planetary placement we always can look to see war in history is Saturn in Aries.
Well, one more thing before you move on there.
Sure, go right ahead.
September 11th, Mars and Saturn are 6-8 from each other.
Then that even better shows that. So that 6-8 position, people are like, what's 6-8? It means that when a planet, for example, is in the second house, right? That means that planet in the second house is going to be, let's say, there's two planets. We have to talk about two. The planet's in the second house, the planet's in the ninth house. Counting from the ninth house counting from the second to the ninth, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is 8 houses away. So the ninth house is 8 houses from the second. And simultaneously, the second house is 6 houses from the ninth. So when two planets are placed in the second and the ninth, they say it is called a 6-8 positioning. And it can be in 2-9, it can be in 3-10, right? It can be 4-11, right? And so forth. Right? So if it was a 6-8, Mars is placed in the ascendant, Saturn would have to be either in the 6th or the 8th house. Yeah. And Mars was in which sign?
Mars was in Sag.
There it is. Oh no, Mars was in Sag?
Yeah, Saturn is in
I'm sorry, Saturn. Where was Saturn?
Taurus.
There it is. So 8th house.
6.
Right. I'm sorry, 6th house. You're right. Excuse me, 6-8. So yeah, it's in the 6th house. So, and then the 6th house itself, in a chart, deals with enemies. Mm-hmm. It deals with war. right? Just like the sixth house does, but in a different way, right? It deals with military, armed forces, right? The conquering things, right?
Yeah.
And Saturn is there. So it means Saturn is sitting in the house of enemies. And so being in the house of conflict, and now we have Mars with the trigger K2 automatically can open the door for an attack.
Heavy duty.
So it's written. These things are all written, right? We just try to find out how it's written so we can use it to co-opt and cooperate instead of ignore and turn a blind eye. So Saturn in Aries, between 68 and 71, and the Vietnam War started in 55. So the Vietnam War lasted for almost 20 years, right? But Saturn in Aries between 68 to 71, there was a really strong point of America's involvement in the war. That's when a lot of the protests were happening in America, right? A lot of the major big protests as far as trying to get America to stop its involvement in war was in that time frame. And that means Saturn would have been in America's fifth house, right? So that means that the fifth house, right, is the house of your parliament, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's the house of dealing with the makers of the law, right? Not, you would think it would be the ninth house, but it's also the fifth house as well. And so when you understand that the planet in there that Saturn is going to literally create resistance, pressure, right, on the morals and the morals of of the country. It's funny because Saturn in the fifth house opposes the 11th. 11th house is the house of it's a house of social networking groups, large organizations. And so again, Saturn putting the pressure on that 11th from the 5th to 11th house, it definitely, right? Definitely. I mean, the 5th house will be like the Senate, if you will.
Yeah.
Right? Like the people that kind of make the rules, right? So that's basically who has the ability to go to war without the president, of course, acting emergency powers.
Yeah.
Senate is the one that goes to war, and Senate is your 5th house. So the people were oppressing, the people were fighting the people. So Saturn in that 5th house and being in Aries, which is debilitated. Saturn is one of the worst placements because it does create a major problem, even in from a mundane perspective to a natal perspective. Saturn in Aries is somewhat challenging.
Yeah.
So not only that, right? Between 68 to 71, right? Of course, MLK was assassinated and so forth. They had the Nigerian Civil War. Vietnam War is in its height. You also have between 1998 and 2001, right? You had the Second Congo War. And the Second Congo War, 5.4 million people died. It was the bloodiest war since World War II.
Yep. Well, you had that in World War II too.
Exactly.
Yep.
I was about to say, piggyback or to veggie back or to jump on that one, right? Exactly. Saturn was in Aries during that period of time as well.
And Mars was exalted.
And so here you go. So Mars is able to bring it, and then you got Pluto in opposition to Mars for a period of time.
Yeah.
Because Mars takes 45 days to change signs. So you see what I mean? Then you can begin to see, okay, there are some patterns that it's just obvious that when Saturn is debilitated, the world is unstable, right? The planet of stability is at its least stable, right? So, those are planetary placements that you can just always get in, look for, chime in on, and go right in and say, you know what? Yep, I see something coming, especially in this particular nation's chart or in this particular person's chart. Now, the thing about reading mundane astrology is You have to know the houses. Now, the other thing I wanted to mention in light of this is that Mars being in certain positions in the chart of a nation also can create war. So if Mars is conjunct the natal Mars, which is debilitated in a nation's chart, that could definitely have the propensity to create some disturbances in that nation and with the nations that are surrounding it. Right, so you always want to look for the planetary placements within a nation's chart. If the planet itself, if Mars is within 1, 4, 7, or 10, you have a good chance that something aggressive is going to happen. Again, either defense or offense. But it could potentially occur. Why? First house is what? The physical chart of it's the physical body being represented as the chart, which we saw in 9/11, right? Mars in the fourth house. Fourth house is your homeland. So there might be internal fights or fighting internally, like a civil war or like some type of two-sided thing where people, that are going back and forth as far as aggression or fighting. Mars in the seventh house, which is in opposition to the ascendant of the chart, which then still lends those powers to be in opposition to that particular nation by way of treaties, business deals. Something could trigger war from that perspective. Something going wrong in regards to contracts or foreign policy.
Yeah.
The 10th house is the house of the ruler itself. Now, Mars does well in the 10th. So typically, if there was some type of adversity, that nation usually will have the upper hand unless the other nation itself has some other placements that may be able to counteract a lot of that. But Mars in the 10th creates a lot of power for any nation at any given time. And again, we have to look at the other planets to make sure those other planets are conditioned to support the long-term aspects of war, because war is not something typically these days you just do. It's something that has to be vetted and goes through a process.
Yeah.
And for most nations. But nonetheless, Mars in those major key positions, now Mars in the 6th house can also have some similarities, and Mars in the 12th house can also be subversions from foreign enemies, hidden wars from foreign enemies. Right. So, that's how you begin to look at the chart. Okay, now I see. So if you got Saturn in the 6th house, Mars in the 12th of a nation's chart, there's a good possibility espionage is all over the place, and espionage can also be the 8th house as well. But the 6-12 combination or opposition, the 12th house is foreign powers.
Yeah.
Right. So this is how we begin to look at a chart to see, okay, did Mars conjunct, the natal Saturn of this chart, and how long will it be? Will it go retrograde over that? Did Saturn conjunct the natal Mars of a chart? Did Ketu conjunct it? Right? You begin to look for triggers in that chart. Now, the other thing is you want to take note of is you want to look at the leaders of the nations, because their charts also have an impact on the destiny of the nation. Right? And so as we see around us, in America, Donald Trump is the pulse of the nation right now. His chart is the one that we are experiencing through this impeachment.
Yeah.
We're experiencing Donald Trump right now through his chart. I mean, if you sit back and kind of think, that's pretty deep. Because it's like, whoever's in the throne, it's an old movie called Excalibur. I don't know if you probably too. You might.
No, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, remember the king is connected to the land. So when the king, something wrong with the king, the land is all toe up, ain't nothing growing, right? It's the same. In fact, even in Kemet, the king is connected to the land, the Nile, right?
Yeah.
Hapi, right? So the Nasut is literally he's the vehicle for the nation's health and wealth. This is something we've always known, right? So the leader of a nation has to that chart has to be looked at, right? And guess what? Good old Donald Trump, right? So he's Leo ascendant, right? Saturn is leaving the fifth house, and I discussed it previously on a podcast, that the fifth house is the fall from power. You're witnessing that Saturn transiting the fifth house right now. All these planets are bunching up in the fifth house, almost to create a swelling as if it's to explode something. So, and he tried to look as calm and cool as he wants. In the back of his mind, I'm telling you, he's stressed.
Yeah.
He's stressed. So, and I wrote an article, not an article, but a brief little something on Facebook. I kind of reposted it today because, you know, the verdict is in. He is technically going up for impeachment. And so, that being the case, astrology 2 years ago, right? I already saw this coming. When I saw it and read it in the chart, it was clear as day. He would be impeached. So, that being said, right, you can clearly see how you have to look at all these different factors and add them in to really properly assess if war is going to abound. But once you do, and once you see the patterns repetitiously over and over and over again, then you begin to say, okay, you know what? Yeah, definitely I can look to see where Mars and Saturn is, or I can definitely see where Mars and Uranus is, or Mars and Pluto, or whatever the case is. You can see that it's going to come. And when you know that that planet, let's say, for example, like for America, America has 4 planets in the 7th house. So anytime a planets are in the first house, those planets in the 7th house are being majorly affected.
Yeah.
And that's how I knew he would be impeached. Because the 7th house deals in the balancing of things. So if it's being balanced and there's Saturn there with K2, and I look at his chart, the leader of the nation, and say, oh, well, that's in his 5th house. Ooh, yeah, that's not looking good for you, boy.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? It's just, you begin to see those patterns, and once you look at it, you'll catch it quickly. So the next person, and when we're talking about elections on a show coming up here soon, it's been quite interesting to see how the process has worked, because we know that they're duly selected, not elected, but how they're weeding out whoever they want to have as the next selectee.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's interesting. And they've weeded out Mr. Trump. He's weeded out. Right? Already. Just this alone weeds him out.
You know, the funny thing is not too long after the next election, you know, Saturn and Mars, you know, they go into opposition again.
Mm-hmm. I'm telling you.
And Mars would be debilitated.
Look, man. Just watch. And it may not be America, right? That may be some other country.
Yeah.
Right? But just pay close attention. Because then you'll say, oh, and if you have the chart of the country, or even the chart of the leader, if you don't have the chart of the country, do the chart of the leader. And you will see in that, there is, you know, destiny is intertwined. It just is, you know, it's woven. So by that person being in that position alone, the impact that he has, not only on the nation and on the chart itself of the nation, but just period alone, him sitting in that position, everyone is going to experience his issues or his challenges or his triumphs. And so just looking at that chart alone would lend a lot of power, predictive power, on what's to come for a nation.
And the funny thing, when you look at it, so in his chart, a little bit after the election, their opposition, Saturn and Mars' opposition from 6th and 12th house. Then in United States chart is the 8th and 2nd.
Yeah, and so that's, I mean, if you think about the election, how the election went, what did they say was the how did they say the election went, or who was the culprit behind the election? Supposedly, I'm just saying,
Russia.
the conjecture, huh? Russia,
Russia,
right? And which house is the house of espionage? Not just the 12th,
eighth.
the 8th house. Isn't that something?
Yep.
You see what I mean? And I'm not saying they did or didn't. I really don't care, because
Yeah.
it ain't gonna change that anyway. But to understand and know and be able to foresee and look into the spiritual matters of things gives you a great keen sense of how the supreme being is under complete control.
Yeah.
All these things have been already there to exercise certain activities so that as a being we grow, and we see things, we see mistakes, we see. I mean, I don't even see this voting system being here in the next 20 years. I don't know about you, but I don't think it can sustain itself at this rate.
Yeah, it's
this way.
It's gonna get interesting.
Definitely interesting, to say the least. So, that's generally what we'll discuss today. But, again, like I said, there's always other factors. We didn't even talk about how to look at an actual chart in regards to the lords of those certain houses that also can create wars.
Yeah.
There's just, this science is vast. There's an astrologer by the name of James Braha. He wrote some pretty decent books on astrology, on Jyotish. And one of the things he said, he was like, predictive power is only 75 to 80% at best.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And he's right. Because number one, man has a will. Notice I didn't say a free will. A will. And that allows him to navigate and control the lower nature to defer to the higher, which then at some point, when he does it well enough and long enough, allows him to interface and actually manipulate his destiny in some ways. But for the most part, most of us haven't achieved that level of self-mastery, so we're subject to the forces that be.
Yeah.
Right? And we try to mitigate them as much as possible. And we can once you know yourself, once you know that you're the supreme. But, again, that's far removed from most people. So, when you look at this, we're reading it from a very probable perspective, not just possible, because anything's possible. Is it probable? And if it's probable, I should see some what we call confluence, meaning there should be more than one factor repeating itself. So you just did that, right? Number one, we had K2 in the ascendant in 9/11. Number two, we had Mars in the ascendant on 9/11, and now Mars and K2 are conjoined, which is another factor. So we got 3.
Mm-hmm.
Then you said Saturn is in the 6 and the 6/8. Now we got 4. So there's confluence all through America's chart, and confluence creates events.
Yeah.
Right. So that's what we have to do, is use all of the things, the tools that we have, the things I mentioned plus things I haven't, to really come to a strong consensus and say, you know what, it's about 80%. Our 80% out of the 80, it's 100% of that 80 that it's going to happen. Anything, of course, can throw it off because, like I said, we have a will, and man using his will can change the course of destiny to a degree. Right. But that's it, brother. What you got any questions or anything you want to add in or drop on the people?
I think we gave this subject enough energy right now.
For sure.
Indeed. So yeah, like I always do, I want to remind you that this episode was brought to you by Put Your Forward Media Group and Caliprusia Astrology. Make sure you go follow us on Instagram and go, hit up Brother Rod, get in the consultation queue. That long wait list that he got going on there, and get that all together. And make sure you go follow us, and whatever you're listening to this on, make sure you subscribe. Make sure you subscribe. That helps us to grow the show. And we'll definitely bring some things about for our subscribers, you know. So yeah, I think we're good, man. Like I said, I don't, you know, I mean, it's, you know, I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, but you know, we'll try to, you know, use our collective powers to try to, you know, move those war potentials, you know, another way. You know.
Well, you know, the thing about it is there, you know, I don't know if you've heard of transcendental meditation before,
Yeah.
right? There was some studies, and I'll have it next time I come back on the show. But there were some studies that actually does show that meditation, group meditations in large numbers, can shift events.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you know, our power is not powerless, right? We're just ignorant of our power. And when you don't know you got power, you know, you default to whatever's around you. And so if people in mass, you're talking about, you know, 100 people, 200 people, 300 people, sit down, have the same visualization, the same breath rate, the same posture, the same focus, absolutely can turn the tides of destiny. But how far and few is that in reality? It's just unfortunate. It's not something that is, and I mean, just think about it like this. If we did that in mass as a planet, oh my God, what kind of power would we have? I mean, then at that point, you might be able to traverse the stars. To have that kind of oneness within, you know, man, that would be phenomenal if we could get to that level. It may be, you know, maybe not to that level, but even close to that level.
Yeah.
You could take a comet on its way and move it out the way. I mean, just that kind of power is at man's disposal. But, you know, because, you know, our Sethian-like nature creates this separation process that we have, you know, then, hey, we're stuck where we are until something massive enough wakes up, man, as a totality. Then we might use that ability. But nonetheless, we will definitely send out positive energy and visualize, you know, hopefully, you know, if anything were to come, the avoidance of that event.
Absolutely. Well, you know, that's been this week's show. You know, I told you last show it might be a little unconventionality right here at the end, so we have some surprises for you, you know, coming into that last week. So stay tuned for that. Brother Rod, you got anything else you gotta say?
No, it's this is the best way to be interactive with the show is, of course, ask questions. Send me DMs if you have any questions, and many of you do, and I do appreciate it. And it's, you know, I'm never too busy to answer a question. You may not get the immediate response you might be looking for, but give me a little time, I definitely would get to you, and we definitely will wrap and build. But I do say, you know, ask questions, but also, you know, bring requests that you have. People have been doing that. I really appreciate it. It gives me something to do, to research on, because coming up with the topics, I mean, I will be here forever, but it's good when the people are learning something they want to learn about, or someone they want to learn about. So if you're interested in that, people have dropped some ideas, and we're going to be doing them. In fact, we're going to be doing some coming up shortly. You know, hit me up, hit up the podcast and let us know, you know, what you want to see or who you want to see. Provided we can get a good time frame, y'all. I mean, I have to throw that in there because not every chart, we can't do every chart because not every chart has a solid time. But if it has a solid time, we'll do it. So drop us a line. And that's it for me.
Indeed. So, you know, appreciate you all listening to this episode 23. And, you know, we'll lock in on the next episode. All right. So we're out. Peace.
tuned in to the Cosmic Convos Podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Peace, you're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos Podcast. I'm your humble host, Herut, and I got my good brother Ra. How you doing?
Oh, brother, enjoying this solstice, renewed, refreshed, ready to hit this solar year. Guns a blazing. How about yourself, my brother?
Hey, same here, man. Same here. You know, getting geared up, man, to, ready to take on whatever 2020 has in store. Indeed. But before we get too far, I want to remind you all that this episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Calipusha Astrology. You can find Push It Forward Media Group at Push It Forward PUSHITFWD on Instagram. You can find us on the web with the same spelling as our Instagram handle. That's PUSHITFWD.com. There we got short films. You can find this podcast there. We got a few little articles, different things like that, and we got some more things in store coming in 2020. Brother Y, tell them how to get in contact with you.
Yeah, so we'll be opening up the floodgates in the middle of January to kind of start off the new year with reading. So that'll be something to look forward to. Is if you're interested in getting your horoscope read or your chart done, definitely get at me. Quite a few people have so far, and seems like everybody is definitely getting their money's worth. But you can hit me up at calipurushastrology@gmail.com, or you can actually hit me up on Facebook at Shechem Ra, or even IG Shechem Ra. All three of those would definitely give me a line, and definitely if you have any questions or you're interested, that's the best avenue to reach me.
Good deal. So yeah, here we are, man. We right here, at the end, and we decided to, do something a little different, for the season finale, in lieu of this kind of a, once in a lifetime type of celestial event going on. We decided to, drop a couple episodes on you at one time, a few episodes, not a couple, a few episodes on you at one time to, round up the season and hold you over until we come back live. What you think about that, Brother Rob?
I think it's excellent, because what it's really doing is just segueing us for another better, more exciting season next season. Yeah. So we're definitely going to leave out with something for y'all to put your mind on, ride to, chill to, whatever it is that you do while you listen. You're definitely going to have plenty to listen to. So we are going to leave you with something until we return that will definitely keep you occupied.
Absolutely. And this episode would technically be episode 24. So it'll be got something real good in store. Before we get rolling into the topic, you want to answer a question?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, so we got a question, and I think, did we answer? I don't think so. I'm gonna ask it anyway. Got a brother, one of our Instagram followers, asked about the Pradavatana yogas, right? And he wanted to know, is a Pradavatana yoga, is it almost like an exaltation, not exaltation, but is it almost like having a planet in its own sign, or how do you treat it?
Yeah, actually, it's a very good way to kind of surmise that particular placement. A Parvatana is what we call a mutual. It's in the West. It's what's called a mutual exchange, and it's just where two planets occupy each other's respective signs, and so you have to treat it as a mixture of type of energies, almost like we talked about, like a chemistry type deal.
Yeah,
where you have a chemical makeup that has a volatility factor that can switch and move back into an original state or change to another state. So Parvatanas are very not volatile but unstable. And the reason why is because it all depends on the house that it's being ruled, that rules it, and the house that it's being placed in. Mm-hmm. So you could have a Parvatana between various different all kind of different combinations. You can have a Parvatana between the first and the fifth lord. You can have a Parvatana between any house and any lord. But when you have it where it connects between a Kendra and a Trikona house, those are the best ones, right? Those are the ones that you really want to look to see what are the benefits from that. Then, of course, you have like a secondary grade, which mixes between a Kendra and a Trikona. Trikona is a Dastana, or a house which is the 6th, 8th, or 12th house. So any Kendra or Trikona house that the Dastana house is not a Trikona house. A Dastana house is a 6th, 8th, or 12th house. Trikona is 5 or 9. So any time you have the Dastana 6, 8, or 12 involved with any type of exchange, it sullens or kind of dulls, or it doesn't do well, right? Mm-hmm. The last type is where you have what's called a Vipreet Raja Yoga. And Vipreet means that two negatives become a positive. So let's say you have the 6th and the 12th house exchanged. They kind of cancel each other's evils out. Mm-hmm. The 6th and the 8th house, 8th and the 12th house, those are Vipreet Raja Yogas. And so those are the ones that you can look to really see if the negative becomes a positive, and many times it does. Mm-hmm. In fact, I know someone who has a son that has that, and the negative came out of it that the son, his son had to leave, but the positive came out of it that his son ended up getting into a very prestigious school because he left under duress. Yeah. So you see what I mean? Like the negative becomes a positive. That's also another type of Parvatana yoga. So these are qualified by not only the houses that they're placed in, but the houses that are ruled within that. And so you treat it as if it's in its own sign, but you also have to tailor it or adjust it or mend it to show its actual position. Yeah. And we're going to talk about one of those here very, very soon. So we're going to actually delve into one of those particular type of exchanges.
Indeed. So hopefully that answers your question pretty well. And yeah, I think this person we about to get into will further answer that question, I believe, as well.
Absolutely.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Brother Rod, this came from one of our listeners, right? This request, right?
Yeah. This request, the last person that requested, my brother Ijala, he called in and requested Richard. That's how you got Richard Pryor. So that was that request, and this request is by the tag or the moniker that I have. I'm not going to give the person's real name, but my OT687. You know who you are, so this one's for you, right? This is what you asked for, so this is what you're going to get, and we're definitely open to more suggestions, more requests. Anytime you all want to have someone done and it's a legitimate good time, this person happens to have a great time. Mm-hmm. So if you have those and we can get a good solid time, we'll do it. We'll break it down. We'll enjoy it. We'll have fun with it. And, we'll kind of use these as our learning tools to explore different things with regards to astrology. So my OT687, this one's for you.
Indeed. So yeah, y'all. I know we're wrapping up, but we're still available. So send your requests, and even some of the older ones, they're still in the queue. We haven't forgot about them. So they may, come up in the next season and whatnot.
Indeed.
Yep. So yeah, let's get into it. So who's the lucky person that we're breaking down today?
Well, the lucky lady was born by the name of Anna Mae Bullock, right? Also known as Tina Turner, right? And Tina Turner, it's not one that I would have thought to do.
No, not me either.
Because Tina's kind of life to me is standard type of entertainer's life. You know what I mean? Like, she went through things that most entertainers go through that changes their perspective about things, you know. And so, you know, entertainers are in America. There's two types of stars, right? Most people don't know that politicians are referred to as stars. They're the big stars. And the lesser stars are the entertainers. That's in fact why you'll see that a lot of entertainers have a lot of their hands in politics, right?
Yeah.
So remember we talked about, did the show on the Raja Yoga's kingly statuses, right?
Yeah.
Well, kingly statuses can be in any various walk of life, whether it be Bill Gates with computers, whether it be Serena Williams with athleticism, whether it be Barack Obama in politics. You know, all these guys have very powerful Raja Yogas. And so those kingly status yogas is what we're seeing in this example as well. It's not so evident because it doesn't always necessarily look like the standard practice of it. But when we talk about it today, you're going to see that this woman definitely has some very strong yogas, some strong placements in her chart that gave her fame, right?
Indeed.
In fact, most famous people, the signs, the ascendants that are easiest to be famous are Cancer and Libra. They're the two most usually, generally easiest. Those ascendants easily become well renowned.
Why do you say that?
Well, because you have to understand the nature of the ascendant.
Mm-hmm.
The planet that rules it shines.
Yeah. Yeah.
Moon shines brighter than any object in the night sky.
Yeah.
So by far, it has the propensity to attract the masses.
Yeah.
Venus, which is the second brightest in the evening, right? Let's talk about it. Moon is the brightest at night, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Venus is the next brightest. She's the third brightest object in the sky, second at night, right? And Sirius is one of the brightest objects in the night sky as well, right? The star Sirius. So understanding that, it would make sense that the signs that are ruled, the ascendants that are ruled by planets that shine are easily noticeable. And it works the same way. Planets that are not so easy, that don't shine, like Saturn, right? They don't typically receive world renown unless their charts are placed in a certain way. Then they will. But mostly those Saturn type ascendants are background players. They can be foreground players like Barack Obama, but mostly Saturn is reserved. Saturn doesn't like to shine. Saturn wants to be the hand behind the hand.
Yeah.
Right. So, and the other ascendants, Mars rule. They're aggressive and fighting, but Mars, it shines. It's bright in the night sky, but not as bright as Venus, and definitely not as bright as the moon. So those planets that govern the ascendants that glow, that have some alluring attraction to them, those are the ones that easily climb to some type of public status or renown. So Tina's no exception to the rule. She's definitely one that her chart would be, to me, notable, and that at some point she would receive some status or some recognition of some kind. Starting off, Anna Mae was born in good old Nutbush City, right?
Wow.
Hey, she made a song about it. Here it is. There you go. Right. She was born November 26th at 11:39. Right. Mm-hmm. In Nutbush City at 10:10 p.m.
Yeah.
And so that places her right into Cancer Ascendant, right? Right into Cancer Ascendant. And so that
big
Cancer Ascendant.
Big up to all the Cancer Ascendants out there.
Big ups. What's up? We got one in the mix as well, right? So she's Cancer Ascendant, and so Cancer Ascendants, I know so many personal Cancer Ascendants that they just do very well. Most Cancer Ascendants I know do very well in life for some reason. And I think it's really because of the tenacity that the Cancer sign has, the relentless, heartfelt energy to get things done, right? Cancer is, it's very heartfelt. So if it's something they're passionate about, something that they love, something that they can protect, nurture, something that can grow, any planet that's in the sign of Cancer grows. That's why Mars is debilitated there, because Mars grows within Cancer. Right? So, when you have that Cancer ascendant, you have to look at the ascendant Lord. That's the first rule of practice when we do this. Descendant degree, ascendant Lord. Well, the degree is 24 degrees, which pushes it well into Ashleisha. Ashleisha is usually born with some type of challenging circumstances surrounding the entry into this plane, because it's about squeezing, holding, not releasing. It's really about shifting your consciousness from the emotional sense of things to the universal sense. That's what Ashleisha really is. And so it's very hard many times. The ascendant degree will tell you kind of just like the ascendant tells you, the degree tells you even more about the perplexities that this person will deal with in their life. And Ashleisha is a very complex energy. It's ruled by the Sarpas, right, which are the serpents.
Yeah.
So the Naga, right, or not the Nagas, but Shesha, which is the actual, you've seen it, it's a multi-headed serpent that the Hindu god or Indian god Vishnu lays on. That's the thing that kind of the totem or the animal kind of propensity that it's affiliated with is serpents, snakes. So a lot of times these individuals will hold on to problems a lot longer than they need to.
The Hydra.
Hydra, yes, Hydra as well. Yes, thank you. Then the Greek terminology. And so these people will hold on to things a long time. These people will grasp and hold and hold and hold and squeeze until there's just no more squeezing. Something has to give, something has to change, something has to shift.
Yeah.
And so this is what you begin to see in her life pattern, these things that she will hold for some reason. And we'll see why and who. We pretty much know, most of us, but we'll explore it in an astrological sense.
One thing, if you don't mind real quick, I noticed that women with either Ashleisha ascendant or prominent moon or something like that, they're interesting. Like I don't know if you've noticed something interesting about women with that placement, with a prominent Ashleisha. It's something with men, some type of relationship, almost. I've even seen women have that. You ever heard the term man eater?
Oh yeah, they're seductive.
Yeah.
Very alluring.
Yeah.
It's a serpent. So it's like the serpent sitting there staring at you, and you can become allured and pulled into that hypnotic. They're very hypnotic.
Yeah.
If you look at Tina, she has that hypnotic serpentine look a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
If you really look at her, yeah. You can see that seductive, sultry, you don't know what's going to happen behind these doors type energy. Right.
That's
you
a way to
Tina,
put it.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at Tina, man. Don't look. Cancers don't sleep. Don't sleep, right? She's not Pushya. Pushya is the spiritual side of Cancer.
Yeah.
Right. Pushya is the real, that's the nurturer. Ashleisha is not the spiritual side. It's the side of the claws.
Yeah.
Right. And so those propensities to pinch and hold, right? And not only to pinch and hold, but think about it like a boa constrictor, right? A boa constrictor can wrap around you, right? And it's so slow. You don't think the thing is going to squeeze you like that. But as it begins to increase its grip,
it's over.
You realize, wait a minute, I done got caught up. Right? And now you're a victim to someone's in a lot of Ashleisha can have insecurities because it's ruled by Mercury. Mercury is the planet of reasoning, calculation, and intellect.
Yeah.
Well, you couple that with the water energy. What you think you're going to get?
Confusion, or just loss.
Lots of mental interlacing, a lot of mental constructs, a lot of emotional strongholds that are wrapped around the ideas and beliefs of things. That's what oscillation really is about. Mm-hmm. So moving into her destiny in her chart, she's got her ascendant lord, which is the moon, at 14 degrees Taurus in the 11th house. Now this, folks, is an exaltation. It's not exaltation by degree. The moon is exalted exactly at 3 degrees Taurus. However, it is still within 11 degrees of exaltation, which still creates a very strong moon placement. And I consider it close to being exaltation, even though technically the moon in this particular position would be what is considered Mula Trikona. Mm-hmm. That is where the moon is in its own sign. And how could the moon be in its own sign in Taurus? Well, there's some strange things about how the arrangements are with regards to exaltation, debilitation. There's just some fine lines and fine points we won't get in today, but at the same time, you must understand that there are degrees that we look for to give a real strong indication of exaltation. Without it, it's kind of like being next to the best, right? And her moon is definitely next to the best placement as far as the potential outcome of any type of moon placement. It's one of the better ones. So it starts life off with self-confidence, strong personality, the ability to adapt and change, the ability, and I'm talking about the ascendant, because the ascendant lord is in Taurus, so it's stronger. The personality is stronger. This person has the ability to know who she is and not get lost or caught up in the kind of things that go on around her. This is what the first house does for us. It gives us an anchor of who we are in this physical plane. Yeah. So she's very well anchored. You can see she has a very strong, determined personality. Right? So, ascendant lord in the 11th house is also what we're looking at. And the 11th house is the house of gains. Now, you'll hear a lot of people talk about the 11th house in a negative sense. And there are some things that go, every house has a negative and positive to it. So that's just not fair. 11th house gets a bad rap. I'm telling y'all, the 11th house is one of the best houses to have your planets placed in, period. It just is, even in debilitation. Because the 11th house is a house that deals with long-term success, long-term gains, getting things after you've paid your dues, connections, knowing the right people. That's all 11th house stuff.
Yeah.
And so, no, it's not going to come off right off the money. But guess what else it is? Right? It's your elders, right? It's your friends. These people usually don't do you harm. Right? So you got to consider this. The ascendant lord's in the 11th house. Very strong placement. Very powerful with regards to having a strong personality and having a strong sense of community and others. And plays well with others. She does well with others. She could probably walk into a group of all kinds of different people and pull in and make connections very quickly. So that's a very strong placement in my estimation, right? Some others might disagree. For the cardinal signs, which are Aries, Cancer, Libra, and Capricorn, the 11th house is what's called a Badakhshan house. I'm not going to get into the definition, but many say that it is a house that creates obstacles. Well, it could be that her obstacle was her own personality and the attractiveness or the alluring aspect of her personality, which attracted someone that wanted to control and manipulate that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. So, going deeper in, we're not going to spend too much time on each topic because we can go deep on each one. We're going to just walk through it and look at it for what it is. So, we always qualify a placement by the Lord of the ruler of where that placement is. And so the moon is definitely placed well. Ascendant Lord is placed well, but the ruler of Taurus is not so well. And that lowers or lessens the degree of power that placement can yield, which Venus is in the 6th house of Sagittarius. So this shows, now, we see various things do different things. You know, we see multiple things do one placement. Well, we know the moon is the mother, right?
Yeah.
And we know moon is mom, right? That means that the moon, the lord of the moon, is 8 houses from its own rule, from its own. The moon's ruler is 8 houses away from itself, from its natural ruling sign.
Yeah.
So that puts a definite damper on the mother, creates a very... now, here's the thing. So you look at it from the moon, 8th from the moon, and then you look at it from the ascendant. Venus is, well, the moon's lord is in the 6th. So we have a double whammy. So that shows the mother definitely is unstable. Right? Rahu in the 4th house also adds into the equation unstable childhood. Right?
Yeah.
Very unstable childhood. And not to say she was in harm's way, but just the moving and the shifting and the changing, all that was that's a lot for a child. You know, stability is the key factor for growth in a child's life. So it was very much difficult for her to probably feel anchored, feel loved, feel wanted. And some of these may have created insecurities, which may have allowed a type of individual to come into her life to manipulate those.
Yeah.
So we now know that the moon's placement it's good, but it's also some qualifying factors that definitely bring some challenges with it. But the other thing is that her ascendant lord is aspected by the sun. So that also gives her another strong level of personality.
Mm-hmm.
These are the subtleties when we begin to look at different charts, just to see why this person would be more resilient than necessarily that person. Well, her sun is at 11 degrees Scorpio. Her moon's at 14 degrees Taurus. That's practically a full moon.
Yeah. Yeah, it's close. Yeah, that's right.
Right? So not only is it a full moon, which then even further, and we'll talk about that in a minute, but it shines light to the ascendant. It gives confidence. It gives self-assurity. It removes a lot of the insecurities. So you really low. No, and if you watch Angela Bassett play that role, she did play a little shy role. She kind of plays shy first. Cancers can be known to be internal.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Once they come out of their shell, watch out. But they can be internal. They could be, more reserved than the fire or air signs, because it's water. So, showing that in kind of rendition of that movie that gave the rendition of her life, you see some of the shyness, but you also see that bold personality as well.
Yeah.
It's a mixture. So moving from that, right, we got some qualifying factors. Shows strong personality, definitely ability to interact with others well, has self-confidence, but also has some tendencies to be shy, and maybe even some issues around or centered around feeling loved or wanted, especially by the mother. Now moving deeper in, right, now we see that the ascendant is aspected by Jupiter. This removes 1,000 evils. Jupiter in any strong placement, whether it be a Kendra or Chacon house, it literally blesses the chart. It just blesses you. Even if you go through something, you're something like an angel on your shoulder. You get out, you get through unscathed, right? Or you might be scathed, but you ain't dead. You're not damaged to the point where you can't recover. So Jupiter gives these kind of blessings, and she was raised in a very spiritual upbringing with regards to her grandparents and so forth. So that Jupiter aspect in the ascendant always gives some type of religious purview in the beginning of life. You've got something similar. Would you say that would be the case?
I do. I have that exact placement. Yeah.
Right. Did you grow up in some type of religious? So I mean, for Americans not to is kind of more strange than anything, but I would imagine somewhere in your immediate environment, Jesus, church, something was there.
It was there. It was definitely there. I've always had like a spiritual disposition. I got something else sitting there, so it made it a little.
That changes it.
Yeah,
right.
It changed it, but it was always
right.
Always had that type of disposition.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so does she, and we're gonna see exactly how that kind of pans out. So, moving into the moon, We kind of talked about the moon, but let's talk a little bit more about the moon. So we dealt with the ascendant, which is the body. Let's deal with the mind. So the mind is now strong, right? Good memory, right? Excellent reflective power, right? Able to adapt, right? But still stable. That's what the moon in exaltation does. It gives you a very strong mind. The moon is full. That adds even more strength to the mind. So being born in a full moon, my daughter's born in a full moon. Very outgoing, very loving, but very emotional too. Right? Because the moon is lit up, right? So all your emotions kind of come to the surface, right? When the moon is dark, you got a lot of subconscious stuff going on. Moon is bright, right? The subconscious is rendered conscious, right? Because the light is shown onto the subconscious. The moon is more like your subconscious, right?
Yeah.
Because it's your child. If the moon represents your childhood, and let's look at her childhood, moon is there, but guess what? There's a planet aspecting that moon. Good old Mars. We got a Chandra Manga Yoga, y'all. Right?
Man,
Chandra Manga Yoga. Now we can talk about some more fiery, zealous resistance. Right? La resistance through the moon. Right? She ain't no punk.
yeah.
That's why I had a problem. Right? Right? If you watch the movie, you know, you remember the baby mamas or whatever, the wives or whatever, they just kind of like, you know, like there, right? But anime, right? Anime was no joke. Like, she did a lot, she cared a lot, and you could see she cared for kids that weren't even hers.
Yeah.
Right? That's that Cancer energy.
Mm-hmm.
And that moon is solid, able to withstand a lot of stuff. But at the same time, right, that Mars aspect in that moon gives her a fiery streak. And you're only going to do so much for so long. It can take a lot. It can take a lot because of that moon's exaltation. But it has its limitations because it's got a fiery edge what will break and say, I can't do it anymore, and snap.
Yeah,
we saw that.
I mean, I've always been around women with that Chandra Mangala yoga, just almost or very what would you call it? Mangalic chart, very Mars, very prevalent.
Mangalic, yeah. And they will not. They take up so much, and then it's a wrap.
Yeah,
it's a wrap. Don't even go there no more. You know, when I used to date, I see a Chandra Mangala yoga, I run.
You say, okay,
and it worked every time.
You said
because I would sit there and I would be like, nah, I'm cool on you, or you know, we date, we can hang, you know, and all of a sudden, man, a snap out of nowhere. I'm like, what the heck is wrong with you? And I'm like, oh, there's the Chandra Mangala yoga. So, you know, it's not to say people that have it can't have relationships. By all means, that's not true. Because you have to look at all the factors, moon, sun, everything. 7th Lord, 7th house, and all that. But just take it to the bank. Then when there's a Chandra Mangala yoga, don't push them too far. You're going to get flack back pretty good. So showing that again, very strong mind, very strong mentality. Not to take too much mess, but definitely can be strong, sturdy, and withstand a lot of pressure. Moon in the 11th house, guess what it does? Let's talk about it. So the 11th house, in regards to Jiva and non-Jiva, right? Jiva is living. Every house has a Jiva and non-Jiva respect to it. Every house has a living aspect and a non-living aspect. Your first house is you as the living aspect, your physical vehicle, your body. The non-living aspect is your personality. Right? The living aspect of the second house is your family. The non-living aspect is your values and your resources, your savings. Each house has a Jiva living and non-living aspect. The 11th house, the living aspect for the 11th house is the elder siblings. Well, she has 2 older female elder siblings. Hello.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know about y'all, but just to me, that just, like, wow. Wow. That's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Now, we're seeing that elder siblings are women, right? Showing it 2 older siblings, women, in the 11th. Perfect. That's why her chart is just so easily discussable, because it like falls into place perfectly.
Yeah.
But a moon in the 11th house also has things that flow very easily for them. They get support out of very odd places, and things can come up, and people will help. People will help. Supported female friends. In fact, I think in the movie, if I'm correct, it was a female friend that showed her and led her to Buddhism. Do you recall that?
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen that movie, but I think so.
I'm pretty positive. I'm pretty positive that was the case. About 100% sure, in fact. Now, I don't know how true that is with regards to her biographical accuracy of it. But the movie definitely showed a woman that was a friend putting her up on some knowledge.
Yeah.
So again, just showing, right, these placements. Now, moving deeper in, right, we talked a little bit about the moon, and of course it is in Rohini, right? Rohini is definitely, right, one of the most beneficial placements for the moon. Of course, that's where it's Kritika is technically the exaltation, but it's right on it's closer to the moon. Being in Rohini still is very powerful, because Rohini is ruled by the moon.
Mm-hmm.
So it gives an added extra benefit to the moon's placement there.
Yeah.
But it just means that this person definitely will have a propensity for beauty, will be very attractive, right? Very alluring, right? Very much not having a problem with getting the opposite sex, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
So, the moon shows this. Moving in from the moon, the mindset, into the sun, which is the core of who you are, the bearings of what you need to make things whole in life, what you're supposed to achieve when you exit this particular realm. The sun shows those propensities, and the sun being in Scorpio now shows a person that is here to deal with transformations. This person is here to deal with sudden shifts in the life pattern, to where it calls attention to the core of who you are.
Yeah.
And ruling the second house, a lot of that transformation came in through the family. If you look at her very early ages, there was a lot of changes in her life. I believe she stayed with her her grandmother, because the mother didn't want responsibilities. When that happened, the grandma died, right? So she ended up back with her mother. She was in nightclubs at a very early age.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, considering back in the 50s, that probably wasn't a big deal, but still in all, this is a young woman, growing up fast.
Yeah.
Making things manifest based on her talents and abilities and gifts. And the moon in the 11th house in Taurus, y'all, gives some very powerful musical propensities. Very powerful. Because the moon is aspecting the 5th house as well.
Yeah.
Which is creativity, right?
Yep.
So she's definitely musically gifted, without a doubt. Right? In fact,
aspecting the 2nd and 3rd lord.
Exactly. And then not only that, it's her personality that connects it, her physical body. So this shows, right, this woman is definitely here to deal with some seriously powerful stuff, but she can take it. She can take it. She's built to last. And she's here. She outlived Ike, y'all. So that tells you something.
Yeah.
Right. But moving into the sun, right, it's in the 5th house. The 5th house is the house of creative expression. Right. So this person's soul yearned for the expression of the inner atmosphere of who she is. It yearned to get it out. That's the sun in the fifth. Very creative, very smart, very, very, very ingenious when it comes to trying to solve problems. The sun in the fifth house is the Leo is the natural sign for the fifth house. So it's almost like in its own house, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely gives her a strong disposition to also protect the children as well. She definitely will protect children. And, well, looking at the fifth house as that Jiva item, right? Jiva is children in the fifth house. And her sons, she had sons, she had no daughters.
Yeah.
So you can clearly see elder siblings, boom, perfect match. Children, males, perfect match. I mean, everything lines up so very well, right? Now, the sun also in Anuradha, it talks about literally being able to be a bridge maker or a connector between forces that may be opposing or forces that may not be on the same wavelength. And Anuradha is the sign that allows us to transform those negatives into positives. Any type of opposition can become a friend. Any person that's an enemy can become a friend through the Anuradha energy.
Yeah.
So you can see these things, right? I mean, bar none. And there's many more placements. We just won't go into everything. But the sun being in that position definitely calls her soul to answer its own questions, to find the truth. The fifth house is a house of truth. So this person is a truth seeker in a way. And it's aspected by Jupiter simultaneously. Very powerful. Right? So, we kind of just delineated her right quick. Break her down, body, mind, and soul. You can see this is who she is. But when we get further into the chart, now we want to start looking at some things that kind of were telltale signs that this is who and what we're dealing with. And we've already had some so far.
Yeah.
Let's look at some that really call home to Tina's life, which is good old Ike. And we're going to start off in looking at the relationship and the relationship house to show what happened in the relationship. If I didn't know her and I met her and I did her chart, I'd say you have some challenges and issues with abuse in relationship. Why would I say that? Well, go ahead, brother.
Seventh Lord, debilitated.
Yeah.
Conjunct K2.
Yeah.
Almost within 2 degrees too. They're close.
I got 4, but it could be, I see 2 as well. Depending on which placement, what time frame we put it in. But it's so close. It's unarguable. So the seventh lord is the seventh house, is the house we look for marriage, long-term commitments, promises, and so forth. And you can see that the seventh lord, which is Saturn, is debilitated in the 10th house. So this means that the person's mate definitely was in the limelight. In the limelight, in the sense of trying to push or prod or go beyond certain ring past knots that probably weren't intended to be pushed beyond. And Ike is famous for his relentless approach to things.
Yeah.
Right. So you can see Ike through the 7th house. Now, it's debilitated, so that means that its functioning ability to be a good husband is thwarted. So the opposite of a good one is obviously a bad one. Right? And you can see that she was abused through this placement.
Yeah.
The Jiva item for the 7th house is the mate, the husband. The husband is defunct, devoid, no power, no staying power, no can't resist pressure, can't take pressure, right? Can't take harsh realities, wants to shade away from the real way of dealing with things and take shortcuts.
Yeah.
That's Ike. So, and anytime Saturn's in Aries, it wants to take shortcuts. Y'all, that's a little, just FYI, Saturn and Aries shortcuts. Right? So, the husband wants to take shortcuts, but at the same time is very abusive, very restrictive, very domineering, very overbearing. That's all the seventh lord being debilitated. That's what it does. Now, to add in, the ascendant, the seventh lord is in the sign of Aries, which then further fuels that particular propensity to be physically abusive.
Yeah.
Right? So, you can see Ike. Ike is right there. All day. Right?
Intense.
So, you can see that right now. I just like to use different people to kind of pull out the chart and kind of highlight it and, really have some fun with it. But, let's see here. So, she started off, right, and we're going to talk about some time frames now, really getting into her life and her disposition with regards to how it began. What was the life like as it began to, she started. And so, if you concur, I have her starting off at a moon dasha.
Yep.
Okay. And so, right off the bat, right, we noticed that Anna Mae's ability when she starts off, it's probably calling attention to her where she was a very quick learner. She recognized things with regards to her abilities as a young person very quickly because it's starting off in her personality. The planet that rules her personality is starting off. Each little thing that changes with regards to how those dasha periods start, it tells a lot about the personalities as well.
Yeah.
Because this is how the person carved themselves out into this particular manifestation, what we call Tina Turner or Richard Pryor or whoever. They carved themselves out, where they were beginning to carve themselves out immediately based on the ascendant when she was born. Strong little girl. Right? Probably had a mouth on her too, I would bet, with that Mercury and Scorpio. Right?
Yeah.
Right? So, you see, we can see the childhood. We can see how she started off. You ask anybody around her, was she a strong-willed little girl? Yes, she was. Oh, Tina was something. That's what they would tell you, I'm sure. Tina was something. Right? So, you must understand when you start off this way, and actually, it's a good start. Right? It's a good start. It's not a great start. It's a good start because the person will come in with some bead of who they are at a very early age, and then they can build from that and become very much more oriented towards who they are because they started off doing it.
Yeah.
Right. So, they moved around a lot. And the moon is a planet that moves. I mean, they all move, but the moon moves quicker than any other planet. Right? So, there you see the moving. Even though moon is strong, the moon itself, because it fluctuates, it's going to show a fluctuating life.
Yeah.
In the beginning. Right? And so as a young girl, right, she, was kind of forced to stay with different people, all family still, but still very much not what you would consider go to school, have your parents, average, so-called average, normal American life, right? It was not one that was commensurate with what we would consider as being picturesque.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and even in fact, it says that she recalls picking cotton with her family at a very early age. But guess what she was doing? Picking it with family.
Yeah.
And the sun, which is the second house, Lord, aspects the ascendant, Lord, which is the moon. So you see right there, a very early age, right? The connection with the family is very strong. even though unstable. So, this is when you get into the subtleties of things, like the nuances of astrology in people's lives that can be read through this.
Yeah.
She moves into a Mars Dasha, right? In the Mars Dasha, right, shows that, as a young child, she definitely went through some more stuff because Mars is in the 8th house.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at between 6 and 13, again, right, when she was 11, her mother Zelma ran off without warning, seeking freedom from her abusive relationship, right, with a gentleman, and she moved to St. Louis. So at 11 years old, Mama up and left. Mama was a Rolling Stone. Well, look at 11. In 11 is a Mars K2 period. Mars is in the 8th house. K2 rules the ruler of Mars. K2 conjuncts the ruler of Mars. This is a sudden severing of something. And that severing happened within a tumultuous environment, which was she wasn't abused, but it wasn't stable.
Yeah.
Right. So, moving into from the Mars Dasha, right, until about 13 years of age, she began the Rahu Dasha. This is when she began to literally come into her role as Tina Turner. Right. Well, how do you see that, Ra? Like, what do you see with the Rahu Dasha? Well, Rahu's in the 4th house, number one. Right? And so the 4th house, right, is the house of home. So she's still a young girl. Well, not fairly young, but a young lady.
Yeah.
Still at home. Right? Well, if I'm correct, right, she moved back with her mother, right, right around she's about 13 or 14. Right? So it's kind of like showing that same connection right back, right? Well, she was 16, excuse me, I'm sorry. She was 16, and even at the age of 16, you can clearly see she's in a Rahu Dasha, Rahu Jupiter Dasha to be exact.
Yeah. So
Rahu is in how many places from Jupiter? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the 6th placement from those two planets creates some type of obstacle or challenge or frustration in that time period. And I'm sure it was frustrating to have to move back with your mother after you've been acquiesced by your grandparents who are religious, spiritual, and so forth.
Yeah.
Now, bringing us up to further, bring us further up as far as these dashas are concerned. When the Rahu Dasha period, that's when she met Ike.
Yep.
In the 50s, right? But guess what? She's in a Rahu period. Rahu becomes the ascendant. Whenever you look at a dasha, you want to make the planet the ascendant many times to get a purview of what's going on. And 7th from Rahu, right, is K2, and K2's conjunct the 7th lord of the natal of the Rasi placement.
Yeah.
There's the marriage right there. In the Rahu Dasha. Right? So again, showing this person. Now Rahu in the 4th house, what else does it do? Well, it creates an inflation. Rahu inflates. He spreads. He expands. Expand in the sense of like Jupiter, but expands in the sense of to bring something to spread it so far, it literally either loses its power or has to reshift or recapitulate into something else. That's what Rahu can do. So Rahu, because it's transformed, it likes to change and wear different masks. So Rahu in the 4th house also made her grow up early. She wanted to get out of the home early.
Yeah.
You see that?
Mm-hmm.
What better way than to do that than the planet that is in opposition to that Rahu conjunct K2, which is the 7th lord through marriage. So that's how she got out of marriage. That's how she got out of home fast. Mm-hmm. And it's in the movie. I mean, this stuff is real. Stuff is real. The 4th lord is in the 6th house. So that means that when she met him, the ruler of the fourth is in the sixth. So whatever happened at that period of time is going to also bring some challenges. Some victimization, some unsavory circumstances. Things that will definitely wake you up.
Yeah.
Right? So now we see, right, Rahu appear, and she gains a lot of success during the Rahu Dasha. A lot of success. Right? But by way of her husband. Right? Because of the duo type deal. Right? And so, you know, a lot of things that came out during the 60s. I mean, and let's just put it like this. Right? You mentioned earlier, like the second and third lord in the fifth house creates that propensity for music. It does. Right? But Rahu being in the fourth house, right, opens the opportunity for her to be unorthodox and in a position that probably wouldn't be savory to her family or to who she loves. And that also came out in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
So, but it also shows a mother that will use you too. Rahu in the fourth can have a mother that will use you. She'll use you to leapfrog. Whoa. See, Rahu likes to leapfrog. He wants to get from 0 to 100 in 2.3 seconds. He wants to be the master of all masters without doing the master's work.
Yeah.
And so Rahu in the fourth shows a mother that can use her to get a leg up. See, this is, you start to see, right? She want to get out of home. Right? She wants to expand faster than the fourth house is willing to allow.
Yeah.
She wants to grow up fast. That's what it means. My mother has a very similar placement. She grew up very early. Know a lot of people, not a lot of sisters with this placement. Not to say they're fast, but they just grow up. They grow up fast. They grow up faster. They have to deal with more things. Their home life is expanded beyond their capacity.
Yeah.
So you see that during these time frames, we can see these things, right? Now, during the 70s, not during the 70s, during the 60s, that's when she, began to really come into her own as a performer, but it was always attached to something else. It was never just her. It was later, but originally she was part of some other organization or group, and that's where that moon in the 11th house shows that literally that group type of thing did very well for her. It gave her the ability to perform well.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like a symphony. It's like a synchronization. Tina's not a great singer to me. She can sing, but she's not one that I would call home to say that's like a Beyonce or a Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
But her soulful singing is seen through the sun in the fifth. That Scorpio, rough, like that, give it to you raw. They have some serious, like, other than Proud Mary, there's another one, Eye to the Spider. I think it's what it's called. Just the scene, the way she brought it was raw.
Yeah.
That's Scorpio. And wait, her voice, anytime you want to know the voice, one of the things you want to look at is Mercury as a Karaka. It's in Scorpio.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a raspy singer, kind of a little raspy.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's how you begin to see that stuff. So, moving into the dashas, now we're going to leave Rahu. We know she's got fame. We know she's married to Ike, Big Ike Turner, bad boy on the block, She moves into Jupiter dasha. And Jupiter is a planet that when you go through his dasha, you're going to wake up. It's almost like someone turned the lights on. Like, whoa, what happened? Right? And in this period, for the first good half of it, maybe not half, but let's say 5 to 6 years and 7 years in, right? This is when Jupiter began to heal, right? And healing is not always comfortable. Jupiter began to remove the smoke from her eyes, which Rahu cast. right? Seeing that this brother here ain't worth the that drove him in, right? He's not. He's a problem. So Jupiter is like a nagging conscience. Like, you should be leaving. It's called the voice of God to some of us that can hear it, right?
Yeah.
Some of us get the word, some get the voice, some get both, right? This is God trying to say, anime, get out. And she did just that. In 1976 is when she began to actually pull away from Ike, and in the movie rendition of her life, it shows that they had a major dog out fight, right? And this happened in 1976.
Yeah.
Well, she's in Jupiter Dasha. In fact, it happened July 1st, 1976. Right? So she had just entered into her Jupiter Mercury Dasha period. Well, guess what, y'all? See, then we can start to say, okay, no, so Jupiter's in the 9th house, giving her this conscience, this voice, this drive to get out of this bad situation. And then Mercury, which is the planet that rules the 3rd and the 12th house, says it's time for the Cancer to sidestep. Because Cancers do that very well. If you ever watch a crab, they move side to side.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she moved side and then side again to avoid further confrontation to deal with this individual called her husband. So it's showing you at this period the divine light hit and allowed her to do the 3rd house thing and the 12th house thing, right? To get out Dodge. But from a 5th house perspective, 9th house perspective, because Mercury is in the 9th house from Jupiter. That's how you read it. And guess what? Mercury is aspecting the moon, which is her personality, which is her physical body. She was tired. It was time to go. It's time to... The 12th house is where you rejuvenate, recoup.
Yeah.
That's that to me. When I saw, I was like, wow, thank you, my odd 687, right? Because, right, this is a really nice chart to read. I mean, it's really concise. It's just to the point. She gets a divorce in 78. She starts her Jupiter K2 Dasha in 78.
Yeah.
August 78. So the divorce hits. She's able to sidestep, and then boom, it's severed.
Mm-hmm.
So you see, this is how things work. Now, in the Jupiter Dasha period, Jupiter's in the 9th. Tina Turner, she classifies herself as a Buddhist.
Yeah.
Right? And so Buddhism was given to her, according to the movie by her friend. She could have found it on her own. I don't know the exact way she got it, but she did get it in 1973.
Mm-hmm.
Jupiter, Saturn, Dasha. Or it could be Jupiter as well, depending on what time she got it in 73.
Mm-hmm.
If she got it early 73, then it would have been right in that Jupiter Dasha, which then you can clearly see. Isn't that phenomenal? That the Supreme Being is like, here you go. So she already had Nam Myoho Renge Kyo before she left Ike.
Yeah,
she found it. You see what I'm saying?
Indeed. Yeah, you could tell this Jupiter Dasha was key, because also I don't know if you was gonna get into this, but according to the Parashara's definition of Lakshmi Yoga, she has that, and that activated during that time period as well.
She does. Jupiter in the 9th in its own sign.
When it's in the Lord,
it's Lakshmi Yoga.
Yeah.
Yep. All day. So I mean, you pulled that out, and that shows you right there that Dasha period is the one that set her free.
Yep.
I mean, come on, y'all. You just can't get no better than this. You know, it just is right there. It's written like somebody wrote her life out, put her in the little body and said, move on, and everything just unfolded as intended.
Yeah.
So
now one more thing as far as the Buddhism thing, because I know a lot of people, you look at the two Jupiter ruled signs, Sag and Pisces. Would you say that because it's in Pisces is why it twinged towards Buddhism versus if it was the other way, like maybe Sag, it might have been, solidified in Christianity or something like that?
Yeah, because Jupiter is in Uttara Bhadrapada, which is the serpent of the deep, and that is meditation. Buddhism focuses on meditation. They don't even tell you there's God. They say prove it for yourself. So absolutely, I would definitely qualify that as a position that would definitely put Buddhism as a mainstay,
or some type of what people would classify today as more of a spiritual
approach than
religious. Yeah.
Absolutely, my brother. Yes, sir. You're right on the money with that. Definitely so. Definitely. Saturn aspect in the 12th house can also do some of that too. Because Saturn wants to shut down, and the 12th house is the house of reclusion. Yeah. That would suit her best, right? Definitely. So, moving in, going deeper, right? So, between 85 and 87, she has a Jupiter Dasha Sandhi. And Dasha Sandhis are kind of like the sunset, sunrise type deal of the Dashas. And this is when things are shifting the most. These are things that are unstable. I mean, she already had instability throughout her life, but this time period is going to take her from one level to another.
Yeah.
Right? And so, excuse me, I'm looking at that and looking at what's going on. In the 80s is when she began to have her notoriety. Right? For herself, her own personal notoriety, not with Ike, but separated from Ike.
Yeah.
Right? Because remember the duo demise, they broke up in 76. So between 76 and 83, she had a solo career. She didn't do much. Right? She didn't really do much. Not during that time. But, right, in, I think, 83 is when she began to really reshift and capitulate herself. 84, she comes out with Private Dancer. Right? I'm your private dancer. Dancing. I mean, like that. That's a major song right there, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, 84, it hit. But she's in her Jupiter Dasha, about to get, and she didn't blow up yet. She's not major yet. She's just getting her feet reacclimated to what she is and who she is as an individual.
Yeah.
And so Jupiter's still kind of giving her the boons, if you will, the blessings of that Jupiter Dasha period, but it's not going to blow her up. It just was there to clear the air and to reset her, to really get back on the path of who she is. But in the Saturn Dasha period is when she begins to blow up. Now, she did blow up in 84 with What's Love Got to Do with It.
Yeah, that was
the real kicker.
Yeah.
Right, but if you really pay attention, because she did get awards and all that, but her stuff didn't really hit until the 80s, like mid-80s. So 85 is when she did Mad Max Thunderdome, right? And this is really, if y'all look at it, it's still in the Jupiter Dasha period. Right? But, right, in 86, right, 86, 87, that's when she began to kind of take her own self out and do her thing with regards to who she is as an individual. Not to say it didn't happen at the end of the Jupiter Dasha, but the Saturn Dasha kind of, from what I can see, really is a solidifying factor, and that's when things shifted. So that Saturn now is ruling the 7th, ruling the 7th and the 8th, in the 10th, and debilitation It's not canceled, but it is offset. And what happens is that Parvatana yoga between the 8th and the 10th house now is going to act like Saturn's in the 8th, right? And act like Mars is in the 10th. So now Mars is going to do the job of Saturn in the light of the career, in the light of having completion of what she feels as being like, you know what, I did it. I showed you I did it.
Yeah.
Right. She had a tour, a worldwide tour, in '87.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and it says she yielded record-breaking sales. Right. So this is now Tina, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Tina as in her own prominence, as in her who she is, with the world to see. And the thing about it is that the only real reason why she became so phenomenal is because of the transformation that she went through her husband.
Yeah.
So the negative became a what?
Positive.
So the 8th Lord now yields his power to the 10th house, and the 10th Lord uses power to the 8th. So the transformation that she went through was so purifying and so recapitulating, reacclimating who she is as a person. Then the success hit. And I'm saying when I success, I'm talking about she's inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 1991.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Interesting.
Her film came out in 1993 in Saturn Dasha.
Yes, that I mean, because that's deep when you look at that. Because if you don't look at that Parvatana, you would think that Saturn Dasha would be pretty ugly for her.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's actually phenomenal.
Yeah.
So you see, this is how you begin to.
Now, would you say
look at it?
Maybe a lot of that because just the setup, she may have dealt with a lot of the karma that Saturn, that Saturn was bringing early. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then when she hit the dasha, that was already cleared out the way.
Already rolling, already ready to roll, man. Already ready to roll. So it was like I said, it was constructed for her.
Yeah, Mars is the Yoga Karka too for Cancer Ascendant.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. In the 8th house.
In
the 8th house. So you see, this is how we can begin to look at a chart and really just outline and delineate. And I haven't looked at transits, right? We haven't looked at that at all. And those would just be clear, concise aspects of the Dasha system. They work together in tandem so that you see them in concise. Boom, this is what this Saturn Dasha does because Saturn is transiting here at this time. Boom. So, during that Saturn Dasha, and she rolled it all the way out to 2006. And, I mean, we're looking at the same Tina Turner from 2006 on. And there's really not much we've heard from Tina because she's up there in age. I mean, she's in her 60s. And actually, she's in her 80s right now.
80s. Yeah, she's up there.
So,
but she's
in
good.
her 2000s. She's already had her career. She already had her heyday, right? When Mercury period Dasha hit. So, definitely you can see the patterns.
And they say
in her life.
I did a little research on it, just seeing how much she's worth, including her catalog and everything. Got her about like $250 million.
Not bad. Moon in the 11th. Not bad. She ended up being very wealthy.
Yep.
You see? So I mean, phenomenal stuff, y'all. Phenomenal stuff. But we're going to stop there because we've been in the chart for a while. It's been about almost an hour. And so we just kind of want to leave off with this and that, these are the things that we begin to do when we want to start to learn our discipline, to start to fine-tune our discipline, get a good, solid chart. And go through the dashas, go through the placements, go through the personality, go through the disposition, go through the makeup, and see how it correlates perfectly with the dashas and how the dashas correlate perfectly with what's going on in real time as far as that person's life is concerned.
Absolutely. So yeah, we sliced that up pretty well. I want to remind everybody that, this episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Caliprucia Astrology. Make sure you go follow both of us on those platforms and follow this podcast at Cosmic Convo, CosmicConvo. Cosmic Convo on Instagram, and hit us up and give us suggestions. This episode, like stated before, was suggested from our audience, so we do listen. Indeed, we want this to be as interactive as possible. All right. So Brother Rob, if you're good, you don't have any more parting words, man. Words. We can go ahead and close this one out.
Yeah, we could table this one right now. Just keep in mind, and I haven't gone into every detail and nuance in any way, shape, form, or fashion. We're just brushing over these to give our listeners, and hopefully maybe viewers at some point, the opportunity to really look at how this particular science works in a general sense of the word. I give you little tidbits, little things to do that you can go research and start to look at your own chart, friends' charts, family charts, famous people's charts, just to see, wow, that person was in this dasha and this happened, this person did this. So you'll start to see the consistencies and the power of the science that we use. So with that, I bid everyone adieu. Peace.
Peace.
You are now tuned in to the Cosmic Convos Podcast, your number one source for accurate, relevant, and thought-provoking astrological conversations in the podcast nation. The place where stars and minds align.
Peace. You're now tuned into the Cosmic Convos Podcast. I'm your humbled host, Heru, and we got the veteran astrologer, Brother Ra. How you doing?
Brother, I am doing very well, very well. How about yourself, man? How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. Getting ready for some key things taking place in the sky. So just observing that and enjoying the changes that I'm experiencing, but everything's good.
Yeah, man. Definitely everything is gravy right now. Especially you just have a new addition to your family, man. So that's always great. Every day is an experience to see them grow and develop and to become little people. So definitely, I could feel you, man. I know you're a happy father.
Indeed, man. Yeah, she's growing, man. She's changing every day, man. So definitely a blessing, no doubt.
Okay.
All right, but before we get any further, I want to remind you that this episode is brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Calipurusha Astrology. You can find Push It Forward Media Group on Instagram at Push It Forward. That's PUSHITFWD. You can find us on the web. At the same spelling, Push It Forward, spelled just like the Instagram handle.com. And on there, we got short films, we got articles, we got, this podcast, you can find that there. And, just a bunch of stuff coming up, right? Brother Ra, how about you? How does the people get a hold of you and everything?
You can hit me up on IG at Shechem Ra, or you can hit me up on Facebook at Shechem Ra. You can even use a Gmail account at Kalapurusha Astrology at gmail.com. So if you're looking for any type of information, charts, questions, those will definitely be the best three options for you as far as getting a hold of me.
No doubt. So yeah, here we are. This is technically the official season finale of season 1 of the Cosmic Convos podcast. How you feel?
Doing all right, my brother. Doing all right. I'm feeling great. These 25 episodes have been phenomenal. we've got a lot of information out there for the people to gather and to use. So I really feel that this show is going to take off on an even higher platform and a higher level come next season. So y'all want to definitely stay tuned, definitely chime in, and definitely keep your ear to the streets and your eyes to the sky.
Absolutely. Absolutely, man. This is a good accomplishment. I think just, on any level, it's good to, have an idea, have a concept, embark on it and see it through and stick with it. So I think that's, just a good practice in its own, for the both of us and just the space. I know there's a lot of things out there on YouTube. A lot of different people out there, but there's not a show like this out there. I could confidently say that in any realm, whatever astrology you're talking about, the perspective that we're, given, it's not out there. So I'm just, glad to be able to, be a part of filling that void.
Indeed, I have to agree. I see a lot of shows either online or on YouTube, or I've listened to some podcasts, and they're all pretty good. I mean, I'm not saying that they don't have their thing, but this is different because you, as a listener, have the opportunity to impact the show. You, as a listener, have the opportunity to literally let us know what it is that you need to know, so that we can fill in the gaps for you. So, by and far, yeah, this show is definitely one that it sets itself apart from the rest.
Indeed. So, getting into the today's show. So this is actually the third episode dropping today, right here in the season finale. We decided to, lump them all up like that, in lieu of what we're going to talk about, in this show, right? So we're, of course, when we, at the end of the season, after this show, we're going to be off for a few weeks. And we just put together a package for you that'll definitely hold you over until that time, no doubt. So this is the official season finale here, episode 25, right? So, there's been getting into the topic of today, it's been a lot of, talk around social media and, YouTube, a lot of videos being made about something special that's occurring, right after the winter solstice, right? Kind of a, once in a lifetime or once in a very long time type of occurrence is happening, in the heavens. Brother Roy, you want to kind of give a context to that, as far as what's the uniqueness of, what's happening, at this time period.
Indeed. So, as of December 25th, 2019, there will be a eclipse that will be occurring, and the eclipse takes place right around, I want to say, let's see, probably about 6 in the morning, close to that time frame, because the moon will conjunct the sun at that point in time, right around 6-ish, between a little before 6 actually. Actually between 6 and 7 really is kind of the time frame we're looking at. That's when the official eclipse happens, but it still reverberates throughout the day, right? So an eclipse, what is it, right? It's when the sun, right, comes in front of the moon, and it's so phenomenal because the distance from the Earth to the moon is exactly 108, right? And then the distance from the distance from the sun to the moon is 108 moons. The distance from the moon to the sun is 108 suns. If I'm correct, it might be Earths. I'll double check it. I'll make sure I have it before we end the show. But the synchronicity of it is phenomenal because nowhere in the galaxy, I don't say galaxy, but the solar system, will you see that the moon will fit exactly in front of the sun to block it so ever perfectly. It could be a little bit bigger, it could be a little bit smaller. So eclipses are very special in that we know that this is something that is almost seemingly created by a hand or some intelligent force. Right? That
Absolutely.
and that's why they're so special. Because then we can see that, wow, this occurrence, which does happen every 6 months, is very regular. It's not something that's irregular. Every solar eclipse has a very regular algorithm to it. It's a rhythmic process. So every 6 months you will have a full eclipse. The next eclipse that will happen is June 21st. Summer solstice.
Summer solstices.
We had a winter solstice, then we'll have a summer solstice. And that's going to be interesting, right? We're going to do a show on that too, right? Definitely.
Yep.
But the reason why this is so special is because not only is it an eclipse, right? But two planets that are very prominent and powerful in astrology have come together to kind of yield or lend its powers to the eclipse. And when you look into the night sky, let's say if you really were to go out and look, if you could see it, right? In the morning, let's say this morning or tomorrow morning, you can still see it tomorrow morning too. All the planets are in one line. They're literally in a line. Like they have these movies and kind of show the planetary alignments, and all the planets look like they're like just in this one line. That's what you would see if you looked out and could see the planets in the night sky, right? You see there's a line of planets directly, right? That's pretty phenomenal. That's pretty rare. Right?
Yeah.
Not only that, because Jupiter and Saturn have such a specific rhythm, every 20 years they will conjoin, right? So you won't see Saturn and Sagittarius, Jupiter and Saturn conjoin in Sagittarius for at least another, right, at least a couple of 100 years.
Wow.
Right? Because you have to remember every time it conjuncts, it's in a different sign.
Yeah.
See, Jupiter takes 12 years to make a circuit, and Saturn takes 30 years. So in between that 20-year period, that's when they conjoin. And so as they conjoin, there's a 20-year gap. So it won't reach back to Sagittarius, right, for quite some, at least, well, let's say Saturn won't be around to Sag again until 30 years from now. Well, Jupiter will not be in Sagittarius at that time. In another 30 years, it'll happen. Jupiter still will not be in Sagittarius at that time. So this is very prominent. This is very special in that the way the planets are lined up is talking about some very specific importance or omens that we're here to look for. So Sagittarius is a sign of higher knowledge, wisdom, gurus, teaching, grace from God, spiritual knowledge, all those things, religion, belief systems, all those things that are affiliated with Sagittarius are going to be highlighted and exacerbated for the next 6 months to a year, depending, maybe even 2 years. What we do is we take and you can do this for yourself, see how many minutes the eclipse will happen, and that's how many years of effect the eclipse will have. So we hit the last major eclipse, which was actually on my solar return, August 21st, right? The last major one, right, that hit America. Because the eclipses have a line of sight that they kind of influence on the planet. So wherever that line of sight is what you will that area will be, or that place, or those people, country, what have you, will actually feel the impacts more of an eclipse than any other area of the world, even though we all will feel it.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2017, that eclipse passed over the entire portion of the United States of America. It will happen again very soon, in fact, but it was still a very phenomenal experience to be able to at least witness something of this gratitude, of this nature. And one of the things we don't do when you practice this form, or the form I practice of spirituality, you don't go outside on an eclipse. You just don't. Right? Not during the time that it happens. Right? Before and after, you're fine. But during that window of time, you want to be away from those inimical forces. There are reports done to show that those forces literally change the physiology of things on this planet.
Yeah.
So it's just wise, right? If you don't have, you have to go to work. You have to do things. You got to live. You got to do what you got to do. But, it'd be wise to maybe do a meditation, use some hekau or some mantra to kind of clear your spirit, sage yourself. Just different little things you can do just to kind of, reset yourself to make sure that you don't get any type of forces coming your way that you really don't want. But that's what an eclipse produces. So in the sign of Sagittarius, again, the sign of higher knowledge, gurus and teachers and religions, right? This is going to be a very, very interesting next few years for those particular areas of life. We're more than likely going to see a lot of things that were hidden be revealed, and not only revealed, but removed. Because K2 still has 14 degrees to move backwards to Sagittarius, so it's still imputing and giving its energies to that particular realm or area of life, even though the kind of the trigger or the set mark is the actual eclipse.
Yeah.
Right. So, with that being said, it shows a good deal of force and energy being applied to the area of spirituality. Right. So, it's old news, and everyone knows that the Catholic Church has been horrendous with regards to its sexual endeavors and its idiosyncrasies. Everyone knows this. But you're going to see the confession. You're going to concede literally, maybe even opening of the books of some form or fashion, that shows that they are coming clean. Because K2 is like a tornado. K2 is like a tornado. It's real silent before a tornado. Have you ever been in a tornado before?
I ain't been in the center of one, but I've been around when the tornadoes.
Right? It gets real quiet, man.
Oh yeah, it's no joke.
You could hear a pin drop. It's so quiet. The tornado comes through, noisy, and then after the tornado, how is it? You can hear a pin drop.
Quiet. Yeah, it's quiet.
That's how K2 operates. So we've heard the pin drop. Now we're about to hear the tumultuous winds moving the debris right around to reshift and recapitulate to get back to that center again, back to that silence. And that after that, that's when things will finally be healed and finally be revealed and come out in its entirety. So we're going to see a lot of these things in different areas, different religions, not just Catholicism, but other things, other religions, that there's going to be some surprises that we're here to see so that we can see inside of things. Jupiter's in his own sign. He's the master there. No matter what. If the planet is there that rules that sign, he's the master. Or she's the master, whatever planet you're dealing with. So it has to say, and it wants to. Sagittarius is the energy of being super honest to a fault. Almost to a fault. Honesty is good to a degree if you're dealing with someone that can handle the honesty. Right? I mean, not to say you should lie, but I'm saying that in light of, in fact, there's a polygamous book that talks about being able to communicate in a way that is commensurate with having someone being receptive to that honesty. But Jupiter and Sag doesn't care. It's going to tell it no matter what. And it's being empowered by K2's relentless cut your own head off to reveal, right? To reveal those kind of truths. So we're going to see major, major stuff happen in religion, right? New religions. New stuff, new groups and new things come out. That also, you'll see that for the next couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
But the other thing is that the the way the planets are, you have Mars in Scorpio.
Mm-hmm.
You have Mercury, Sun, Jupiter, Moon, K2, and Saturn in Sag, and then Venus is in Cap. So guess what else you can see? There's going to be some definite division amongst men and women.
It's already been building up the whole time.
It's going to be even bigger for the next 3 years because Venus is the planet of women and Mars is the planet of men, and they've been interceded by 5 planets that are kind of separating the two.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to see major differences between men and women, even more so exacerbated during the next couple of years. Right. That's how you begin to see the snapshot of that eclipse and what it's going to bring, because Venus is the planet of love and Mars is the planet of passion. But they're not together. They're interceded by 5 planets that says on either side of us, right?
5 planets.
Yeah, 5. Yeah. Right. With K2, which is really 6.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right. That's pretty serious for relationships, y'all. So hang in there, y'all. Fight the fight. Stay in. If you're married, stay married. Right? If you love someone, look beyond the small petty stuff. Allow that person to be cathartic, to tell you their inner truths without any judgment. Without any judgment, without any passing of you are bad or good, or just allow that person to tell their truth and be impartial to it. That's what this lesson is with regards to relationships. Be impartial to that truth. Allow that truth to heal you, to close the gaps, to mend broken wounds, mend broken bones. Right? Let this period be, let the truth be a suture, right, to the love that we all desire and need as far as our everyday life is concerned. Let it sew up and connect instead of letting the truth break down and separate things. That's the real lesson for this particular solar eclipse. Most people are not going to tell you that because they're looking at it from the eclipse perspective. I'm looking at it from the whole planetary arrangements perspective.
Yeah.
So again, just little things to be aware of during this next couple of years. You'll find relationships will be a little more challenging.
Mm-hmm.
And what you'll find is that because Venus moves so fast, Mars moves so slow, Venus won't even link up with Mars, which then could actually bring a whole lot of passion and love about. But because they're in a separate state and Venus is moving so quickly from Mars, they won't be able to connect to kind of do that make love reconcile. So the reconciliation will come through truth, honesty, through being upright, forthright, telling what it is that you have in your heart of hearts, not holding anything, no secrets. That's what we're looking at, folks, in light of real day, everyday stuff. Now, we talked about previously the United States of America's chart, and I'll probably say this every time I say the chart. Some people don't agree with it. I find that it works like magic, and I know that a few other people have as well. A few other reputable astrologers have found it to be that it's a Sagittarius ascendant. And when you do the math and you do the research and use a few other articles that I have commandeered throughout my learning process in astrology, it's Sagittarius is America's ascendant by far.
I mean, it's the whole vibe of the United States has that, it's like a lot of just slogans, sayings, like a lot. It's very idealistic, it just has that Sag vibe from the beginning. It's just as far as like the disposition.
Well, what was the founding principles of this country?
Land of the free, home of the brave.
The founding principles was freedom of religion.
Yeah, freedom of religion. Yeah, that too. Yep.
That's the first thing it says.
Yeah.
And people say, well, it's probably Gemini ascendant because of the whole way of America is being set up. But guess what? Sagittarius as America's ascendant, the ascendant Lord goes into Gemini. So it still yields that same disposition, but it's not Gemini.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No.
The ascendant degree of America is 8 degrees, which is in Mula.
Mm-hmm.
Mula is a bunch of Thai roots.
Mm-hmm.
How did America start off with what? 13 what?
Colonies.
Thai roots. Right? There's a movie based on the history of America which reveals how America got to be so powerful, called Roots. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
K2's in the second house of the second house is your early childhood, so the second house is the early nationhood.
Yeah.
And guess what's there? K2 in the sign of Capricorn. And K2 is an oppressive planet.
Mm-hmm.
In the early stages, right, you and I were the stocks and bonds. We were the stocks.
Yeah.
We were on Wall Street.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's K2 in the second house. I could go on each planet throughout all of it, and it matches perfectly. Where were most of the modern day inventions that we take for granted? Where were they all invented? Let's go down them. The telephone, where was that invented? The airplane,
Here.
Where was that invented? The automobile, where was that invented?
Yep.
All three things show that the moon, the mindset of this country, is in the third house in the sign of Aquarius, and Aquarius is the sign of inventions, and the third house is the house of hands.
Mm-hmm.
This country invented the majority of the things that we take for granted on an everyday basis. The computer, all those things are invented here.
Would you say that?
Go ahead.
Just a quick aside. Would you say that the Lord of the third being Saturn? I know we talked about this before. Saturn being a people, but maybe specifically black people. That that shows in the chart that that most of those that innovation is coming from the dark people in the country.
It could definitely have an import with regards to the Saturnalian influences. Saturn itself is in the 10th house.
Mm-hmm.
That shows a great deal about the black man's role in this country. We are the bedrock, second house of this country. If it wasn't for Africans in America, you wouldn't have America.
Mm-hmm.
So within the context of inventions, not only inventions, but hard work.
Yeah.
Sacrifice. Paying your dues. Blood, sweat, and tears. Dying to something old. Your homeland, your country, your ways, your religion, your food. To be recapitulated into a whole new existence. I say Saturn in 10th house shows a lot of that.
Mm-hmm.
So absolutely, by far, we could definitely say that there's a correlation between the black man in this country and the status and the power of this nation. Without a doubt. But that's just a real quick tidbit to show that that is America's chart. It is, folks. Yeah. I mean, I know folks, astrologers get a special hair. Astrologers grow in special places. That it gets kind of curly, and they think theirs is the way. And I'm not opposed to that. I'm always open to dialogue and to sharpen my toolkit. But the research I've done and the people I've dealt with all pretty much concur that Sag is a very strong propensity, if not the propensity, of America as a nation. It just is.
Yeah.
So looking at that, this particular eclipse will happen right over America's ascendant. That means this country is about to get a facelift, y'all.
It's gearing up.
It's gearing up. Trump, he's been dealt with, right? For the most part. And it's not over till the fat lady sings. Let's say it that way, right? But I told y'all he was going to get impeached. I told you. He's getting impeached. Now, whether the Senate will ratify it or authorize it or find him guilty, that's another process. But the impeachment process has ensued.
Mm-hmm.
He is impeached. Whether or not they're going to remove him from office is the end result. That is what everyone is looking for. But it is on his record as a president.
Yeah.
Period. So, part of astrology definitely showed that one to be right and exact. Right? Right? But it's going to be major overhauls. Personality change is the fundamental piece of the first house, meaning the personality itself is the first house. Personality change is the 8th house. Well, the 8th Lord is in the ascendant during this eclipse because the 8th Lord is Moon.
Mm-hmm.
So guess what's coming to America, y'all? Not a new look, but definitely a new feel. It's going to feel different.
It's conjunct the Mercury, which is in the 8th house.
Yeah.
In the natal chart too.
Exactly. I'm just saying. Like, you can see this coming. This next election is going to be one that I wouldn't say is unprecedented, but definitely not one we can roll the dice safely. Right? It's a crap roll. All of these moving parts. Think about it like this. All of the moving parts. And here you have all of these moving parts in Sag simultaneously in the ascendant of America. That's pretty phenomenal.
Yeah.
So what we're going to notice also is that this country will have some major challenges with the way people are going to approach this country, because all of those planets, those 5, we could say 6 planets, are going to be in opposition to 4 planets in the natal chart of America. So now we have 5 to 6 planets opposing 4 planets in the ascendant, and the 7th house is big business, trade, foreign policy, things like that. That's what we're going to see is major, if not potential skirmishes, maybe even a small war, not a big one. Small one.
Yeah.
Because there's just not enough animosity within the energies that are being presented to do that. But Mars will be in Sag right around February.
Mm-hmm.
So Mars moving into Sag, that's when you're really going to see the what hit the fan with all of this stuff. With the elections and the impeachment and all of the things that are in the news, that Mars, when it moves into the ascendant, was going to be a wake-up call to say, look what's going on around you. Look at all the tumultuousness in this country. Then maybe people will say, yeah, Sag is the ascendant. They might. But I'm just saying, you're going to see those things within the next year to 2 years. There's going to be some big differences in this country. We were talking about Andrew Yang, the propensities of him, and he has all these planets in his ascendant. It would be phenomenal. It would be monumental if he got in office, and thinking back to this eclipse that we have on December 25th, that is phenomenal. If he gets in office, that shows exactly what it was talking about.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying I'm betting on Andrew Yang. I'm not. I don't have a dog in the race because I know they're all selected at some point anyway. But even still, it's just phenomenal how by the hand of God is still at work. While even though man tries to manipulate things, it's not beyond the compass of the Supreme Being.
Yeah.
And so we may very well see, and I said we may. I'm not going to say, I'll know more We'll know more by March when Mars is in Sag. We'll know. I'll have a definitive on who I would say would be the person that's going to be the next seat of power, in the next person in the seat of power. By then I can see. Right now it's just too uncertain. It's too uncertain. So, big changes coming for America as a nation. Big changes coming for us. Now, the other thing I want to keep in mind and to people is that Saturn will move into Capricorn in January, right? And Saturn in Cap, right? It's in its own sign. So, when you're on your own house, you don't, it's your house. You're not going to really come in and mess your own house up. Saturn in Aries will mess up Aries' house, but he's not going to mess up Cap. That's his house. And so being his house, he's less apropos to do damage, but he still has to do his work. And so you'll find that large corporations, large organizations will definitely be paid attention to within the next 2.5 years. Saturn and Cap, that's what Capricorn is all about, is big business, was also about corporations. Corporality, the worldly side of life. And so we're going to see those corporations definitely when Jupiter moves into Capricorn in, I believe, September, right? That's when you're going to see the changes with regards to policies, with regards to rules and regulations, those things with big business, big taxes, things like that. All those things are going to come out, and those companies or corporations are going to be under scrutiny. It's going to be, those companies are going to be asked to call it they're going to be called to task to produce and to make sure that they're in the best interest of the people. And if not, you might see a few corporations either merge or fall because of the change in business structure. And Saturn, you're like, how does that work? And Saturn's in his own sign because Jupiter is going to join him. And Jupiter is the 12th from Capricorn. So you're going to see that as well. And in America, you're going to see a recession. It is coming, folks. Saturn will conjunct K2 in the natal chart of America. Saturn conjunct K2 is not great for finances. And the second house is a house of savings. So you're going to see a big thing when it comes to the recession. We're going to have a recession. It is going to happen. And I mentioned it previously. I said between 20 and 2021. And that's what we'll see. Jupiter will be in Sag for a while, like I said, until I think right around September. It'll go into Capricorn and then retrograde back into Sag and then go back out of Sag into Cap. All of that within the next 9 months. Now, further going in with regards to America's destiny and chart, Saturn right now is squared Saturn. Well, aren't we witnessing that right now? We're witnessing that. We're witnessing some tension. We're witnessing some boxing, some things being boxed in.
Oh, yeah.
Saturn square Saturn. The great thing is it's going to trine Saturn. So the recession won't be a classic recession, like hard hitting to the point where you can't recover. Just keep your job. Be frugal.
Yeah.
Don't eat out. Do group. If you're in a spiritual organization, somebody might cook one day a week, and everybody goes to that person's house just as a routine to kind of lighten the load. You're gonna have to learn to share. You're gonna have to learn to do more with less. That's what we're going to see with Saturn entering in Capricorn. But it's also going to trine America's natal Saturn. So it just won't be that hard, super hard recession, but it will be one that will be felt.
Yeah.
without a doubt. And Saturn will be in the second house of America's natal chart, and all the planets that deal with the exchange and trading of goods, that's the seventh house. Well, if you count from the second to the seventh, that's 6 house placements away. That means there's definitely going to be, like I said, that recession is going to definitely hit a lot of big business, a lot of foreign trade. Going to have issues with China even more so now. See, when there's a changing of the guards, that's when usually the prisoners get a little crazy, don't they? Right? So this is how we begin to understand the imports of this particular placement, because this doesn't happen that often, y'all. This is a rare event. So with this rarity, we're going to see some rare things come out. I mean, we just had Baba Ram Das passed a couple days ago. And that's Jupiter being right in that Sagittarius energy with all those planets. Baba Ram Das is a pretty famous American guru type deal. He's he's a guru, so out of India, and wrote a few books, some of which I've read. Very informational. He was psychedelically oriented in the 60s and 70s, so been around for a while, but an icon definitely nonetheless in the American spiritual world, and he's passed. So you're going to see more of this coming. More things that have imports around spirituality, gurus, teachers, belief systems.
Yeah, I was looking it up. He's real big on he was, proponent of LSD. Yeah.
Right. Yep. So, I mean, he's big amongst the European community. African American, not so much, but definitely big amongst, and even in India, he's got a name. He's got some notoriety. So, just showing you little things to look for as kind of signposts to let us know that this is what's happening around us. This is the reality that is being imputed to us from above. And it's not the fear, folks. None of this is about fear. It's really about strength and knowledge and preparation and the ability to use time to your advantage. That's what this is all about. So if I was a betting man, I'd say within the next year, you're going to see some crazy stuff when it comes to elections. You just are. Stuff that we didn't expect. Because a lot of the people that really are kind of the last of the Mohicans got to fight it out. Right? And it can get dirty. It can get ugly. Politics is not cute. Not in the least. So you'll see a lot of that as well. A lot of judgment type deals because of that Sag. Judging you. You did this. Look, you did this. You didn't pay your taxes here, and you're gonna see candidates doing that all kind of which ways. Because Sagittarius can be self-righteous as well.
Oh yeah.
Right. So that's what I really would call home to task. Now, here's the other thing, a few other things just to kind of leave on your mind, is that America's going through a Pluto return. America is having a Pluto return. Its first Pluto return, y'all. The first one in history.
Yeah.
Right. That's big. People say, well, I thought you didn't use the outer planets. I do, but I don't use them for natal charts. I use them for mundane charts, things that can exist over an amount of period of time that can receive the impacts of the planets and their cycles. So from a nominal 248 years, America's age, Pluto returns at 248 years, and we are having simultaneously we're having an eclipse over the ascendant of America the day after solstice. That's like a slingshot being pulled all the way back to the wall, and you just put a pebble in there and watch that thing go, and a pebble is even a pebble. So whatever's in that slingshot's bands, when it's propelled forward, it's going to do damage. The eclipse acts like a slingshot, and after 6 months, you'll see the rock moving forward. Does it make sense?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're experiencing, y'all. So, like I always say, keep your ears to the street, but your eyes to the sky. Right,
so would you say?
Go ahead.
Would you say that Pluto return to really bring home kind of like, kind of put America's value system, on trial, as far as what the country was built upon?
I would say maybe not the value system, but definitely the perception of what America is and the identity, the self-identity of what America is all about, right? If Andrew Yang gets in there to office, that will literally be the chickens coming home to. This man's from China, and he's ruling America. I mean, the concept of that is just, sometimes it escapes us. We don't see it, but it's very, very powerful concept to think that this whole thing, if Andrew Yang gets into office, the whole perception of America will change worldwide. It was bad enough. It was enough when Obama got in. That was enough when Obama got in. That changed the perception of America in its entirety. But an Asian man coming into office, that would be unprecedented. And that would shift the perception of America. So I'm not saying he will be president. I'm not saying he won't be. I'm saying we have to allow things to mature a little bit further so we can see a little bit deeper. But for the most part, for him to even be running is still phenomenal.
Yeah.
And doing so well. I didn't think it, man. I'm going to say I counted your boy out. I'm just going to tell you. I didn't think it. But it's working. Pluto is at 5-6 degrees in America's chart. So guess what else happens? Saturn will conjunct Pluto. And K2. Big time stuff when it comes to resources and finances, y'all. Big time stuff. Big time. So, with that being said, we're going to table it here because I think that the imports of this particular eclipse has been laid to, or at least given to be applied at a regular level when we're dealing with relationships. Of our own spiritual truths. Just be careful with what you speak. There's power in the tongue. The rudder of your life is your tongue. In Kemet, Set stands at the helm of the boat. Haru stands at the back of the boat. Even though the back of the boat appears to be the lesser position, it's actually the position that controls and steers and guides the boat itself.
Yeah.
Haru is our will. Haru is our ability to decide. Haru is our ability to control impulses. Ability to not speak when it doesn't need to be spoken. Certain things just don't need to be said. Truth.
Yeah.
So I advise you all, as family, definitely just be gentle with your words and your judgments with people, folks. Be understanding. Come from a place of compassion, of mercy. And then you might have that same compassion and mercy extended to you when your judgment comes. Because judgment happens every day. It's not just one fell swoop. We die every day, y'all. And we're reborn every day. So that the next days that you're dying and being reborn be ones that literally fill other people's lives with mercy and healing versus judgment and condemnation.
Yeah. Yep. All right, man.
I think that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we sliced that up, pretty well. Before we get out of here, I want to remind you all that this episode was brought to you by Push It Forward Media Group and Calipurusha Astrology. Make sure you follow us on our various platforms. Contact us. Go visit our websites, things like that. And make sure you follow Cosmic Convo Podcast. We're at COSMICCONVO. That's on Instagram. Follow us. Tell a friend about us. Contact us, DM us, comment, like, all that stuff like that, because we definitely appreciate the engagement. We will contact you back. Indeed. So this was the season finale. This was episode 25 episodes. This was definitely an interesting journey right here, and I think this is an excellent way to end this first season. But before you know it, a few weeks from now, we'll be back geared up for season 2, coming even harder. Indeed, we're going to put some different changes in there, make some enhancements to the show and different things like that. And, I think we'll really be able to take it to the next level. All right. What's your thoughts, Brother Rod?
I think next season is going to blow this one out the water. I think next season we're going to get so deep and so explorative when it comes to those truths and topics that we've been exploring in the last season, because we're going to have more opportunity to really see and apply what we've learned. We're going to get an opportunity to see what happens with that eclipse. We're going to get a chance to see what happens with Saturn going into Capricorn and Jupiter going into Capricorn as well. So we're going to be talking while these things are happening. So it's going to be phenomenal. The upgrades, the changes, the addendums, all those things are just going to make the show that much better. So definitely, y'all, just tune in, spread the knowledge, give people the ability to get insight into these things, and pass it on, because next season you definitely don't want to miss out.
Absolutely. So like I said, I want to thank you all for tuning in this first season. It's definitely been one of the highlights of this year for my person. And we will see you all when season 2 starts. Be looking out, mid January. It's probably when we'll launch the first episode of season 2. So if this is the first episode you came across, go back and check out all the other ones. We got 24 other episodes just filled with priceless knowledge and perspective that you're not going to find anywhere else. So with that being said, thank you all for tuning in this season, and we'll be back in 2020. All right, peace.